Chapter 1293. Very soon? How soon? Guhai asked with a frown. 30. That path is in your hands, right? Jiang Chun looked at Guhai. That's right. Guhai nodded. If he gets your path, he can return in an instant. But if he doesn't, he needs to try his luck. If he's lucky, he can return immediately. If he's unlucky, he'll have to search for a year in the void. Jiang Chun frowned. A year at most? Why are you so sure? Laozi frowned. Because he's in the right general direction. I just said that he's at the center of the two immortal domes, which is the intersection of the two dimensions. If he can find this point, he won't be lost. As long as he keeps looking, he'll find it soon. Jiang Chun frowned. You mean he's staying in the void now? Laozi frowned. Yes, it's the intersection of the two immortal domes. What he needs to do is to find the 6 immortal domes and build the rainbow bridge. Then, he'll use the power of the souls of all living beings to pull the rainbow bridge to the center. Then, he'll merge the yin and yang to transform the immortal domes. Jiang Chun frowned. Time is really tight. A year? Huh. What can he do in a year? 30's current strength has reached an extremely terrifying level. How can you help Mr. Good reach 30's level? Even if we work together, we won't be a match for 30, Laozi said bitterly. If it was in the past, if I really couldn't resist, I might surrender to 30, even if I have to watch all living beings die. But now, I can't just let go of little 6 revenge. I want to try. Jiang Chun said with hatred. Laozi and Guhai looked at Jiang Chun. Guhai, I remember that you have 2 bodies. How's the strength of your other body? Jiang Chun looked at Guhai. That's right. If the 2 bodies are separated, the strength of the other body will be dispersed. Even if the strength of the other body is weaker, if it merges with the original body, it should be strengthened more or less, right? Laozi also looked at Guhai curiously. Guhai smiled bitterly. My other body can't merge with me. My other body's cultivation is the exact opposite of mine. If I force it to merge with me, not only will it not strengthen me, it might even weaken me. The other body cultivated the power of nothingness. If the 2 bodies merged, they would cancel each other out. If that's the case, then that's a pity. If it's a little weaker, then so be it. Call back the skeleton, and we'll see if we can help him strengthen a little more. Laozi sighed. There's no need. Speaking of which, the strength of the skeleton body should be slightly stronger than my original body. Guhai said with a wry smile. Jiang Chun and Laozi were both stunned. What did you say? Your skeletal body is stronger than your true body? How is that possible? Jiang Chun's eyes widened in surprise. Earlier, although Guhai had won by a hair's breadth, it was only a hair's breadth. Although Jiang Chun admitted defeat, in his heart, he refused to admit defeat. He even felt that his battle experience would allow him to turn defeat into victory. In order to not let both sides suffer and give 30 an advantage, he deliberately admitted defeat. However, Guhai's original body was stronger than him by a little. How could his other body be stronger? This doesn't make sense. My skeletal body is in the midst of a breakthrough. If it succeeds, maybe it will be stronger. So, don't disturb my skeletal body for the time being. Guhai looked at the 2 of them and said, Good breakthrough. Mr. Good, we underestimated you. Laozi said excitedly. Jiang Chun looked at Guhai with a complicated expression. In the end, he looked at Guhai and said, Guhai, your growth is beyond my expectation. Now, in the 6 Immortal Vault, you deserve to be the number 1 in the world. I don't dare to be the number 1. It's just a bit of luck. Guhai shook his head. No, it's not luck. Everything you have, you fought for yourself. I've seen it all. Jiang Chun shook his head. Guhai smiled and shook his head. Although I used to be unyielding, this time, in the face of 30's attack, I have to show my stance. The Divine Temple is willing to follow your lead and listen to your orders. Jiang Chun said in a deep voice. Listen to my orders? Guhai was surprised. Yes, the world is almost unified. Only the Dahan Celestial Empire and the Divine Temple are left. Feng gave up everything. What else do I have to fight for? I was going to be the one to mobilize, but I found that you did better than me. Even Fushi and the others are willing to listen to you. You even have good connections in 30's Immortal Vault, which is something I can't do. As long as I can destroy 30, I can give up everything. Jiang Chen looked at Gu Hai and said solemnly. Gu Hai was silent for a moment. Laozi nodded. Jiang Chen is right. This is the only chance to fight. How can a plate of loose sand compare to a united body? Let's not talk about the 6 Immortal Vault for now. On our side, Long Zhanghua, Shakyamuni, Amiba, and Jesus are definitely not a problem. As long as you are willing, we can all be a team. We believe in you because you have the greatest recognition of Pangu's will. You will be the commander, and we will follow. In order to save all living beings, we will go against 30. Jiang Chun said with absolute certainty. Gu Hai was silent for a while, solemnly looked at the two of them. Jiang Chun was almost the commander of the 6 Immortal Vault, and Laozi was the commander of the 30 Immortal Vault. At this moment, the two of them suddenly handed over the heavy burden to him, which indeed made Gu Hai feel pressured. However, Gu Hai heard the pessimism in the two's tone. Pessimism? At this time, the most important thing is to be pessimistic. How can you say defeat before the battle? Moreover, Gu Hai had some experience in leading the Dahan Celestial Empire. At this moment, he was going against 30 for all living beings. Gu Hai was duty-bound. Okay, I will try my best. Gu Hai nodded. When Jiang Chun saw Gu Hai nod, a trace of regret flashed through his heart. However, this was not the time to be a hero. A hero? No one could compare to 30. Even Torch Dragon and Pan Gu could not compare to him, let alone 30, who was a combination of 3. Just now, I know 30's approximate strength. I want to know his general situation. What do you mean by the Rainbow Bridge? Gu Hai looked at Jiang Chun and asked, Rainbow Bridge, you can see it as a kind of road. It is the road that connects the 2 Immortal Vaults. Through the Rainbow Bridge, 30 can transmit his power. It is not as simple as the spiritual will from before, but real power. Jiang Chun said solemnly. One Rainbow Bridge? Gu Hai frowned slightly. No, not one. Since the last time one was stolen, 30 has prepared more than one. There are 6 that lead to 30 Immortal Vaults, and 6 that lead to the 6 Immortal Vaults. Jiang Chun said solemnly. He is really well prepared. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yes, 30 is not stupid. Jiang Chun said bitterly. The Rainbow Bridge can transmit power? In other words, the road I got can also transmit power? Gu Hai looked at Jiang Chun. Yes. Jiang Chun nodded. This road, or Rainbow Bridge, do you know how to make it? Gu Hai stared at Jiang Chun. Yes, but what is the use of it? Jiang Chun smiled bitterly. No, it is useful. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Yes, it is great that you can make it. 30 has 12 Rainbow Bridges. You can also make 12. It will be useful in the future. Gu Hai said seriously. Gu Hai didn't tell Jiang Chun the reason, which made Jiang Chun slightly uncomfortable. Laozi also found something strange. Mr. Good, why do you need the Rainbow Bridge? Gu Hai looked at Jiang Chun, then at Laozi. Finally, he patted the coffin of the 6 Immortal Vaults and said with a bitter smile, Sorry. What? Jiang Chun and Laozi both stared at him. They seemed to have guessed something. You mean 30 can also hear our conversation? Laozi's expression changed. I don't know, but Dragon Shining told me that 10 days ago, the 6 Immortal Vaults died on that star. Explained his misunderstanding with Jiang Chun. Gu Hai looked at Jiang Chun. That's right. Jiang Chun nodded. That means when you were training the 6 Immortal Vaults, 30 had already led him astray. Does that mean 30 knows your every move? Gu Hai said solemnly. Jiang Chun's expression changed. We know 30's secret. Perhaps 30 is also monitoring us at all times and knows our secret. Gu Hai said sullenly. That's possible. Laozi's expression darkened. Jiang Chun's expression suddenly changed. We only have one chance, so I had no choice but to be on guard. Mr. Jiang Chun, please forgive me for offending you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Jiang Chun stared at Gu Hai. In the end, he said bitterly, Fine. Since I've chosen you, I'll listen to you. However, I have a request. What is it? If we win in the future, please help me revive Little 6. Even if he is immortal, as long as he can be revived. Jiang Chen looked at Gu Hai expectantly. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. Thank you, Jiang Chen said with relief. Didn't you say that you can help me improve? Also, I have the first 7 meridians of the Lin Bing Dojo Ray. Do you know where the other 3 meridians are? Gu Hai looked at Jiang Chen. Yes, they are in the heavenly Tao reincarnation. Unfortunately, I can't get them. Jiang Chen nodded. Heavenly Tao reincarnation? Gu Hai asked curiously. Yes, the 6 paths of reincarnation corresponds to the Torch Dragon's 6 souls. The heavenly Tao reincarnation is the spirit Mother Divine King of the Torch Dragon's 6 souls, the most powerful of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It is also the path of reincarnation that contains the secrets of the Torch Dragon's cultivation. After a person dies, the heavenly soul belongs to them. The nomological patterns of the 3 meridians that you need are inside. Unfortunately, I went in a few times and found nothing. However, I know that it is inside. I have seen it before, Jiang Chen explained. Heavenly Tao reincarnation, Gem Meridian, Array Meridian, and Space Meridian? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Jiang Chen nodded. If you want to go, it's best to bring Long Wan Yu along. Oh? Why? Gu Hai was puzzled. When Heaven was born, the Torch Dragon was not dead. However, Heaven was still in the form of a dragon egg and was not clear about the outside world. Heaven had never seen the Torch Dragon, but the Torch Dragon had seen Heaven's dragon egg and naturally knew Heaven. The power in the heavenly Tao reincarnation repels me, but it does not necessarily repel Heaven. So, Jiang Chen explained. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. You're welcome. However, this battle will be difficult. You have to plan well. Jiang Chen looked at Gu Hai and said solemnly. All right. Chapter 1294. After leaving the divine, seizing temple, Gu Hai and Laozi returned to the infinite celestial capital together. In the upper study, Gu Hai opened the 2 immortal vault passages again. Mr. Fushi, Gu Hai said as solemnly. Buzz. Fushi stepped out of the passage slowly. Gu Hai, you broke through? Fushi revealed a hint of surprise. Yes, and the immortal of the 6 paths is also dead. Gu Hai nodded. That was fast. Fushi frowned. Let's go to the immortal vault of antiquity. Time is of the essence, and time is slower there. Gu Hai said solemnly. Laozi and Fushi nodded. The 3 of them entered the immortal vault of antiquity. As for the ancient immortal dome, Laozi slowly described the 30 immortal dominions to Gu Hai. After all, Gu Hai was the commander-in-chief. He had to know everything about the 2 immortal vaults. Fushi also understood everything about the immortal vault of antiquity. Although he could deduce a little, he was still surprised by Gu Hai's strength. Mr. Good, are you sure that Jiang Chen is being watched by 30? Fushi frowned. For this kind of thing, it's better to believe it than not. That's why I won't tell Jiang Chen about the immortal vault of antiquity's layout. There are some things that I need you to help me with. Gu Hai said solemnly. All right, don't worry. I'll do my best. Fushi nodded. Mr. Laozi, I'll have to trouble you with the 30 immortal vaults. Gu Hai said solemnly. I will also fully cooperate with you. Laozi sighed. I've also written a letter to Long Zhonghua. Please pass it to him. This time, we can only do our best. The outcome will depend on our luck. Gu Hai said solemnly. Laozi nodded. The 3 of them stayed in the immortal dome of ancients for 10 days. Gu Hai planned everything out, until Laozi and Fushi understood everything. 30, you can come back anytime. I won't waste any more time. Please. Gu Hai said solemnly. After hearing Gu Hai's instructions, Laozi nodded, and the 2 of them left the immortal dome. Within the upper study, Gu Hai opened the 2 immortal vault passageway again. Buzz! The passageway opened, and Laozi stepped in. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the 30th celestial dome. After closing the entrance, Gu Hai looked at Fushi. Mr. Fushi, according to my previous deduction, what do you think? Gu Hai looked at Fushi. I don't know. 30 is too strong. I can't calculate the future. However, I believe in your plan. Fushi said solemnly. All right, in that case, I will bring Long Wan Yu to the heavenly Tao cycle of reincarnation tomorrow. I already have arrangements for everything after this. I will have to trouble you, Guhai said gravely. Fushi nodded. Don't worry, I won't make a mistake. However, there's one thing that I forgot to tell you. Oh, your son Gu Taiji has taken son Wukong as his teacher, Fushi said with a smile. What? Son Wukong as his teacher? Guhai raised an eyebrow. I know that son Wukong has some grudges with you. In the beginning, son Wukong was very harsh on Gu Taiji. He even tortured him. Perhaps he vented all his anger on you on your son. However, your son is not simple and managed to survive. Although son Wukong angered you, he did his best for your son, Fushi explained. After son Wukong returned, he improved again? Guhai frowned. With the help of Long Zhonghua, he mastered the 8 and 9 mysteries art. He even created the 9 mysteries art. Your son Gu Taiji received special care from him and Sword of the Sky. Perhaps he will appear in the next battle, Fushi explained. All right, Guhai nodded. Although he wanted to see how his son was doing, now is not the time, he explained to Fushi. Guhai also stepped out of the study and explained to the imperial court. He also explained to the empress and the crown prince. In the first half of the night, Guhai even went into the void and met with the skeleton Guhai. After the information was balanced, Guhai returned. In the second half of the night, Guhai's time was all handed over to the empress, because no one knew what the future would hold. This might be the last night for Guhai and the girls. The next day, before leaving, Chen Xian Long Wanqing, Lin Wan and Bingheim called Guhai to a side hall. Husband, no matter what, you must come back. Chen Xian looked at Guhai with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. I will come back as soon as possible, Guhai said gently. Chen Xian Long Wanqing, Lin Wan and Bingheim's foreheads were all kissed by Guhai. I don't know if husband will have a chance to come back before the battle. But please take care, because besides us waiting for husband to come back, there are 4 other people who also need husband to come back as soon as possible. Long Wanqing said worriedly as she touched her stomach. There are 4 more? Guhai was slightly startled and looked at the 4 girls. At this moment, the 4 girls gently touched their stomachs, revealing a trace of happiness and worry. When Guhai looked at the 4 girls in surprise, at the same time, he couldn't help but come forward to touch the 4 girls' stomachs. Last night, weren't we in the Immortal Dome of Ancients? Later, before we came out, that was the last time. We were worried that it would be a farewell, so that day we worked very hard. We didn't expect that. Lin Wan face was a little red. A day in the outside world is 10 years in the Immortal Dome of Ancients. Let me count. So it has been a month? Guhai's face was happy. The 4 girls nodded. Don't worry, for you, for the children in your wombs, I will definitely come back. Guhai's eyes flashed a trace of determination. The 4 girls' eyes flashed a trace of gentleness. After that, Guhai turned his head and stepped out. The 4 girls reluctantly watched Guhai leave. Guhai was so determined to leave, not because he was heartless, but because he cherished this relationship too much, so he wanted to leave immediately. When the battle was over, everything could change in an instant. The officials watched as Guhai left with Long Wanyu. Respectfully send off His Holiness. Everyone shouted solemnly. At the entrance of the Seizing Shrine, the destiny of the Seizing Shrine had all rushed to the infinite celestial capital. Just yesterday, when Guhai left, Jiangchun had already announced that the Seizing Shrine would submit to the infinite celestial capital. Many officials of the Dahan celestial capital were ready to go. In an instant, the world was unified. The Yin and Yang realms and all the cities belonged to the Dahan celestial capital. A day later, Guhai returned with Long Wanyu. Guhai, you can go without worry. I wish you a great success. Solemnly, Jiangchun said Jiangchun. Thank you for the trouble. Guhai nodded. Buzz. Jiangchun drew a line in the air. A crack suddenly appeared in the void. This is the entrance to the heavenly Tao reincarnation. Long Wanyu's eyes lit up. That's right, Chang Tian. In the past, you also commanded heaven and earth, so you must be familiar with the heavenly Tao reincarnation. I don't need to say what's next. Jiang Chun said with a smile. Yes. Long Wan Yu nodded. Let's go, Gu Hai said. Pulling Long Wan Yu, Gu Hai instantly stepped into the heavenly Tao reincarnation. Buzz! The heavenly Tao reincarnation closed instantly. Watching Gu Hai and Long Wan Yu enter the heavenly Tao reincarnation, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with anticipation. At the side, Jiang Chen's subordinates felt complicated, but no one dared to speak. Long Out Yin, Jiang Chun said in a low voice. Yes, Allah. Long Out Yin immediately stepped forward. Gu Hai told me that he will write a letter to Long Zhonghua and ask him to help him. However, as a reward to Long Zhonghua, he will help Long Zhonghua's grandson reach the great circle of gods. Jiang Chun said in a low voice. It's you, Long Out Yin. Long Zhonghua put you with me, perhaps because he knows that only I can help you reach the great circle of gods. Jiang Chun said in a low voice. Me? You want to help me? Long Out Yin said in surprise. I promised Gu Hai, so I will do it. Although it will take some effort, to get Long Zhonghua to cooperate is also helping me. Jiang Chun said in a low voice. Yes, thank you, Allah. Long Out Yin said in surprise. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Gu Hai. Jiang Chun shook his head. In the immortal dome of the ancients, Gu Hai set up a careful plan. However, very few people knew about it. All of Gu Hai's arrangements were being carried out in an orderly manner. A month later, the world gradually calmed down. It was also the official command of the 6 paths of Immortal Dome of the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty. Mo Yike and Sima Chongkong had to do every day to instill the concept of loyalty to the emperor and let the people understand the purpose of 30. Although there was not much time, 30's cruelty and Dahan's resistance deeply aroused the thoughts of the people of the world. There was no longer a trace of resentment towards the Dahan. In this month, everything in Dahan was extremely normal. However, Fushi and Jiang Chun lived every day in fear, because no one knew when 30 would be found. The second month. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from underground. Then, visible to the naked eye, the Earth's dragon veins gathered from all over the world toward the limitless celestial capital. The spiritual energy around the limitless celestial capital suddenly became much denser. Countless mountains and rivers rose and fell one after another. Boom! It was Chongming who broke out of the ground with great excitement, rushing straight to the limitless celestial capital's soaring palace square. His Holiness, I did it! All the dragon veins in the world, gather! Chongming shouted excitedly. Blood-Robe Guard Commander, Chongming, receive the decree. Mo Yike shouted. Chongming revealed a trace of doubt. Chen Xian Gu Qin, Gu Tang, and the others came one after another to announce Gu Hai's first imperial decree. Chongming, control the Dahan's dragon veins, swallow all the dragon veins in the world, control the earth, and obtain the torch dragon's physical strength. Mo Yike read out the imperial decree. Me? Chongming said in shock. Roar. In the limitless celestial capital, the Dahan's dragon veins suddenly roared, as if in response to the imperial decree. Lord Chong, please receive the imperial decree. Mo Yike said solemnly. Yes. Chongming answered and respectfully received the imperial decree. When he took a look at the imperial decree, he saw that it wasn't just Mo Yike's words, but also Gu Hai's handwriting, densely packed small words. This was a secret imperial decree. Looking at the secret imperial decree, Chongming's expression flickered. Clap! He very carefully closed the secret imperial decree and put it away. Empresses, princes, and lords, farewell. Chongming suddenly swooped down and rushed into the Lord of the Earth again. Roar, roar, roar. Once he entered the earth, 10,000 dragons roared, waiting for Chongming's command. Above the limitless celestial capital, Fushi watched Chongming enter the depths of the earth and immediately let out a long breath. Another power. This time it's complete. Fushi was the only one who knew everything. At this moment, he was extremely nervous. 3 months later, Chen Xian Long Wanqing Lin Wan and Bingheim's belly slowly appeared. The officials congratulated them, and the four women also slowly retreated behind the scenes. For months later, with Jiang Qin's help, Long Outyin officially reached the peak of the gods. At the same time, at Dragon God Ying's request, he came back to visit his father and never returned to the temple. 5 months later, the world was of one mind, and all was silent. Everything calmed down, waiting for the end of the world. 6 months later, everything was still calm. 7 months later, everyone was waiting for Gu Hai to return from the heavenly Tao reincarnation, but he still didn't see him. 8 months later, Chun Xian and the other 3 were about to give birth, and the entire limitless celestial capital became busy. It was also in this 8th month. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice came from the void. Finally found, it's me. I'm back. The voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to come from the underworld, revealing a ruthless chill. Jiang Chun and Fushi's expressions changed almost at the same time, and they looked up at the sky. 30, you're back, Fushi said, in surprise. At this moment, a 10,000-foot-thick, 9-colored light pillar shot out from the void like a sharp arrow and instantly stabbed into the earth of the Yang realm. Boom! The 9-colored light pillar stabbed into the earth, and the earth of the Yang realm shook fiercely. Everywhere in the world, the formations of countless cities all instinctively activated. A fearful heavenly might rushed down, and the hearts of all living beings in the Yang realm turned cold, revealing great panic. The first rainbow bridge. Jiang Qin's expression changed. Chapter 1295. In the void, a 9-colored pillar of light shot over from a boundless distance. The light beam was 10,000 zhang thick and seemed to have the power to shake the heavens. It instantly reached the 6 paths Immortal Dome. It broke through the stars outside the Immortal Dome and plunged into the depths of the earth. It was like a giant log crashing into a bronze bell. The entire 6 paths Immortal Dome shook violently. A fearful might spread out, and all living beings seemed to have realized something. They all revealed looks of fear. After the official announcement from the Dahan, everyone knew of number 30's existence. Some people had been terrified for the past few months. When this day arrived, they screamed in fear. Number 30 is back. Number 30 is back to destroy the world. Everyone is going to die. That demon is back. Panic spread in the nearby cities. Countless people screamed. It was chaos. The entire divine continent was shrouded in an atmosphere of great fear. Gu Hai had not come out of seclusion yet. What should they do? Pass down his holiness decree. Demon number 30 has returned to destroy the world. Everything is to be announced to everyone. Gaochen, Ziwei, and Chang Sheng, please use the Great Tao projection. Officials of the Zither Tao, Calligraphy Tao, and Painting Tao are to receive the projection from the infinite celestial capital. Fushi was the first to take out an imperial decree. Yes, Gaochen, Ziwei, and Chang Sheng answered. Buzz. The 3 of them plucked the Great Tao of Zither, Calligraphy, and Painting and immediately sent the projection to the sky above all the cities in the world. Some officials of the Zither Tao, Calligraphy Tao, and Painting Tao used spirit stones to help stabilize the projection. Immediately, the people of the various cities in the world could see the projection in the sky when they looked up. The rainbow bridge instantly appeared in front of everyone. What one could not see was the scariest. Now, when the demon appeared before everyone, the people who had been screaming in fear earlier slowly calmed down. Although they were still afraid, they were no longer at a loss. At the very least, we still have the Dahan's heavenly dynasty and the experts of the world at the forefront. Everyone stared at the pillar of light and the rainbow bridge, waiting for number 30's arrival, waiting for the final resistance. Jiang Chun, Fushi, Chun Tianshan, and Dahan were all nervous. Chun Xianer, Long Wanqing, Lin Waner, and Bingheim endured the pain and walked to the plaza of the soaring sky hall. They anxiously looked at the distant rainbow bridge. Light and shadow deduction. Where's the 30th place? Fushi waved his hand. Boom! Between heaven and earth, 64 great Tao suddenly appeared, surrounding the rainbow bridge in the center. At the same time, they arranged themselves into a gigantic 64 hexagram. The huge 64 hexagrams slowly rotated and slowly condensed golden light that surged toward the rainbow bridge. Then it suddenly rebounded. The rebounded golden light did not dissipate. Instead, it slowly formed a golden mist. The golden fog surrounded the rainbow bridge. Then, as if the golden fog had super clairvoyant eyes, it followed the rainbow bridge and looked into the distance, into the void, into the infinite distance. Buzz! Within the golden mist, a scene finally condensed. It was the scene of the end of the rainbow bridge. Everyone goggled at the scene. At the end of the rainbow bridge was an area covered in black and white light. The black and white light slowly rotated like the Taiji yin-yang fish. At this moment, a golden-robed man sat in the center of the Taiji yin-yang fish. 30th. Everyone's expression immediately changed. Is that 30th? Fushi. Chun Tianshan exclaimed somewhat anxiously. Yes, it is 30th. My 64 hexagrams infinity ritual array can project the scene from infinitely far away. That is 30th. Fushi said with a sullen expression. The golden-robed 30th seemed to sense something. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. 30th's face slowly appeared. It was the face of an extremely handsome man, so handsome that countless people felt intoxicated when they looked at him. It was like the most beautiful face in the world was nothing more than this. With just one look, everyone felt intoxicated. Be it men or women, they all felt intoxicated. In an instant, the fear in everyone's heart seemed to be washed away by this face. However, this extremely handsome face made Fushi, Jiang Chun, and the others feel a chill run down their spines. This was no longer a matter of appearance. Instead, it was a phenomenon that bewitched all life. Even from an infinite distance, all life was affected. 30th, is that horrifying? Jiang Chen's face sank. Hichu, wake up all life. Don't look at 30th's face. Fushi called out. Oh right. Hichu also felt intoxicated by 30th without realizing it. His Holiness decrees that from now on, Hichu will control the Ocean of Providence. May the divine statue of His Holiness grant me authority. Fushi took out another imperial edict. A beam of golden light shot into the Ocean of Providence from the imperial edict. Roar! Countless golden dragons of Providence roared in the Ocean of Providence. The divine statue of Guhai also seemed to see that imperial edict. It immediately extended its hand and pointed. Buzz! A beam of golden light instantly surged into Hichu's body. Hichu immediately said, Dahan, people of the world, Demon 30th's face bewitches people's minds. Please avoid his face and don't be disturbed. As he spoke, Hichu also transmitted the scene of him being tortured by Yuanshi Tianzuan in the past. It was instantly transmitted to the ears of all the people through the Ocean of Providence and in their hearts. Buzz! So terrifying. So many dead people. The scene of Hichu's experience in the past had indeed stimulated all life. All life was shocked and immediately woke up. They immediately avoided 30th's face. All life was awake. In the void, 30th, who was infinitely far away, revealed a cold smile. Is it useful? 30th said indifferently. As he smiled, he gently tapped the rainbow bridge. Buzz! The rainbow bridge suddenly trembled. Quick, destroy the rainbow bridge. Break! Someone near the rainbow bridge tried to destroy it. However, at this moment, the rainbow bridge was like an illusory light that could not be touched at all. Jiang Chun, how is 30th going to use the rainbow bridge to destroy the world? Fushi transmitted his voice to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun looked at Fushi and gently shook his head. I'm not sure. In the distance, 30 observed the Six Paths Immortal Dome carefully for a while, and finally, a cold smile appeared on his face. What a bunch of ugly living beings and undead spirits. Both Torch Dragon creation and Pangu creation are the same. They're all ugly things that are born. Ugly, ugly, ugly. As he spoke, 30th suddenly opened his mouth. Roar! 30th's mouth became bigger and bigger as he roared. At the same time, there seemed to be thousands of golden lights revolving around his mouth. Everyone stared at 30th, not knowing what he was going to do. They saw 30th's mouth becoming bigger and bigger, more and more ferocious, and then something seemed to be brewing inside. What is 30th doing? Fushi transmitted his voice to Jiang Chun again. I don't know. Jiang Chun was also very anxious. Although Jiang Chun's body was once 30th's, Jiang Chun could not understand 30th's current actions at all. Everyone swallowed their saliva and waited patiently. After about 2 hours, finally, 30th's mouth was so big that it was frightening. His handsome face was completely deformed at this moment. No one knew what 30th was going to do. They just felt like there was a monster in his mouth. Pooh! 30th suddenly spat out the monster in his mouth and instantly returned to his original appearance. What he spat out was not a monster, but a huge egg covered in 30th's saliva. A huge egg as tall as a person? 30th spat out an egg? Everyone was confused, not knowing what 30th was going to do. That is, Jiang Chen's expression changed. He saw 30th smile coldly and lightly flicked his finger. Huh! The huge golden egg suddenly flew along the rainbow bridge and towards the immortal dome of the 6 paths. Boom! The speed of the huge egg became faster and faster, and in an instant, it disappeared like a stream of light. Fushi's 64 hexagrams infinity formation caught it tightly. However, when the huge egg was flying towards the immortal dome of the 6 paths, it strangely cracked. Boom! When it cracked, a huge dragon strangely crawled out from the inside. It was a 3-headed golden dragon. After the huge dragon came out of the egg, it slowly ate all the eggshells around it, and its body became even bigger. In the blink of an eye, it became 100,000 feet long. Its ferocious aura spread out in all directions. Even from an infinite distance, everyone felt incomparably terrified. The 3-headed golden dragon's face was ferocious, and its eyes were filled with endless killing intent. 30th sent this 3-headed golden dragon to destroy the world? Fushi's face darkened. Impossible, impossible. How did 30th do it? This is my original appearance. Now, 30th spit out an egg to become a dragon? Spit out an egg to reach his former height? Jiang Chun said in shock. The 3-headed dragon emitted a monstrous aura, and its speed became faster and faster. In the rainbow bridge, it was as if it was crossing space and time. In just 2 hours, it would reach the immortal dome of the 6 paths. The rainbow bridge trembled, and it seemed to bring down the 3-headed golden dragon's panic. The ferocious aura made the hearts of countless people tremble. Jiang Chun received the decree. Fushi took out another imperial decree. What? Jiang Chun looked at Fushi with annoyance. Pass down His Holiness's decree. The danger of the first rainbow bridge will be blocked by Jiang Chun. Fushi shouted and threw the imperial decree. In the distance, Jiang Chun reached out his hand and grabbed. Whoosh! The imperial decree instantly arrived in Jiang Chun's hand. Jiang Chun, His Holiness has everything planned out. Act according to His Holiness's decree. I'll have to trouble you for the first battle. Fushi said. Jiang Chun took the imperial decree and nodded solemnly. A ferocious look appeared on his face. Jiang Chun roared. Roar. As he roared, Jiang Chun's figure suddenly changed, and he once again transformed into a 3-headed golden dragon that was 100,000 feet long. He didn't hold back in the slightest, and he didn't dare to hold back, even if it was just an egg spat out by 30th. However, Jiang Chun still felt its tyrannical power. Roar! 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 Jiang Chun's 3 dragon heads roared at the same time. In an instant, they rushed into the starry sky along the rainbow bridge, rushing towards the identical egg beast. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the void. Under Fushi's 64 hexagrams infinite formation, even the 6 paths immortal dome could see clearly. In the distance, the first egg beast arrived. It had a ferocious look on its face as it collided with the golden dragon that Jiang Chun had transformed into. Boom! A loud sound came from the void. Then Jiangchan was knocked back like a cannonball and instantly smashed into the divine continent. Boom! Countless cracks appeared on the ground like a spider web. What? Jiangchan lost? Guhan's expression suddenly changed. This was too fast. Jiangchan was knocked back in an instant, and that egg beast was still in the void. It had just stopped and did not take a step back. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Chapter 1296. In today's world, if Gu Hai was the strongest, Jiangchun would be the second strongest. The battle 8 months ago was still vivid in everyone's minds. Jiangchun was only slightly weaker than Gu Hai. Without Gu Hai, Jiangchun was undoubtedly the strongest. But now, he was defeated in one hit by the Egg Beast, Kong Xian by Zizai, Shang Wanhen, and the rest were all shocked and in despair. How could this be? This was not even 30. It was just an egg that 30 spat out. How could an egg that was spat out defeat the strongest in the world? Was life going to be over? Were all of them going to be doomed? Many people felt a chill in their hearts, and they were all in despair. No, that might not be the case. Fushi took a deep breath and shook his head. What? It's just that the egg beast came from the Rainbow Bridge too fast. Because of its speed, it brought along a huge force, and that was why Jiangchun was knocked back. Wait, the outcome is not decided yet. Fushi clenched his fists and said, Indeed, in the huge crater in the distance, Jiangchun was knocked dizzy, but he quickly got up and looked up at the sky with a ferocious expression. Boom! Jiangchun rushed into the void again and arrived in front of the egg beast in an instant. You have the aura of Master Father on you, but you are far weaker than him. Do you want to try again? The egg beast sneered. Umph. Jiangchun snorted and pounced in front of it. Roar! Roar! Jiangchun and the egg beast roared at almost the same time. 3 dragon heads rushed out from each of them and collided brazenly with each other. Boom! With a loud sound, Jiangchun and the egg beast were knocked away. This time, Jiangchun was not knocked away. Instead, he was on par with the egg beast. That's all you got? Jiangchun laughed. Hey, is that so? The egg beast sneered. Boom, boom, boom. Jiangchun and the egg clashed ferociously. Both of them fought ferociously, and neither of them was willing to back down. It was just like the battle between Gu Hai and Jiangchun in the past. The great battle began. The people of the Divine Continent also heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, Jiangchun was not completely defenseless. Jiangchun and the egg beast actually tied? How strong is 30? Just spitting out an egg is comparable to the strongest under his holiness? Qin Tianshan revealed a worried expression. Qin Tianshan had heard that this was only the first Rainbow Bridge. There were more to come. What should he do? Fortunately, it's within His Holiness's expectations. Fushi sighed in relief. His Holiness's expectations? Qin Tianshan exclaimed in shock. That's right. His Holiness already made a plan for the battle. Although His Holiness is still in closed-door cultivation in the Heavenly Tao Cycle Palace, I have the strategy. Don't rush. Don't rush. Fushi consoled. Right? Qin Tianshan and the others nodded. Fushi also felt extremely worried. However, to stabilize the morale of the people, he could only pretend that everything was within Gu Hai's expectations. At the very least, the others would not panic and lose their performance. Everyone in the world focused on Jiangchen's battle. Hichu passed on Fushi's words to everyone at the right time, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was within His Holiness's expectations. That was good. His Holiness would not be wrong. Everyone's fearful hearts slowly calmed down. In the void, the first egg beast fought endlessly with Jiangchun. Actually, there was another figure not far away. It was none other than the skeleton Gu Hai, who had just broken through. The skeleton Gu Hai looked at the boundlessly long Rainbow Bridge, and then at the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. Fushi, I'll leave this place to you for now. The skeleton Gu Hai said seriously. As the skeleton Gu Hai spoke, its figure shot into the distance. Whoosh! The skeleton Gu Hai charged along the Rainbow Bridge. The skeleton Gu Hai wanted to find 30. It was completely useless to deal with this egg beast. The only way to deal with it was to kill 30 of them. Whoosh! No one discovered that the skeleton Gu Hai had already disappeared into the void, entering the boundless depths. The boundless celestial capital in the main hall of Gu Qin's residence. At this moment, Gu Qin and Mo Yike were both holding the hilt of an emerald green long saber at the same time. Slightly activating it, the void in the hall trembled slightly. Walala! Suddenly, a void hole appeared in front of the two of them. It's done. Gu Qin's eyes lit up. That's right. His Holiness's life-trap saber is indeed magical. Our chess skills are still lacking compared to His Holiness after all. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Mr. Mo, don't underestimate yourself. Your chess skills are second only to my father's into hand. Gu Qin said with a smile. That's because His Holiness favors me. He opened all kinds of chess games to me and taught me how to understand them. As for the Crown Prince, he used to be one of Guanxi's 9 sons. His chess skills are no weaker than mine. Mo Yike shook his head. That's why my father arranged for the two of us to combine our chess skills and activate the life trap saber. In the end, we succeeded. My father was right. The passage is open. Gu Qin said excitedly. Gu Hai. Long Zhang's voice came from the other side of the cave. Hearing Long Zhang's puzzled voice, Mo Yike and Gu Qin's expressions suddenly became serious. Mr. Long, I am Mo Yike of the Dahan, Celestial Capital. His Holiness wants us to inform you immediately when the Rainbow Bridge reaches the Immortal Dome of the Six Paths 30 has begun his operation. Mo Yike said solemnly. Begun? Okay, I got it. Long Zhang's voice came again. After that, on the other side of the cave, he no longer paid attention to Mo Yike and Gu Qin. There was a burst of noise from Long Zhang's side. Sent a message to Laozi, Sakyamuni, Amitba, Jesus, Sun Wukong. The war has begun. Inform all departments to activate the space-time jump platform. All spaceships in heaven are in position. Plasma cannons are in standby mode. The space-time door is in full operation. All interstellar combat personnel are in position. Level 1 combat readiness. Millions of War God mechas are recharged and are on standby. Yes, boss. On the other side of the cave, Long Zhanghua gave a series of orders. Mo Yike and Gu Qin looked at each other. Although they did not know what was going on, they knew that the war against 30 had begun. They slowly closed the passageway of the 2 Immortal Vault. They knew that it was not the time for them to pay attention to 30 Immortal Vault. The 6 Immortal Vault required their attention. Gu Qin held the life-entrapping blade and walked out of the hall slowly. They looked at the light in the sky not far away. In the light, Jiang Chun transformed into the golden dragon, and the egg were fighting fiercely. For a moment, it seemed like they were evenly matched. The two walked to the square of the soaring palace hall. Mr. Fushi, was that really spat out by 30? Even Jiang Chun is no match for him? Gu Qin said with an ugly expression. Their combat power is about the same. We don't know who will win, but it is indeed a fierce battle. Fushi said with a complicated expression. Father said that there will be 6 rainbow bridges. This is only the first one. What should we do next? Guhan was worried. His Holiness has his own plans. Fushi shook his head, but did not say anything. In the void, Jiangchun kept the first egg beast at bay. However, it was also incomparably ferocious. The two of them were evenly matched. Everyone thought that the battle would continue. However, at this moment, in the depths of the void, 30 suddenly revealed a cold smile. Jiang Chun, do you really think that I care about this body of yours that much? Huh, you want to use my body to block my child? You overestimate yourself. 30 revealed a cold smile. Then he extended his hand and tapped lightly. Whoosh! It seemed like a beam of golden light passed through the rainbow bridge and shot to not far away from Jiang Chun. Then it shot to Jiang Chen's body. Crack! Jiang Chen's huge dragon body suddenly froze and stopped moving. What? Jiang Chen's expression changed. Huh. The egg swung its tail, and Jiang Chun was instantly blown away. He hit the edge of the Immortal Dome. Under the huge force, many stars fell to the ground like a meteor shower. The egg revealed a trace of doubt. It raised its head and looked into the depths of the void, into the distance where the rainbow bridge connected. Master? The egg asked doubtfully. 30 looked at the distant Jiang Chun with a cold smile. At this moment, Jiang Chun was motionless. He revealed a panicked expression. Why? Why can't I move? Why? Jiang Chun shouted in fear. Below, there was the 64 hexagrams infinite formation. It was as if Jiang Chun was talking to 30 directly. That is my body. If I want it to move, it will move. If I want it to not move, it will not move. Why do you ask so many questions? 30 said indifferently. Jiang Chun's expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have guessed something. My fleshly body, you left the counter restriction on it? You activated the counter restriction just now? You left the 6 paths Immortal dome because you prepared a foolproof plan? Jiang Chun revealed a trace of shock. You're not stupid, 30 said indifferently. That means you can control my body at any time? At any time? But why? Why didn't you restrict my body before? Until now? Why did you wait until now? Jiang Chun stared at 30 in bewilderment. Because a frightened soul is stronger. 30 smiled faintly. A frightened soul? You want to kill me right now? That way, you'll be able to increase the power of their souls. That way, you'll be able to gather even more power by harvesting their souls. That's right. 30 smiled. It was as if 30 could see everything clearly even from a distance. That gentle smile was filled with a great chill. At this moment, in the infinite celestial capital, almost everyone trembled. The fear of all living beings in the world grew even greater. The reason for that was because the outcome of the first battle had already been decided. Jiang Chun was defeated, so thoroughly defeated. At this moment, Jiang Chun couldn't even move in front of 30. He was frozen in place and allowed the first egg to kill him at will. Gu Hai wasn't here, and the number 1 expert in the world, Jiang Chun, was defeated in an instant. Was it over for everyone? Jiang Chun, accept the decree. Fushi suddenly shouted. He took out an imperial decree. Buzz. Fushi's voice entered Jiang Chun's ears. Jiang Chun, who was already on the verge of despair, suddenly froze. Accept the decree? Jiang Chun, when we discovered that you're being watched by 30, we guessed that 30 must have some restrictions on you. 30's restriction must be your body. This decree shows that we are in seclusion. At this moment, listen to our orders, abandon your body, gather the power of spirit cultivators, and listen to Fushi's orders. There is no room for error. Fushi read Gu Hai's original words on the imperial decree. His Holiness guessed it. Immediately, the eyes of the frightened people lit up. His Holiness guessed it, which means that we haven't reached the point of despair. Instantly, countless people calmed down, and their fear disappeared. 30 didn't want to reduce the fear of the people. This meant that even if he killed them now, the soul power he obtained would be relatively small. Egg 1 killed Jiang Chun, 30 said coldly. His voice passed through the rainbow bridge and into the egg's ears. Roar! The egg roared and instantly pounced toward Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Was he going to give up his body just like that? He had planned for so many years to kill 30 to protect his body. But now, was he going to give up his body? Then wouldn't his millions of years of effort be in vain? Jiang Chun, if you don't stop hesitating, you will be in trouble. Have you forgotten the enmity of the samsara? Fushi anxiously shouted. Chapter 1297. 30. Celestial Dome. Celestial World, Heavenly Court, outside Lingxiao Palace. At this moment, huge spaceships with sci-fi colors were spread out. On top of the spaceships were hundreds of meters-long cannons. The cannons were shining brightly, and there was a huge amount of energy stored at the mouth of the cannons. There were many floating islands around the spaceships. A large number of people were running around nonstop. They were running around a 1,000 meters tall metal robot. The workers were constantly supplying energy to the giant robot. At the same time, some technicians were going in and out, checking every part of the robot. First War God Mech, nuclear energy supply complete. Second War God Mech, nuclear energy supply complete. First War God Mech, nuclear energy supply complete. Second war god mech. Nuclear energy supply complete. Quick, quick, quick! All mecha warriors, enter the mecha immediately. Mecha will be activated immediately. Quick! The entire celestial court was bustling with activity. Under Long Zhonghua's command, the entire combat system was activated. Lingxiao Palace Plaza. All the gods and Buddhas gathered quickly. There were Dongfang deities, Western angels, Lingshan Buddhas, and thousands of monster kings. All of them were waiting for the battle. At this moment, the most important thing was the group of big shots at the entrance of Lingxiao Palace. In front of Long Zhonghua stood Laozi, Shakyamuni, Amitabha, Jesus, and Sun Wukong. Has it started? Laozi's face darkened. Long Zhon nodded solemnly. That's right, the Rainbow Bridge should be here soon. That's good. Laozi nodded. Everyone, have you spread the news? Long Zhonghua asked solemnly. Don't worry, we have arranged for people in all the major galaxies in the Celestial Dome. We're just waiting for an order. Shakyamuni said. That's good. Long Zhonghua nodded. Sun Wukong? Where's Gu Taiji? Long Zhonghua looked at Sun Wukong. That kid Taiji? Right now, he was in seclusion, and his two mothers were guarding him. They would come out soon. It's just that Gu Hai is a pervert, and his son is about the same. Umph. Sun Wukong's tone was harsh, but his eyes flashed with pride. After all, Gu Taiji was Sun Wukong's disciple. By the way, Laozi, is that Gu Hai still stronger than me? Sun Wukong looked at Laozi. I shouldn't be his opponent now. What do you think? Laozi said lightly. Umph. Old man, you might not be a match for me in a real fight. Sun Wukong said gloomily. All right, let's not talk nonsense now. Save your strength for the battle against 30. Long Zhonghua said solemnly. Everyone's expression turned solemn. How are the preparations of each division? Long Zhonghua shouted. In the distance, Takeshi Ryushin said solemnly. Reporting to the Celestial Emperor, all the ion cannons in the spaceship are ready to fire at any time. Reporting to the Celestial Emperor, all the mechas are in position, and all the mecha warriors have entered the first cabin. Once the Celestial Emperor gives the order, the mechas can join the battle immediately. Another woman said respectfully. Reporting to the Celestial Emperor, all the space-time jump platforms are in position. Once the Celestial Emperor gives the order, we can open the space-time portal immediately. Another old man said respectfully, reporting to the Celestial Emperor. Preparations are complete. Voices kept coming, indicating that everything was ready and waiting for Long Zhonghua's order. At this moment, whether it was the demons, immortals, Buddhas, gods, basic staff, or combat personnel, they were all excited. Long Zhonghua stepped on the entrance of the Lingxiao Palace, and his face turned cold. Open the space-time portal, Long Zhonghua said solemnly. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and a beam of light hit the void. The beam of light didn't go far, but it made a wormhole in the void. Inside the wormhole, it was not dark, but another space-time. On the other side of the wormhole, a huge planet could be seen. Outside the planet, there were many fortresses floating around the planet like satellites. Around the fortresses, there were many flying saucers. This is one of the fortresses outside the Ursa major planet. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up as he recognized it. They are all the Immortals' lackeys. This group of aliens is in charge of monitoring this planet. Jesus' face darkened. Boom, boom, boom. Around the heavenly court, beams of light appeared, and wormholes were opened one after another. After opening, one could see that on the other side of the 100,000 wormholes, there was a huge alien fortress. These are the biggest fortresses that could be seen. On the other side, the aliens seemed to have realized that something was wrong. Look, there's a wormhole there. Calling to the master of the fortress, we found a prisoner rebellion. Calling to the master of the fortress, there's a prisoner rebellion. Suppress immediately. Suppress immediately. Roars came from the group of aliens. Following that, flying saucers shot over quickly. They flew towards the wormholes, as if to destroy this group of rebels. Orbital ion cannon. Long Zhonghua shouted. At this moment, on the million spaceships, The ion cannon had already finished storing energy and had already calibrated its position. Under Long Zhongguo's order. Boom! On the first spaceship, an ion cannon like a laser beam instantly rushed through the long track and shot towards the wormhole. It passed through the wormhole with great force and speed and shot towards the biggest fortress of the alien fortress. What? Stop it! Stop it! Protect the fortress! Rebellion! Do you want to die? The flying saucers shot out laser beams, but the speed of the ion cannon was too fast. It reached the biggest fortress almost instantly. Boom! The 100,000 biggest fortresses exploded almost at the same time. Good, Sun Wukong said excitedly. No! Command! The command has been blown up, bastard. Quickly contact the other fortresses. Request for support. Request for support. The alien flying saucers were in a mess. However, there were still some small teams that rushed towards the wormhole. Attack! Long Zhongguo shouted coldly. Yes, there were loud shouts from all around. Boom! The first mech rushed out of the floating island and rushed through the wormhole. A series of laser shells were shot out from the mech's pipe and rushed towards the flying saucers. Rumble! Suddenly, the flying saucers that were rushing towards the wormhole exploded. All the mechs rushed towards the wormhole. The flying saucers instantly entered battle mode, and laser shells were shot towards the mechs. However, the mechs were extremely agile, and while dodging, they kept firing shells at the same time. Long Zhongguo, you are right. Making mechs can immediately allow ordinary people to have great strength. Technology is indeed unique. Laozi exclaimed. All right, my people have joined the battle. It's your turn. Long Zhongguo said. Everyone nodded. Disciples of the Chan sect, the Jie sect, and the Rin sect, follow me. Taishang shouted. Yes. Suddenly, a large number of cultivators rushed towards the wormholes. Disciples of the Saha world, follow me. A Buddha shouted. Disciples of the Nirvana world, follow me. Another Buddha shouted. Angels of the heavenly realm, follow me. A holy light shrouded Jehovah shouted. Demons of the infernal world, dark creatures, follow me. A man shrouded in black light shouted. Monster kings, follow me. Bull Demon King raised his arm and shouted. Rumble. Cultivators of the celestial path, Buddhist path, devil path, monster path, saint path, and ghost path no longer hid and rushed towards the wormholes. The rats are coming out. Quick, kill them. The fortresses need support. What? The fortresses on the Gamma Star were also destroyed? Contact the other fortresses, quick. The command center is being destroyed, quick. The aliens were in a mess. In the entire universe, the fiercest battle suddenly broke out. Spaceships also slowly flew towards the wormholes and flew to various parts of the universe, acting as supply stations for the Heavenly Court. At the same time, they also dealt a huge blow to all sides. On the spaceships, there were countless cannons, causing the most terrifying damage. The battle was out of control. Long Zhongguo and the others were solemn, because the biggest danger had yet to come. Sure enough, when the battle outside was in full swing, a cold voice suddenly came from all sides of the universe. You rats, why did you come out at this time? It seems that you all have an agreement. Humph. An angry snort instantly spread throughout the entire universe. The entire 30 celestial realms were filled with this angry voice. 30. Long Zhongguo and the others' faces darkened, just as everyone was waiting for the battle. A vast 9-colored light rushed out from the void, instantly smashing a large number of stars and piercing into the celestial realm. Boom! With a loud bang, the barrier of the entire celestial realm exploded, and a huge 9-colored light fiercely pierced into the land of the celestial realm. Rainbow Bridge? Laozi's eyes lit up. Rumble. In the distance, some experts were destroying the Rainbow Bridge, but the sound of the Rainbow Bridge hitting the ground was loud. But at this moment, when they touched it again, they pounced on empty air, as if it had turned into air and could not be captured. Fushi's Infinity Array. Activate. Long Zhongguo ordered. Buzz. In the distance, a large number of experts activated the array, instantly condensing a large array similar to the 64 hexagrams infinity array. Suddenly, as if in the 6 celestial realms, the array collided with the rainbow bridge, forming a golden fog, projecting the scene in the depths of the distant void. Everyone instantly saw 30's appearance. The array left by Fushi is indeed useful. Shakyamuni's eyes lit up. Everyone looked at 30 in the image, only to see 30 suddenly open his mouth, which contained a monstrous power, and then suddenly spit out a huge egg. The huge egg, which was as tall as a person, made everyone feel a chill in their hearts, even from an infinite distance. Egg 2 go. 30's eyes turned cold, and he flicked his finger. Boom! The huge egg shot toward 30 celestial realms. Egg? Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw the huge egg that was shooting over slowly break out of its shell. Unlike the three-headed golden dragon of Egg 1, at this moment, it had the appearance of a giant. The giant was thick and fat, but it was filled with a monstrous power. Its face was ferocious, and there were only 3 strands of hair on its head. It was incomparably ferocious. The giant swallowed the huge egg shell, and its body slowly expanded to 100,000 feet tall. Golden flames shot out from its entire body, as if it had a monstrous power. A huge murderous aura shot out from its eyes. Even from an infinite distance, it made people's hearts tremble. Spitting an egg into a beast? This is a monster that spits out an egg according to Panga's invincible body. It's far inferior to Panga's appearance. So fast, it should be arriving soon. Laozi's face turned sinister. The first battle, Sun Wukong. You go. Long Zhangguo ordered. Okay. Sun Wukong's eyes widened, and without hesitation, he rushed into the sky and shot toward Egg 2. In the Rainbow Bridge, Egg 2's speed was very fast. Not long after, it arrived at the periphery of 30 celestial realms. Roar! Sun Wukong transformed into a 100,000 feet tall giant monkey. His face revealed a ferocious expression as he fiercely pounced forward. Oh! Egg 2 and Sun Wukong collided. Chapter 1298. 6 Paths Immortal Dome. Jiang Chun cared a lot about his body, but 30 didn't care about it all. Before he left the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, he left behind a countermeasure. Perhaps 30 already knew that the body would give birth to a new intelligence and rebel against him. Perhaps he was happy to see it happen, and even provoked Jiang Chun many times, but he wanted Jiang Chun to be the commander of the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. If all living beings placed all their hopes on Jiang Chun, how terrified would they be when they saw their hope being tortured to death? 30 wanted to see this kind of fear. This was because a fearful soul contained a greater amount of soul power. Unfortunately, no matter how much he thought about it, the current commander of the Immortal Dome of the 6 Paths was no longer Jiang Chun, but Gu Hai. Now that he killed Jiang Chun, all living beings would be afraid, but not as much as 30 expected. Even so, 30 still wanted to kill Jiang Chun. Since he couldn't achieve his goal, he would take it slow and kill them one by one. Roar! The 3-headed golden dragon, Egg, immediately pounced on Jiang Chun after receiving 30's order. It wanted to kill Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, if you don't stop, you'll be in trouble. Have you forgotten about the 6 Paths Immortal Dome? Fushi anxiously shouted. The 6 Paths Immortal Dome. Jiang Chun suddenly thought of something. In order to protect his body, Jiang Chun had worked hard for millions of years, and this obsession made Jiang Chun reluctant to give up his body. However, the revenge of Little Six made Jiang Chun's obsession vague. Little Six was the only family member that Jiang Chun recognized in all these years. Only Little Six could make Jiang Chun risk everything. Little Six? Little Six? If Little Six can be resurrected, why would I want this body? Jiang Chun revealed a ferocious expression. Just as Eggy's claws were about to tear apart Jiang Chun revealed a sinister smile. 30, if you can give it up, so can I. Explode. What? Egg 1's expression changed. They saw Jiang Chun's huge dragon body explode with a loud bang. Under the huge explosion, Eggy was blasted away, and large areas of its scales were shattered. Rumble. In the void, the explosion was not very powerful. However, in the starry sky, a large number of stars were shattered. Once the egg exploded, it flew into the void. Jiang Qin's physical body self-detonated, while his soul consciousness swept up all of the spirit cultivator's power and fell in the direction of the infinite celestial capital. Ha! Ha! 30, did you see that? Even if you don't care about this body, I can give it up too. Jiang Qin's soul consciousness roared. In the distance, 30's eyes were cold as he revealed a cold smile. Roared Jiang Qin, you bastard! Eggy roared angrily in the void. The power of Jiang Qin's self-detonation was indeed incomparably powerful. It was so powerful that even Eggy had suffered some minor injuries. Minor injuries? Not only did it not weaken Eggy's strength, but it also made Eggy even more furious, and its killing intent became even more tyrannical. Eggy was about to pass down His Holiness's decree. Guqin, Imo Yike, Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng received the decree. Fuxi suddenly took out another imperial decree. The five immediately responded, present. Gaochen controls the great Tao of Zither. Ziwei controls the great Tao of book. Changsheng controls the great Tao of painting. Guqin and Imo Yike control the great Tao of chess. Activate the great Tao of literature. Activate the great Tao of literature. Activate the power of the 3,000 great Tao. Mobilize the literature chi of the world. Condense the great god of literature. And resist the evil enemy. Imo Yike shouted loudly. Yes, the five of them shouted loudly. Buzz, 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 buzz. Behind the five of them, from monstrous great Tao suddenly appeared. Zither, Go, calligraphy and painting. Ziwei, Changsheng, and Gaochen had naturally mastered the 3,000 great Tao of literature after going through the 3,000 great Tao of literature. Imo Yike and Guqin used the power of Go to control the life entrapment blade. The life entrapment blade was transformed from Old Man Guanxi's heavenly Go chess in the past. The heavenly Go chess was able to connect the great Tao of chess, and it was barely possible to do so. The five of them controlled the four great Tao, and immediately activated the power of the 3,000 great Tao. The rolling power instantly surged toward the five of them. The literature chi of the world also surged toward the five of them. However, the five of them were slowly enveloped by the literature chi, and gradually a white humanoid figure that was 10,000 feet tall was formed. The five of them seemed to have merged into the body of this 10,000 feet tall giant. The 10,000 feet tall giant was very strange, but it had 4 arms. One hand held a brush, the other a paintbrush. One hand held a white chess piece, and the other hand seemed to be plucking 7 strings in the void. The pinnacle of literature cultivation, the giant god of literature, someone exclaimed. The five of you will form the giant god of literature cultivation. Who will be the one to control the consciousness? Shen Tianwen asked from afar. I'll do it. My voice is the best. Gaoqin's voice suddenly sounded from the giant god of literature cultivation. I'll do it. I'm the best at painting. Changsheng's voice sounded. I'll do it. Ziwei also shouted. The giant god of literature cultivation required a mastermind. Pass down His Holiness's decree. The five of you will form the giant god of literature cultivation. Imo Yike will be the overall commander. Fuxi said in a low voice. The five of them were stunned. Yes. The five of them shouted almost at the same time. No one dared to disobey Guhai's orders. Imo Yike was in charge of the giant god of literature cultivation. The egg is ferocious. Although we can mobilize the power of the 3,000 great Tao and have the chi of literature cultivation to protect ourselves, we are definitely not as strong as him. Therefore, we must not touch him with force. Listen to my orders and use illusions to trap him. Imo Yike said solemnly. Yes, the 4 of them answered. The giant god of literature cultivation immediately stepped into the sky. Rumble. The 4 great Taos of literature cultivation surrounded him. The 3,000 great Tao surged with endless power. Roar! Egg-E roared and rushed into the 6 paths celestial dome. Painting Tao, show the mountain Hichu. Mo Yike shouted. The giant god of literature cultivation's brush suddenly danced. Then the void suddenly changed. Eggy's eyes suddenly turned upside down, and a painting Tao illusion appeared. Music of the Guqin Tao will disturb the ears. Mo Yike shouted. Ding, 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 ding. The hand holding the Guqin kept plucking the strings. For a moment, there was a burst of pleasant sound between heaven and earth. When the beings heard Gauchin's Guqin, they slowly calmed down. The atmosphere of fear from before was also relieved. However, the sound was directed at Eggy. The sound that Eggy heard was Gauchin's singing. One was positive and one was negative. One was pleasant, and the other was unpleasant. Gauchin's singing? Be asterisk starred, stop it. It's too unpleasant. Eggy roared and pounced. Chess Tao. Set up the chess pieces, connect with the painting Tao, and create a maze world. Mo Yike shouted. The hand controlling the chess pieces suddenly moved. The environment of the painting Tao instantly became reality and became a maze of multiple worlds, leaving Egg-E with nowhere to go. Calligraphy Tao determines history, evil egg beast. Mo Yike shouted. However, the hand holding the brush began to write continuously. As the brush wrote, there seemed to be a recitation in the void at the same time. Egg demon, head and feet sores, intestines and stomach rotting. Egg demon, brain damaged, eyes blurred, vomiting and diarrhea. The words written by the brush immediately made many people in the world widen their eyes. That was because the golden words written in the air were incomparably dazzling. That calligraphy was difficult to find in the world. However, these words seemed to be insulting words. However, these insults seemed to be words of wisdom when set off by the 3,000 great Tao. Curse, be asterisk starred, I'm going to kill you. How dare you curse me? My stomach is not feeling well. You be asterisk stards. Fight me head on if you dare. Curse me with the great Tao. You will die a horrible death. I'm going to kill you all. Egg-E roared and pounced toward the giant god when Shio. Boom! He pounced and missed. However, it was an illusion of the painting Tao. The chess layout, under the 3,000 great Tao, immediately formed a monstrous maze. Although the egg beast had monstrous strength, it was trapped inside. Immediately, many Dahan officials shouted in surprise, "Good, trapped." When Shio is invincible. Only Fushi understood that Egg-E was too strong. It could only trap it for a while. Soon, it would break the seal. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Whoosh! At this moment, Jiangchan wrapped in the power of spiritual cultivation and immediately arrived at the infinite celestial capital. It was hazy like a cloud of fog. Fushi, I lost. Guhai predicted that I would lose? Jiangchen's bitter voice came from the fog. Jiangchen, accept the imperial edict. Fushi took out another imperial edict and said in a low voice. Jiangchen looked confused. Jiangchen's physical body is destroyed. Assist the dragon god Ing in using the power of spiritual cultivation and fight the enemy. Fushi shouted. Assist the dragon god Ing? How? I'm wrapped in the power of spiritual cultivation. It's not like Guhai doesn't know this power of spiritual cultivation. Besides my physical body, no one could fully integrate it. He cultivated for so long, but still couldn't perfectly integrate it. It's not that the dragon god doesn't know how to use it, but that his physical body rejects it. Jiangchun said bitterly. Jiangchun, accept the imperial edict. Fushi said again. I'm willing to listen to the transfer order, but it's impossible. The dragon god What? He's the dragon god Jiangchun shouted in surprise. He saw that not far away in a large hall. Dragon god followed by Long Out Yin, was slowly walking in front of Fushi. Dragon god Ying's appearance changed slightly, turning into Jiangchen's face. It was exactly the same. The dragon god that looked exactly like Jiangchen made Jiangchen reveal a trace of shock. Long Out Yin, your cultivation is crippled? Jiangchen said in surprise. No. Under His Holiness's orders, I passed the wind-type zombie ancestor seed to my father, along with my cultivation base. Many thanks to the true Lord for helping me reach the peak of the great circle of the God Legion realm. My father also had the earth-type zombie ancestor seed, which reached the great circle of the God Legion realm. His Holiness also gave him the water-type zombie ancestor seed and the fire-type zombie ancestor seed. When all four were fused, they became the Jiang Chun seed. I modified my father's body to look exactly like yours. Long Outyin explained. Exactly the same? Jiang Chun exclaimed. Yes, but without 30's restrictions, Jiang Chun, because His Holiness guessed that 30 was watching you. He didn't reveal anything to you. Sorry. Dragon God, Ing solemnly said. Ha 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 ha. It's good that he didn't reveal anything. Otherwise, 30 would have known. There's another body that looks exactly the same as his. The geniuses of the shaman tribe. They're geniuses. Jiang Chun laughed excitedly. Jiang Chun, said Dragon, shinnying solemnly. Absorb the power of a spirit cultivator into my body. My battle instincts are much weaker than yours. I'll give you my consciousness so you can control this body. Good, good, good. Jiang Chun said excitedly. Boom. Jiang Chun merged with Dragon God Ying's body. Jiang Chun had lost a physical body, and now he had another body that looked exactly the same as his. All of his pent-up frustration exploded out. At the same time, in the distance, Giant Godwin Xiao was ultimately a little weaker. His illusory world trapped Eggy for a while, but it couldn't hold him for too long. Finally, Eggy broke free. Boom! Egg 1 emerged with a loud bang. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Egg 1 glared at Titan God Ing, who couldn't hold him back, just as Titan God Ing was getting anxious. I'm coming, you freak, roared Jiang Chun. I'm still your opponent. He roared, charging forward. Boom! In an instant, under Jiang Chun's sneak attack, Egg 1 was knocked out of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. Jiang Chun instantly pounced into the void. Countless people in the world saw Jiang Chun recover again, and many of them clenched their fists in excitement. However, 30, who was far away, didn't seem to be looking at this side just now. He seemed to be casting a rainbow bridge in another place, and a huge egg spat out toward 30's Immortal Dome. He turned his head and saw the sudden change in the situation. The four zombie ancestors are recreating Jiang Chun? It's a good idea, but unfortunately, Egg 1 is just the beginning. 30 sneered. Boom. However, at this moment, another rainbow bridge fell from the sky and crashed into the ground, causing the entire divine prefecture to rumble. A second rainbow bridge appeared. Everyone was slightly stunned, and they had a bad feeling. However, they saw 30 suddenly open his mouth and spit with a fierce expression. Boom! Another huge egg appeared. Go, Egg 1, kill. 30 said coldly. 30 flicked his fingers, and the second huge egg shot out along the rainbow bridge. Whoosh! The huge egg shot toward the Six Paths Immortal Dome and slowly broke apart. Crack! A crack appeared, and then a golden dragon slowly crawled out from inside. There was only one golden dragon, but its aura was not weaker than Egg 1. Egg 3 crawled out of the eggshell and smashed the eggshell down. It suddenly grew to 100,000 feet long, and a terrifying aura rushed out. On the other side, Jiang Chun was dealing with Egg 1, and he was not defeated yet. Now, there was another monster, Egg 3. Roar! Before Egg 3 arrived, its murderous aura was already rushing toward them. A single head? Would a single head be weaker than a three-headed one? He too asked worriedly. In the distance, 30 seemed to have heard He-Chu's words. He sneered and said, My children are all equally strong. Equally strong? Even the expression of the giant god changed drastically. That was because he couldn't trap Egg 1 at all. Now that the equally strong Egg 3 was here, what should he do? Chapter 1299. 30 Immortal Firmament. Sun Wukong fought Egg 2 alone, using all his strength in the void. At this moment, Sun Wukong was already very different from the 6 Immortal Firmament back then. The flames of battle burned fiercely. In the void, the Jingu Bang fell like a mountain, colliding with Egg 2 again and again. Egg 2 was also incomparably fierce. Even with Sun Wukong's battle strength, it was not at a disadvantage. It was even aggressive, forcing Sun Wukong to retreat. Rod sweeps the world. Sun Wukong's Jingu Bang suddenly enlarged 10 times and smashed toward Egg 2. Egg 2 snorted and greeted it with a punch. Honk! With a loud bang, both of them retreated. Then, Sun Wukong suddenly widened his eyes. Because the Jingu Bang was bent. Bent? At the entrance of the Lingxiao Palace, many people's faces were ugly. I'll help Sun Wukong and finish off Egg 2 as soon as possible. Jesus' face turned cold, and a holy light appeared around him. No need, there's 6 rainbow bridges. Don't be delayed by the enemy of the first rainbow bridge. Sun Wukong, wait a little longer. Long Zhonghua said with a gloomy face. In the void, Sun Wukong saw that the Jingu Bang was broken. He was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes turned red. The Jingu Bang has been with me for 480 million years. It has long been my good brother. You broke my Jingu Bang, roar, roar. Sun Wukong suddenly became irritable. Rumble. Immediately, Sun Wukong rushed toward Egg 2 like crazy. At this moment, golden flames shot out from Sun Wukong's body. He was incomparably fierce and arrogant. The Jingu Bang was powerful, but Sun Wukong had already completed the 8-9 Mysteries art and created the 9-9 Mysteries art. His body was a divine weapon. The fierce and violent battle immediately rushed toward Egg 2 again. Sun Wukong can still block it, don't worry. Long Zhonghua advised. Boom! At this moment, another rainbow bridge shot into the immortal world. A second rainbow bridge? Shakyamuni's face darkened. Jiang Chun said that 30 prepared 6 paths. Each immortal firmament has 6 rainbow bridges. I wonder how it is over there. Laozi revealed a trace of worry. Sure enough, on the screen, number 30 opened his mouth and spat out another huge egg. Go Egg 4. 30 fingers flicked lightly. Boom! The giant egg instantly followed the second rainbow bridge and shot towards the 30th immortal dome. Slowly, a muscular man crawled out of the eggshell. The man slowly ate the eggshell clean. Suddenly, 24 pairs of wings appeared on his back. Half of them were black, and the other half were white. They were holy and evil, and their might soared to the sky. The fusion of light and darkness? Jesus, this second battle is your forte. I'll leave it to you. Long Zhonghua looked at Jesus. Good. Jesus nodded. Taking a step, Jesus instantly rushed into nothingness. Jesus rushed toward the egg that looked like a 48-winged angel. In the void, Jesus and the egg collided with each other. 6th Dao Immortal Dome. The immortal dome of the 6 paths instantly shot down a second rainbow bridge. Jiangchun and Dragon God emerged together and rushed into the void, blocking the first rainbow bridge ruler egg. However, the arrival of the second rainbow bridge and Egg 3 made the world hold their breaths. After all, the giant god of literary cultivation was no match for Egg 1. Similarly, it was impossible for him to stop Egg 3. Giant god of literary cultivation, do your best to stop Egg 3. Fushi shouted. Okay. The giant god of literary cultivation responded. Even if there were thousands of difficulties and dangers, there was no reason to retreat now. Before Egg 3 arrived, the giant god of literary cultivation quickly moved the 4 Daos of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Instantly, 3,000 Daos were mobilized and formed a super huge formation. The chess formation, the zither formation, the calligraphy formation, and the painting formation seemed to have formed a new world of literary cultivation, waiting for Egg 3's arrival. Egg 3 came faster than Egg 1. At a terrifying speed, he drilled into the formation of literary cultivation. The entire great formation of literary cultivation shook violently. Inside, the golden dragon revealed a cold smile and looked around. Literary cultivation? When a master created me, he also used literary cultivation. Back then, when Tsang Jie created it, you guys did a good job. However, This giant god of literary cultivation is still too imperfect. The zither Dao, calligraphy Dao, and painting Dao are not bad. However, the chess Dao is still a little lacking. It's not enough. You really don't look alike. The golden dragon egg 3 revealed a cold smile. At this moment, egg 3's 4 dragon claws were exactly the same as the giant god of literary cultivation. He was holding a brush, a zither string, and a chess piece. He shook slightly. Oh! Suddenly, 4 Daos appeared around the golden dragon. They were the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting Dao. As soon as the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting Dao appeared, 3,000 Daos appeared around them. World of literary cultivation? Your world of literary cultivation is full of loopholes in my eyes. You want to stop me? Kill! Egg 3 yelled. He waved his 4 dragon claws. Oh! Suddenly, countless space fragments appeared in the void and shot toward the formation set up by the giant god of literary cultivation. The giant god of literary cultivation screamed from inside. We can't take it anymore. What should we do? Gauchin roared anxiously. Sing, Gauchin, sing. Mo Yike said anxiously. Gauchin's unpleasant voice quickly sang. Don't you know? Your zither Dao is immune to me. Ha, I found you. The golden dragon suddenly laughed sinisterly. Oh! In an instant, the golden dragon broke through the layers of overlapping illusions and grabbed at the giant god of literary cultivation. Oh no! Guchin's expression changed, and he shouted in shock. Calm down. He's trying to trick us. Calm down. Mo Yike roared. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds came from the world of literary cultivation. It shook for a while, as if it would break at any moment. In the outside world, everyone was extremely anxious because they could see that the giant god of literary cultivation was about to lose. This was because the same thing happened when Egg E was inside. The formation shook as if the egg beast was about to break out at any moment. This time, the formation shook even faster, as if the egg beast was about to break out at an even faster speed. What should they do? Jiang Chun and Egg E were evenly matched and could not do anything. Once the giant god of literary cultivation was defeated, everything would be over. Chong Ming, O, Sheng, Jingwei, Bai Zizai, Shengwan Hen, Mosquito Dowren, Kong Xian, Scorpio, Black Impermanence, by Wu Chang, and all the kings of the monster clans, hear my decree. Fushi shouted again. He took out Gu Hai's imperial edict. Here, the Dahan's ministers shouted. At this moment, all lives were about to be destroyed, and all the experts in the limitless celestial capital were listening to orders. Chong Ming is the leader of the gods of the Torch Dragon. Order Chong Ming to mobilize the power of the dragon veins of the earth, merge with the gods of all monsters, and use the divine power of the Torch Dragon to resist the external demons. All monsters, listen to Chong Ming's command and merge with Chong Ming to destroy the external demons. Fushi shouted, We obey. The monsters answered. Chong Ming took Gu Hai's imperial edict. The imperial edict opened, and a golden light instantly shot to the ground below. Now, the dragon veins of the entire earth had been devoured by the Dahan dragon veins, and the Dahan dragon veins had grown to a boundless size. The 2 dragon veins of the 2 realms of Yin and Yang pierced through the earth of the 2 realms and merged into one. At this moment, following Gu Hai's orders, they immediately swam. Rumble. The entire world was trembling. All the people in the divine continent suddenly felt the intense tremors under their feet. Roar. In the limitless celestial capital, a dragon's roar suddenly sounded from the ground, and then a huge dragon head that was 100,000 miles long appeared. If the dragon head was 100,000 miles long, the dragon body must be even bigger. Chong Ming landed on the dragon head with the imperial edict. In the name of the Torch Dragon, I draw the power of the earth and the power of the Torch Dragon's physical body into my body, Chong Ming shouted. Buzz! A huge cocoon of light suddenly appeared around Chong Ming. The cocoon of light was 100,000 feet long, like a huge egg. Ong! The enormous dragon vein let out a roar. Boom! The dragon head actually drilled into the egg. Even though the egg was only 100,000 feet long, and the dragon head was even bigger, it still drilled into the egg. Once the dragon head entered, the dragon body swayed slightly, and the mountains and rivers in the world changed rapidly. At the same time, the power of the entire earth surged toward the egg. Spiritual chi? There's no more spiritual chi here? The people in a city were shocked. Us too. Is the spiritual chi surging toward the dragon vein? So much spiritual chi. Many people revealed looks of astonishment, because at this moment, all the spiritual chi in the world of the living and the netherworld listened to the command of the dragon vein and surged into the golden egg. All the spiritual chi in the world has entered that golden egg. It's indeed the power of the torch dragon's physical body. Above the limitless celestial capital by narrowed his eyes. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, Xuanwu. Chongming's shout came from the golden egg. Roar, roar, roar. Ao, Sheng, by Zizai, Jingwei, and Shang Wanhen immediately turned into the appearance of the four divine beasts and flew into the golden egg as the second batch of divine beasts. Rumble. The golden egg trembled. In the outside world, the dragon vein roared and finally entered completely. The golden egg instantly emitted countless rays of light. Kong Xian, Mosquito Dowrin, Scorpio, Black by Wuchang, King of Monsters, come in and merge with me. Chongming's roar came from the giant egg again. Roar. Kong Xian, Mosquito Dowrin, Scorpio, Black by Wuchang, and countless monster kings rushed into the giant egg without hesitation. Rumble. The god of all monsters in the world reformed the god of the torch dragon, just like when it was split apart in the past. The giant egg trembled incessantly. Heaven and earth trembled. At this moment, there was no trace of spiritual chi in the world. All of it had surged into the giant egg, as if a monstrous monster was forming inside. The power of the earth has all entered the giant egg. Fushi's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation. Look beside the giant egg. Bai showed a hint of curiosity. Beside the giant egg, there was a ripple in the void, like a layer of turbid air. That's the aura of chaos. After the spiritual chi is drained, will chaos reappear? Fushi showed a hint of worry. The torch dragon broke the chaos, and its physical body suppressed the chaos. Now that the power of the torch dragon's physical body has been drained, will chaos reappear? Bai's face was gloomy. What is chaos? Hichu asked curiously. Chaos is chaos. Everything isn't a mess. Although it's opposite to nothingness, it's turbid. It's as if everything in the world was crushed and mixed together. The torch dragon was born, broke the chaos, and refined everything in chaos, giving birth to this clear world. Fushi explained, primal chaos, primal chaos. Without the suppression of the torch dragon's physical body, where can there be a trace of primal chaos aura? He too revealed a look of confusion. It's fine. That's just a trace of chaos. If we win, the torch dragon's physical body will return to the world, and it can suppress chaos again. Fushi explained, just as Hichu was about to nod. Ah! A scream suddenly came from afar. The world of literary cultivators suddenly exploded. The giant god of literary cultivators smashed into the ground like a cannonball. Oh! The ground shook violently, and countless places exploded. The giant god of literary cultivators lost? Lost! Everyone showed a look of horror. What should they do? The formation of literary cultivators dispersed, revealing the ferocious golden dragon egg 3 inside. A fearful aura was emitted from his body. My chess skills are not good, and the giant god of literary cultivators is indeed not perfect. Ha ha! Egg 3 laughed. Who should I kill next? Egg 3 suddenly looked at the countless cities in the world. When he looked over, many people were shocked and showed a look of horror. Crack! However, at this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the giant egg formed by Chongming and the other monsters. Rumble! Immediately, the giant egg shattered quickly. Then, countless fragments turned into a cloud of smoke and entered the mouth of a giant monster that was 100,000 feet long. Chang Ming succeeded. Hichu showed a look of joy. Chapter 1300. Heavenly Tao Reincarnation. Because Guhai had Long Wan Yu by his side, there was nothing to worry about. As soon as he stepped into it, he arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. This is the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation secret realm. It's like a paradise, thousands of miles of wind, boundless, beautiful scenery. Guhai immediately fell in love with this place. In the distance, he could see some people chasing and playing. All of them were shrouded in holy light. They were living a happy life, a peaceful and serene life. Brother-in-law, you have been deceived. Heavenly Tao Reincarnation is not a good place. Long Wan Yu explained. Oh, Guhai was puzzled. After a person dies, the heavenly soul enters the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation. This is not a good place. Look at those people. No, those are just the heavenly souls of people. They will slowly forget who they are. In this desire world, they will slowly become slaves to desire. Long Wan Yu sighed. Desire world? Guhai asked curiously. Yes, the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation is divided into 3 worlds, the desire world, the color world, and the colorless world. These are the 3 stages of the heavenly soul's final destination. This is the first stage. After everyone dies, the heavenly soul will first come to this desire world. Long Wan Yu explained. You just said that they will forget who they are? Guhai was puzzled. Yes, no matter who comes here, they can have whatever they want, especially these heavenly souls. They can have whatever they want here. The regrets of their past life can be made up for here. Therefore, the people here will slowly sink into oblivion. Long Wan Yu explained. Sink? Yes, for example, Sister Chinxiener. In the past, when a heavenly soul came here, if she was unwilling to die, or if she missed you, she thought that the desire world would condense the appearance of brother-in-law that Sister Chinxiener wanted, condense an illusion of you that she wanted in her heart, and accompany Sister Chun. Sister Chun can have whatever she wants. It's the same for other people. All heavenly souls are like this. They have a very long lifespan in the desire realm. They can get whatever they want. As long as they want it, they will be given to them. Long Wan Yu explained. Are you saying that the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation cycle will cause all the heavenly souls that enter it to slowly sink into oblivion and slowly forget themselves? Guhai asked in a low voice. Yes, brother-in-law, look over there. Long Wan Yu pointed in a direction. However, he saw some heavenly souls in the distance, smiling foolishly. The light around them dimmed, and a foul stench spread out. What are they doing? Guhai frowned. Every heavenly soul has a lifespan of 10,000 years here. Once the 10,000 years are up, they will die. Of course, the death of heavenly souls is different from that of humans. They enter the sex realm. Long Wan Yu explained. All heavenly souls have a lifespan of 10,000 years? Guhai asked in surprise. Yes, after 10,000 years, after sinking into their desires, they have almost forgotten themselves. After all, when they were in the human world, they only had a short period of time. In this place, however, it was 10,000 years. Their desires were endlessly satisfied. Under their endless desires, they experienced too much. Slowly, they forgot everything and became slaves to their desires. Then, their lifespan came to an end, and they entered the sex realm. Long Wan Yu explained. Guhai gently closed his eyes and imagined some things in his mind. All of a sudden, Guhai seemed to have seen everything he wanted. Guhai even saw himself stepping on 30 under his feet, and 30 was constantly begging for mercy. His wishes came true, and he got whatever he wanted. Guhai instantly felt a great sense of joy. He felt as if he could not extricate himself. Brother-in-law, Long Wan Yu shouted. Guhai quivered and woke up. However, a look of horror flashed across his eyes. Was this place affecting his mood? No wonder. Back then, Jiang Chun asked the samsara to train here. The sex realm created illusions for the souls. It is indeed terrifying. Sinking into desire, unable to extricate oneself, forgetting everything? When a person loses himself, it is equivalent to being dead. Guhai took a deep breath. Yes, heavenly souls forget themselves. After death, they enter the sex realm and become heavenly demons. Long Wanyu explained. Where's the sex realm? Guhai asked curiously. This is also the reason why Jiangchun asked me to accompany you. In fact, I am immune to the sex realm. I don't know why, but only I can open the entrance to the sex realm. Long Wanyu explained. Oh, Guhai revealed a look of surprise. However, he saw Long Wanyu gently pointing her finger. Wong. A black door suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. If the sex realm was full of light, then the sex realm was full of darkness. Heavenly demons. Guhai revealed a look of surprise. Brother-in-law, be careful. In the sex realm, these heavenly souls will not attack us. However, in the sex realm, those heavenly demons will attack us. Heavenly souls are good, while heavenly demons are evil. Long Wanyu said. Guhai nodded. The two of them stepped into the sex realm. Wong. The entrance to the sex realm suddenly disappeared. Guhai and Long Wanyu also arrived at the sex realm. As soon as they entered, boom, boom, suddenly, hundreds of millions of black heavenly demons flew over, revealing their ferocious faces. Aha! Give it to me, give it to me, give it back to me. It's all mine, it's all mine. Woo 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 woo. There were countless heavenly demons, all filled with strong desire and fierceness. These heavenly demons wanted to rush towards Guhai. However, how could Guhai be compared to this group of heavenly demons? He waved his hand. Boom! A tyrannical wave of air blasted all the heavenly demons away. The heavenly souls were originally good people. They had everything in the desire world, but when they entered this place after death, all of a sudden, everything was gone. This caused them to suddenly go crazy. Who could bear to lose what they had obtained? They desperately searched for it, desperately doing evil, thinking that everything else was bad, taking away everything from them. They attacked everything crazily, bewitching people's minds and destroying everything. Moreover, in the desire realm, they had forgotten who they were. Therefore, every heavenly demon was the same. They attacked everything and confused everything. Once someone entered, they would immediately destroy their mind and heart. They commit all kinds of evil. They are the scourge of the world. Long Wanyu smiled bitterly. After enjoying the greatest happiness, they turned into the most violent heavenly demons? This world is really wonderful. Guhai took a deep breath and sighed. Yes, many people were very good people when they were alive. However, after the baptism of the desire realm, when they came to this color realm, they completely turned into demons. There's no saving them, Long Wanyu said bitterly. In all directions, countless heavenly demons flew and fought continuously, pouncing towards Guhai and Long Wanyu. Heavenly souls have a lifespan of 10,000 years in the desire realm. What about here? Guhai looked at Long Wanyu. It's also 10,000 years. Brother-in-law, look at those. Long Wanyu pointed at some heavenly demons in the distance. Those heavenly demons were muddle-headed at this moment and had become transparent. They have exhausted their lifespan and are about to enter the colorless realm. Long Wanyu sighed. Colorless realm? Guhai asked curiously. Yes, it's a pity that I haven't entered it before. It's all 30's fault. Long Wanyu said gloomily. What do you mean? Guhai was puzzled. The desire realm is immune to me, and the color realm is immune to 30. I don't know why, but only I can open the door to the color realm from the desire realm, and only 30 can open the door to the colorless realm from the color realm. Long Wanyu said with a frown. In other words, in the heavenly Tao, samsara, the three realms are connected. Two doors lead to the final colorless realm. You can open the first door, and 30 can open the second door? Guhai asked curiously. Yes, in the past, I opened the first door and helped 30 enter the color realm. 30 can open the second door and enter the colorless realm, but he won't let me in. Later on, I got angry and didn't help him open the first door. I can't go, and I won't let him go. Who asked him not to let me in? Long Wanyu said angrily. Why won't 30 let you in? Guhai asked in surprise. How would I know? Long Wanyu said gloomily. However, when Guhai looked around, there were only endless heavenly demons and endless resentment, greed, and unwillingness. When he closed his eyes, Guhai felt extremely irritated. Where was the thing he needed? Brother-in-law, don't look for it. There's nothing here. I've looked for it before. The thing that Jiang Chun said must be in the colorless realm. He can't get himself because he can't enter. Long Wan Yu explained. No one can enter except for 30. Guhai asked with a frown. No, Jiang Chun can sense that there's a huge amount of energy inside. I could also sense it in the past, but I can't enter at all. It's not that there's a strong barrier, but that I don't know where the colorless realm is. Long Wan Yu sighed. If they couldn't enter, how could they get the power inside? Guhai frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly took out a small blue ball. Can this open the door? What's this? 30's divine sense. Guhai said. Not long ago, 30 possessed Zhu Sanson. Guhai chased him all the way to the Earth's core, caught it, and sealed it. 30's divine sense? Let me try. Long Wan Yu took it. She activated it slightly. Wong. 30's divine sense trembled slightly and released a large amount of blue light. When the blue light appeared, the surrounding heavenly demons immediately avoided it in fear. 30's divine sense might be able to expel these heavenly demons, but it's useless. Divine sense is divine sense, not 30's soul. If only I had 30's soul seed. Maybe I could open it. Long Wan Yu shook her head. Soul seed? Guhai raised an eyebrow. Yes, I heard that my father caught one last time. Did you give it to Jiang Chun? Then 30's soul seed should be able to open the second door. Long Wan Yu thought for a moment and said, Soul seed? Divine sense? What's the difference? Guhai asked curiously. Of course there's a difference. Divine sense is at most a strand of consciousness, just a strand of the seventh soul's power. Soul seed is a fragment of 30's soul. Long Wan Yu explained. Soul seed? Soul fragment? Guhai was shocked. Yes, 30 can't come back. Even if his divine sense comes back, it will take a lot of effort. Most of his divine sense will be destroyed in the void, but there will still be a strand of it that can come back. I guess that 30 will split his soul into strands of soul seed and wrap them in his divine sense. This is the soul seed. Every time a strand of soul seed is split, it will cost 30 a lot. Moreover, it is very difficult to repair. Therefore, although his divine sense can come back, there is only one soul seed. Long Wan Yu explained. Soul seed? Brother-in-law, let's go back quickly and borrow it from Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun doesn't know the situation inside, but I know. As long as we have 30 soul seed, we can open the door to the colorless boundary sky and get the power inside. Long Wan Yu said excitedly. Is this the soul seed you're talking about? Guhai took out a small golden ball. Brother-in-law, how did you get it? Long Wan Yu was surprised. I asked Jiang Chun for it. It's good that it's useful. Try it. Guhai handed it over. Long Wan Yu took it curiously and activated it gently. Buzz. Suddenly, a void hole the size of a finger appeared in front of them. No, this soul seed is too small. Long Wan Yu was anxious. But in the next moment, Long Wan Yu's eyes lit up. With her other hand, she activated 30's divine sense into the soul seed. Boom! Suddenly, the power of the soul seed seemed to be magnified countless times. The void hole the size of a finger suddenly enlarged rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was the entrance that was as tall as a person. Boom! As soon as the void hole opened, all the celestial demons around fled in horror and hid in the distance. On the other side of the void hole, a panicked aura rushed toward them. Colorless boundary sky. Long Wan Yu's eyes lit up. But in the next moment, Long Wan Yu's face changed. Oh no, brother-in-law. 30 soul seed is going to be used up. The void hole is going to close again. Let's go. Guhai pulled Long Wan Yu and stepped into the void hole. Boom! In his hand, 30's soul seed and 30's divine sense were used up in an instant. The void hole behind them also disappeared suddenly. Guhai and Long Wan Yu entered the deepest part of the heavenly Tao reincarnation, the colorless boundary sky. Chapter 1301. colorless realm heavens. Guhai stepped in with Long Wanyu. A giant palm smashed toward Guhai. Guhai's expression changed, and he immediately met the attack with a punch. Honk! A super loud sound rang out. Guhai felt an extremely terrifying power surging toward him. What a powerful power! The power of 3,000 great paths? Not only that, but it was actually about the same power as Jiangchun in the past. Guhai used all 9 sets of soul powers, and he subconsciously took a step back. Unfilial son, 30 die. A loud roar came from all directions. Unfilial son? Guhai's expression changed. After the punch collided, Guhai immediately took out Panga's axe and slashed it out. Boom! Another powerful punch came toward Guhai and collided with Panga's axe. This collision caused the entire void to shake violently. Senior, you're mistaken. I'm not 30. Guhai immediately shouted. Guhai actually managed to block this punch with all his strength. However, another punch appeared behind Guhai strangely. Oh no! Guhai's expression changed. The person inside had a powerful punch. This was also the first time Guhai knew that there was such a powerful person in this world. He blocked the punch with all his strength, but he couldn't block the punch behind him. Guhai's expression changed, and he was about to face it head-on. Don't! Long Wanyu immediately revealed a terrified expression and suddenly pounced over. No, Wanyu, dodge! Guhai shouted in fear. Long Wanyu's current strength was no longer the same as before. How could she block it when she only had the cultivation of Heavenly Palace? Guhai's face was filled with fear. 7 heavenly veins appeared behind him, and the power of panic exploded. Boom! Panga's axe knocked away the punch in front of him, and Guhai pounced toward Long Wanyu. However, it was too late. The powerful punch hit Long Wanyu heavily. No! Guhai's eyes flashed with great fear. In an instant, all the words that Long Wanyu said to him in the past suddenly flashed in his mind. Brother-in-law, I don't want anything. I just want you to be fine. I just want to look at you every day. Brother-in-law, don't make things difficult for me. I won't ask you to change anything. Scenes flashed in his mind, and Guhai's face showed great fear. All this time, Guhai had been avoiding Long Wanyu, and he felt that it was natural. He was doing it for the good of Long Wanyu. However, at this moment, when the terrifying punch was about to destroy Long Wanyu, Guhai suddenly understood. The so-called everything was a lie to himself. He wanted Long Wanyu. He wanted her. Roar. Guhai's tear ducts suddenly opened, and with a monstrous roar, he rushed toward the punch that was about to destroy Long Wanyu. Buzz. However, when Guhai was frightened, the moment the punch touched Long Wanyu, it suddenly stopped strangely. In other words, the terrifying punch couldn't hurt Long Wanyu at all. It fell softly on Long Wanyu's body. I didn't die, Long Wanyu suddenly said in surprise. The sudden change not only surprised Long Wanyu, but also Guhai showed a look of ecstasy. He hugged Long Wanyu in his arms. Ha ha ha! Guhai couldn't help but laugh out loud when he got back what he lost. He hugged Long Wanyu tightly, unwilling to let go for a moment. Long Wanyu was suddenly a little stunned by Guhai's hug. This was the first time that Guhai was so intimate with her. Brother-in-law, I hurt. Long Wanyu was a little hurt by Guhai's hug. However, Long Wanyu's voice became softer and softer, as if she didn't want to destroy this moment of tenderness. After laughing loudly, Guhai looked around. The ferocious fists around him had disappeared, as though they had mysteriously disappeared. Guhai slowly calmed down. He let go of the hug. Seeing Guhai let go, Long Wanyu's eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance. She looked at Guhai with a worried expression. Guhai lowered his head and looked at Wanyu. At this moment, the knot in his heart was completely untied. There were no more rules and regulations like before. Wanyu, I understand. In the future, don't call me brother-in-law. Call me husband, okay? Guhai's eyes flashed with gentleness. Long Wanyu's mind suddenly went blank. She looked at Guhai in disbelief. The thing that she had been diligently looking for actually appeared in an instant. Are you willing? Guhai said softly. I'm willing. Long Wanyu immediately burst into tears and hugged Guhai. Happiness came too suddenly. Long Wanyu had no other thoughts at this moment. Guhai hugged Long Wanyu heavily. At this moment, it was as if a wish had been fulfilled. Holding Long Wanyu, Guhai also looked around nervously. After all, the two fists just now were too terrifying. He turned his head and looked around. He found that the surroundings were like a white sea. The sea slowly rotated, and there was a flame on the sea at this moment. The flame was none other than the flame on the world illuminating lamp. However, this flame was different from the world illuminating lamp. The flame seemed to have a spirituality, as if there was a person inside. From all directions, there seemed to be heavenly demons entering this world one after another. However, the heavenly demons died, turning transparent and dripping into the sea, as if they had become a drop of seawater in the sea. The flame was in the shape of a human. Guhai could feel that it was this flame that attacked him just now. However, at this moment, it was strangely motionless. Wanyu, Guhai gently patted Long Wanyu's back. Long Wanyu looked at Guhai at this moment, her eyes full of tenderness. It was different from the past. In the past, it was only admiration. At this moment, it finally bore fruit. The tenderness in her eyes was so strong that it could not be dissolved. However, Guhai's gentle patting made Long Wanyu slowly calm down. After all, the danger just now had not been resolved. What happened just now? As soon as they came in, someone wanted to kill her brother-in-law. However, when it hit her, it was light as a feather. Turning her head, Long Wanyu immediately saw the human-shaped flame. Long Wanyu immediately felt a sense of familiarity. "Sa, my child, you're finally here." At this moment, there was a gentleness in the voice of the human-shaped flame. Guhai and Long Wanyu both showed a curious look. "Who are you?" Long Wanyu asked curiously. "You don't know me?" "That's right. At that time, you were still just an egg." The flame sighed. "You are?" Long Wanyu suddenly had a guess. "I'm your father. My name is Torch Dragon." "No, I'm just a wisp of Torch Dragon's remnant consciousness. I relied on the remnant consciousness of this flame to survive until now. I want to rest. I want to disperse. I'm so tired. If I hadn't waited for you to come, I would have been gone." The flame let out a soft sigh. Torch Dragon's remnant consciousness? Guhai showed a hint of surprise. The so-called remnant consciousness was the incomplete part of the consciousness. This was a wisp of Torch Dragon's consciousness? My father? How are you my father? Long Wanyu frowned. Then, where did you come from? My silly child. The flame seemed to be smiling. Long Wanyu showed a strange expression. Just now, were you the one who attacked my brother-in-law? No, my husband? Long Wanyu glared. I thought that the unfilial son of 30 had returned. He wanted to destroy me and take everything I left for you. The flame sighed. I don't understand. Long Wanyu said blankly. This is the cycle of the heavenly Tao, and also the main hub of the entire world. Torch Dragon is the embodiment of the world, and this is the foundation of the world. Outside, the desire realm and the lust realm correspond to the two of you. You control the desire realm, and he controls the lust realm. Only when the two of you are united can you come here. What do you mean? I don't understand. Long Wanyu looked at the flame in confusion. Sigh, back then, the Chaos Immortal Dome was born in the nothingness. After an unknown period of time, Torch Dragon was born in the chaos. When he opened his eyes, it was day, and when he closed his eyes, it was night. When he blew, it was winter, and when he exhaled, it was summer. After an unknown period of time, Torch Dragon was too lonely, so he created two living beings. He created 30 with his evil thoughts, and Song with his good thoughts. The flame explained. 30 and I were created by Torch Dragon? Long Wanyu asked in surprise. Yes, 30 was born first and accompanied Torch Dragon for countless years. He had evil thoughts and encouraged Torch Dragon to suppress the chaos and create a new world. Torch Dragon doted on 30 and Song. At that time, Song was still an egg. After an endless period of fear, Torch Dragon had enough and agreed to 30. However, 30's evil thoughts were too evil. Torch Dragon transformed into the world. Originally, his consciousness could be reborn and control the world. However, 30 destroyed Torch Dragon's consciousness when he was at his weakest. The flame sighed. You're saying that after Torch Dragon created the world, his 3 souls turned into the 3,000 great Tao. His physical body turned into all things in the world, and his 6 spirits turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 7th spirit could still live and control the world? Long One Yu asked in surprise. Of course. Torch Dragon transformed into the world, but it was just a change of form. His spirit still controlled his physical body. However, 30 was too ambitious. He took advantage of Torch Dragon's weakest moment and shattered Torch Dragon's spirit. After that, Torch Dragon could only turn into all the demons in the world. From then on, 30 controlled the world. Unfilial son, unfilial son. The flame sighed. He was formed by evil thoughts. Naturally, don't hold too much hope for him. Guhai shook his head. I'm the last remnant of Torch Dragon's consciousness. After so many years of burning, I don't actually have much to do with Torch Dragon's consciousness. At most, I only retain a trace of his memories. Sigh. The flame sighed. Your fist suddenly lost its power before it touched me. Long Wan Yu asked curiously. That's because this endless power was left for you. Torch Dragon was framed by 30 and was completely disappointed in him. Therefore, this remnant of my consciousness was responsible for guarding this place and waiting for your arrival. I handed over the control of this place to you. Your Tsang. All the power here belongs to you. Naturally, it can't hurt you. The flame explained. No wonder 30 didn't let me in. He didn't let me in all this time. Long Wan Yu said with a frown. Guhai looked around. Power? There was nothing here. The great Tao patterns that he needed were not here either. Of course 30 didn't let you in. That's because if you were here, you would be able to control the 3,000 great Tao. 30 even stole the book of life and death from here. What an evil creature. The flame was furious. Chapter 1302. Of course, 30 won't let you in. Because if you come here, you can control the 3,000 great Tao. 30 even stole the book of life and death from here. What a vile thing. The flame was furious. What is this place? After the heavenly souls enjoyed endless happiness in the desire realm, they turned into heavenly demons and entered the color realm. After suffering in the color realm for 10,000 years, they entered the colorless realm? How many years have passed? There are countless heavenly souls. What happened here? Long Wan Yu asked curiously. Didn't you see it? They all turned into this sea water. The flame pointed into the distance. Some heavenly demons died of old age and became transparent. When they entered this place, they turned into water droplets and became part of the sea. This is formed by endless heavenly souls. This sea water? Long Wan Yu was surprised. Earlier, the energy that Senior used to attack me came from this sea? Guhai asked in surprise as his expression changed. You're right. I'm just a wisp of remnant will. What power do I have? I can only mobilize the soul power in this sea. Unfortunately, my remnant will is incomplete and is already extremely weak. I can't mobilize more. The flame sighed. Guhai was startled. This remnant will could only mobilize a small part of the power? One had to know that he had used all his strength just now. That is to say, back then, 30 was also not a match for you here. Guhai's expression changed slightly. No, this sea wasn't so big back then. It was just a big lake. I could mobilize all my strength back then, but it was only about the same as 30. Now, this sea of soul power has accumulated for countless years to have such power. The flame said, This sea of power, you said soul power just now. Guhai's expression changed. That's right. The flame looked at Guhai in confusion. Brother-in-law, no, husband, what's wrong? Long Wan Yu was puzzled. 30 wants to destroy the world and kill all living things to obtain their soul power. Soul power, is this? Guhai pointed at the sea. It seems to be soul power too. Long Wan Yu was stunned. What did you just say? 30 wants to exterminate all living beings? Bastard, what did you promise me back then? The flame was furious. Senior, The heavenly Tao reincarnation is Torch Dragon's spirit mother divine king. I heard that it contains endless power. Is this soul power? Why did the Torch Dragon want to collect such a huge amount of soul power, drawing the souls of all living beings into this place and turning them into power? Gu Hai asked curiously. Flame looked at Gu Hai and asked in a deep voice, why? Without this place, the world would have been destroyed long ago. Oh, what do you mean? Gu Hai was puzzled. The 3,000 great Tao were formed by the 3 souls of the Torch Dragon. Do you think that the 3,000 great Tao can continue indefinitely? Why did it have an endless supply of energy? Why could the heavens and earth continue to operate? Wouldn't the great Tao weaken? Wouldn't the 6 paths of reincarnation weaken? There was nothing that would last forever. There would always be a process of weakening. However, the 3,000 great Tao, 6 Tao, reincarnation, sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and great earth didn't. After experiencing endless time, they were still tenaciously exuberant. Why is that? The flame asked. Could it be because of the soul power? Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. That's right. This sea of soul power continuously replenishes the energy of the world. The mountains, rivers, stars, the 3,000 great Tao, and the 6 paths of reincarnation are all nourished by this soul power. This is a cycle. The operation of the heavens and earth results in the endless reproduction of all living beings. The life and death of all living beings is the energy that operates the heavens and earth. Everything is a cycle, and everything is a whole. Without all living beings, the heavens and earth will soon weaken and be destroyed, returning to chaos. Without the heavens and earth, all living beings have nowhere to live. Flame explained. Soul power can replenish the energy of the heavens and earth. Long Wan Yu frowned. That's right. The Torch Dragon didn't go too far. Of the 3 souls of living beings, only the heavenly soul was taken. Even if the heavenly soul came, the Torch Dragon would let them enjoy the happiest 10,000 years and satisfy all their wishes. After enjoying themselves, they would forget everything about themselves and erase all karma. Only then would they enter the heaven realm and become heavenly devils. Heavenly devils are evil, but at the same time, they're the most fearful. Only the fearful heavenly soul can produce the most soul power. When the fear reaches its peak, after 10,000 years, it will become the purest soul power. After entering this place, the sea of soul power will continuously transmit soul power to all parts of the world. Flame explained. Only the fearful heavenly soul can produce the most soul power? If that's the case, it will definitely make all living beings fearful before the end of the world. The purpose of the Rainbow Bridge is to frighten all living beings and then destroy the world. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly as he analyzed. But there's still so much seawater here? Long Wan Yu asked curiously. That's right. The soul power operates the heavens and earth, and there's still a surplus. Every year, it accumulates more and more, and that's how this sea of soul power is formed. Flame explained. Can this soul power be absorbed? Long Wan Yu's expression changed. Song, this soul power is all yours. You can use it however you want. It's just that with your physique, you can't absorb much. Flame shook its head. No, my husband can absorb it, but he can. His physique is very strong. Long Wan Yu pointed at Gu Hai. Him? Your husband? The flame asked in a deep voice. Yes, give it all to him. Because 30 is going to destroy the world. Only my husband can save all living beings now. Long Wan Yu said anxiously. Other than Torch Dragon himself, only you can use it. How can anyone else absorb it? The soul power here is actually branded by Torch Dragon. Even 30 couldn't absorb it back then. Flame explained. Only I can? Is there no other way? Long Wan Yu was depressed. Long Wan Yu couldn't absorb much of this power, and she couldn't give it to her husband. Wouldn't that be a waste? Sai, if it was in the past, it might be possible. At that time, there was still the Life and Death book. The Life and Death book was refined by Torch Dragon and contained all the karma of heaven and earth. However, The life and death book was stolen by 30. He used the karma in the life and death book to control heaven and earth. Flame sighed. Is this the life and death book you're talking about? Guhai flipped his hand and took out the life and death book. Ah! Flame exclaimed and quickly rushed over. Guhai did not hide it. He extended his hand and handed it to Huata. Yes, this is it. However, all the karma of heaven and earth in it is gone? No, this is a new karma of heaven and earth. This is new? Flame exclaimed. You call the great Tao patterns in it karma of heaven and earth? Guhai asked curiously. It's just a different way of saying it. However, you actually deduced so much karma yourself? Flame was surprised. 3,000 great Tao patterns. There are 2,100 great Tao patterns and the patterns of the 5 paths of reincarnation. That's all. Guhai sighed. The reason we came to the heavenly path of reincarnation this time is to make up for it. Long Wanyu explained. Flame grabbed the life and death book and rubbed it for a while. In the end, he sighed softly. Karma is a cycle. Everything is predestined. What did you say? Long Wanyu asked curiously. 30 removed the karma of heaven and earth in it. Originally, even I couldn't make up for it, because I'm just a remnant consciousness of Torch Dragon. However, even a remnant consciousness was once a part of Torch Dragon's consciousness. I have countless memories of him. I can't rewrite the karma. However, you've already deduced most of it. I can help you make up for the remaining small portion. Flame said. Senior, can you really do it? Guhai was pleasantly surprised. Yes, I should be able to do it if I try my best. However, it's just a pattern. It can't be compared to the real Great Tao, Flame said. Great Tao can be filled up with soul power. As long as there are patterns, my immortal dome of the ancients can be completed. Guhai smiled. As he spoke, Guhai took out the immortal dome of the ancients. Flame glanced at it. All right, I can help you. However, you must help Song in the future. She's my wife. Senior, you don't have to worry. Guhai nodded. Flame nodded at Guhai and then looked at Long Wanyu. Song, are you really going to give this endless soul power to him? Yes. At this moment, only my husband can resist 30. Otherwise, all life will die. Long Wanyu said solemnly. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. I've been tortured by Torch Dragon for so long. My remnant consciousness has already seen through everything. Since you're here, I can go in peace. I'll help you make up for the remaining karma of heaven and earth. You can use your soul power C to erase Torch Dragon's mark and pour all your soul power into his body. As for how much he can absorb, it'll depend on his luck. Flame sighed. As he spoke, Flame started burning wildly. Boom! The raging fire burned in all directions, but it couldn't hurt the two of them. The remnant consciousness couldn't be seen in the fire. Only streaks of golden light could be seen entering the life and death book. Then, the life and death book was quickly filled up page by page. Lines of the great Tao appeared on the book. Gem Meridian, Array Meridian, and Space Meridian. The 3,000 lines of the great Tao were suddenly completed. The Heavenly Path reincarnation lines also appeared on the life and death book. Buzz. After the life and death book was completed, it instantly emitted a dazzling light. However, the Torch Dragon slowly dissipated. The Torch Dragon's remnant consciousness in the flame also slowly dissipated. In the surrounding space, only the remnant consciousness's last words were left. Song, take care. Stop 30. Protect all life. The flames dissipated into thin air. Long Wanyu had an inexplicable feeling as if she had lost something. Her eyes immediately turned red. After the life and death book was completed, it shone brightly. Guhai took it and sent it into the immortal dome of the ancients. Rumble. Although the immortal dome of the ancients didn't become bigger, it immediately emitted a dazzling light. Lines of the great Tao covered the Tongtian ground. The immortal dome of the ancients was finally at the initial stage of perfection. However, it still needed endless power of the heavens and earth to fill it up. The huge sea of soul power in front of him was the best way to fill it up. However, Guhai didn't want to repair the immortal dome of the ancients. After all, the demon 30 was still waiting. Husband, I can feel that everything here seems to listen to my orders. Give me the life and death book, and I will give you this sea of soul power. Long Wanyu said, Okay. Guhai nodded. After giving the life and death book to Long Wanyu activated it. Immediately, a huge amount of sea water surged towards the life and death book and then quickly wrapped around Guhai. Hong! The purest energy entered Guhai's body. Wong! Guhai's body started to strangely absorb this huge amount of soul power like a sponge. Guhai's 9 sets of souls were already strong enough. However, when this huge amount of soul power entered his body, they continued to strengthen. Among them, the 9 sets of souls slowly became more solid. In the past, they were transparent. Now, they became more and more solid, becoming less and less transparent. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to withstand this huge amount of soul power. However, Guhai's body was extremely strong, and he was still able to withstand it. Perhaps the amount of soul power in this sea was too great. When Long Wanyu activated 1% of the soul power into Guhai's body, Guhai's 3 sets of souls had already become extremely solid. He couldn't absorb anymore. Just at this moment, Pangu's axe suddenly trembled. It was as if a huge willpower was charging into Guhai's body. This willpower was extremely vast. In this willpower, there was a sense of compassion, invincibility, unwillingness, and hatred. When this great willpower appeared, it immediately helped Guhai compress the soul power that continued to enter his body. It allowed Guhai's body to continue absorbing. Panga's willpower? Panga's willpower is helping me? Guhai's eyes lit up. Rumble. Under Long Wanyu's control, the soul power continuously surged into Guhai's body. Guhai didn't stop at all. While absorbing the huge sea of soul power, he also swore silently in his heart. Senior Pangu, Senior Torch Dragon, I, Guhai, solemnly swear that I will definitely avenge you and kill 30 of my body to comfort the 2 of you. Guhai solemnly swore. Rumble. Under Long Wanyu's control, the soul power surged and filled Guhai's body. Absorb, absorb, absorb. The sea of soul power didn't dry up. Guhai didn't stop for a moment. Chapter 1303. The 6 Paths Immortal Dome. When Egg 3 was created by 30, he secretly added the power of literary cultivators. Naturally, he knew the 4 Daos of zither, go, calligraphy, and painting, perfectly merging them and turning them into a golden dragon. Although Gaochen, the purple star, Changsheng, Guqin, and Mo Yike formed the giant god of literary cultivators, the Go Dao formed by Guqin and Mo Yike using the life entrapment saber was not perfect. The might of the giant god of literary cultivators was also not enough. The giant god of literary cultivators laid a ritual array to trap Egg 3. However, it only trapped him for a short while before Egg 3 shattered it. A loud sound rang out, and the giant god of literary cultivators fell to the ground. Boom! The giant god of literary cultivators blasted a huge pit in the ground amid miserable shrieks. The giant god of literary cultivators' hand shattered in the huge pit, revealing the bloodied figure of Guqin. He hugged the life entrapment saber tightly, as if he had lost all strength. The giant god of literary cultivators' head shattered. Mo Yike, who was inside, fell into a pool of blood. Big brother, Lord Mo. Guhan called out anxiously in the boundless heavenly capital. Whoosh! Guhan immediately charged over. The entire world fell into a state of great fear. Jiangchun was pinned down by Egg 1, and Egg 3 defeated the giant god of literary cultivators in just a short while. His Holiness still had not come out of closed-door cultivation. What should they do now? The giant god of literary cultivators? Unfortunately, your Go Dao is significantly weaker. Otherwise, you could have competed with me. Now, your head is shattered and an arm is broken. You are seeking your own death. The golden dragon laughed coldly. As it laughed coldly, it prepared to charge down and destroy the giant god of literary cultivators. No! Many ordinary people cried out in horror. However, at this moment, a dragon roar came from outside the boundless heavenly capital. Roar! The huge egg that Chongming formed by merging all the fiends in the world, moving the dragon vein into his body, and drawing in all the spiritual energy in the world, broke the seal. The dragon roared, and the entire world trembled. The power of the torch dragon's physical body was a massive force. The god cultivator dragon body that Chongming formed was a huge golden dragon. The golden dragon seemed to be holding a candle in its mouth. Candle dragon? She suddenly narrowed his eyes. The divine cultivator golden dragon that Chongming had conjured looked almost identical to the candle dragon deep underground in the past. It was just that he didn't have the 3,000 great Tao on his back. Both the torch dragon and the god elementalist golden dragon are copies of the torch dragon. Fushi analyzed. You nodded. The god elementalist golden dragon rushed towards Egg 3 with a fearful aura. Egg 3 was about to kill giant Godwin Shio, but his expression suddenly changed. He swung the brush in his hand at Golden Dragon. The divine cultivator Golden Dragon instantly tore apart the calligraphy Tao formation that came with the brush and struck Egg 3 with a tremendous force. Boom! A divine cultivator Golden Dragon had boundless strength, and the torch dragon's physical strength was immense. With a sudden burst of strength, Egg 3 was blasted into the sky and shot into the void. Why? The people of the world immediately cheered. When giant Godwin Shio was defeated, everyone was about to lose hope. Now, there was another golden dragon? That's the dragon vein of the Dahan, celestial empire. The Dahan generals merged with the golden dragon. So powerful. The people immediately relaxed because the divine elementalist golden dragon had suddenly charged into the void. He fought Egg 3 again. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the two sides was actually evenly matched. In fact, the divine elementalist golden dragon was even stronger. His strength was boundless and unmatched. The scales of victory seemed to be tilting towards the Dahan celestial empire. The people looked excited. In the distance, 30 revealed a cold smile. Collecting the torch dragon's physical strength, gathering all the demons, recreating the torch dragon. Unfortunately, that's just a trick. Do you have a smaller torch dragon? Then I'll prepare one for you too. Boom! Another rainbow bridge pierced into the divine continent from a void. When the third rainbow bridge appeared, all the people in the world trembled, because the appearance of each rainbow bridge represented the destruction of the world. Now, another one had appeared. What should they do? In the depths of the distant void, 30 opened his mouth again. Another huge egg was spat out. Go, Egg 5. 30 pointed slightly. Bang! The huge egg shot toward the Six Paths Immortal Dome along the Rainbow Bridge. Everyone saw that the huge egg quickly cracked, and slowly, 100,000 feet long golden dragon crawled out of it. The golden dragon held a candle in its mouth, and from afar, it made people feel a sense of oppression. Like the divine elementalist golden dragon, it's also a smaller version of the torch dragon. Chi's expression changed. 30 is doing it according to the form of our people. He's doing it on purpose. He wants to let everyone see his strongest power being defeated so easily. He wants to make everyone despair and fear. Fushi said with an ugly expression. Boom! Egg 5, who looked exactly like the divine elementalist golden dragon, rushed over with a ferocious roar. He should be able to reach the Six Paths Immortal Dome soon. But at this moment, the divine elementalist golden dragon was pinned down by Egg 3. What should they do? Who could stop Egg 5? Everyone looked at the divine elementalist. The divine elementalist, Guqin and Mo Yike, were both severely injured and collapsed in a pool of blood. Guhan and Ho Yi quickly treated their injuries. But the two of them no longer had the strength to fight. The divine elementalist chess skill was not something that could be filled by just anyone. This was because it required a powerful chess skill to use the life entrapment blade to control the great path of chess. The world was so big, and no one could fill this gap, unless it was Guhai. But Guhai was still in seclusion. What should they do? Everyone looked at Fushi, hoping that Guhai's imperial edict was still there. Just as Fushi was about to speak, Chi suddenly narrowed his eyes. Huh? What's that? Chi pointed at the place where the divine, elementalist golden dragon had left. That place was where the torch dragon's physical power had been gathered. Without the suppression of this power, a small trace of chaos aura was born. Chaos aura? Originally, everyone was waiting for a great victory to suppress the chaos again. However, at that moment, the primal chaos began to churn. Amidst the churning, two figures seemed to emerge. A white-haired, white-robed old man was holding an extremely beautiful woman in his arms. Their eyes were full of affection, as if they had endless words of love to say. We're out. We're out of the chaotic space-time. Yenner, we're out. The white-haired, white-robed old man said gently. Husband, with you around, it's the same everywhere. The beautiful woman in his arms smiled indifferently. WW old man Guanxi? Sima Changkong suddenly exclaimed. In the past, old man Guanxi plotted against the world, manipulated space-time, and brought the heroes of the world back to 800,000 years ago. He plotted against the world 800,000 years ago and killed Rokudo Shinkuin 800,000 years ago with the strong heroes of the present world. His chess skills were monstrous, and he was #1 in the world. In the end, he fought Gu Hai and destroyed the 6 paths. Unfortunately, old man Guanxi did not get what he wanted in the end, and he was buried in the chaotic space-time with Murong Yen. Murong Yan's duplicate was deeply in love and was willing to die with him, trapped in the chaotic space-time with him. At the last moment, old man Guanxi accepted everything, but it was too late. Carrying Murong Yan's duplicate, he was about to be destroyed in the chaotic space-time. But at this moment, he was not dead. The chaos reappeared, and old man Guanxi was back. Fushi looked at old man Guanxi in the distance and was immediately overjoyed. This was because the great god of literary arts had been defeated repeatedly because his chess skills had weakened. Chess skills? In the current world, only old man Guanxi could compete with Gu Hai in chess skills. And now he was back. Old man Guanxi came out of the chaos and flew toward the infinite celestial capital with Murong Yen in his arms. Old man Guanxi, you came out of the chaos at the right time. Now, all life in the world needs your help. Fushi exclaimed in surprise. Old man Guanxi placed Murong Yen at the entrance of the soaring palace. He looked at the vast sea of fortune in front of him. Gu Hai, he really unified the world. Old man Guanxi sighed and looked around. Old man Guanxi, Fushi exclaimed again. Old man Guanxi looked at Fushi and smiled. You have Hichu, and I have the Book of Luo. Although I am in the chaos, I know everything in the world. Oh, Fushi's eyes lit up. Fushi could predict the future, and his divination skills were unrivaled. Old man Guanxi's chess skills were at the peak, and he had never failed at his plans. His divination skills were not inferior to Fushi's. In the past, Gu Hai's chess skills were also taught by old man Guanxi. With the Book of Luo, he knew everything in the world. Old man Guanxi, the world is in danger. Please help, Fushi solemnly said. Old man Guanxi, please help. Chen Xianer suddenly bowed. Please help me take care of Yin. Empress Chun. Old man Guanxi solemnly said. Old man Guanxi, don't worry. We are here. Murong Yen is here. Chen Xianer said firmly. She is not Murong Yen. She is Yen. Old man Guanxi emphasized. The eyes of the Murong Yen clone turned red. Old man Guanxi's emphasis meant that he had completely walked out of Murong Yan's shadow. He was himself. He was no longer someone else's shadow. Chen Xianer nodded. Okay, we are here. Yen is here. Old man Guanxi nodded. He hugged Yen and said, wait for me to come back. Okay. Yen nodded worriedly. Who? Old man Guanxi stepped forward and arrived at Giant God Wen Xiu's location. Oh, Mr. Guanxi? Gu Qin exclaimed in pleasant surprise in the pool of blood. Give me the life entrapment blade. Old man Guanxi demanded. Guanxi did not hesitate and immediately gave it to old man Guanxi. Wong. When the life entrapment blade flew into old man Guanxi's hand, it strangely turned into a white chess piece. Heavenly Go Chess. Old Mr. Guan Chi, please. And Mo Yike, who was lying in a pool of blood, also said excitedly. Wong. Under Old Man Guan Chi's control, the Grand Tao of Chess reappeared. Controlling the Grand Tao of Chess, Old Man Guan Chi instantly transformed into Giant God Wen Xiao. Rumble. Endless power seemed to surge into Giant God Wen Xiao's body. Oddly enough, Giant God Wen Xiao's battered body began to repair itself. Wong Wong Wong. In the blink of an eye, Giant God Wen Xiao turned into a golden dragon. He looked exactly like Egg 3. Ah, it's done. I feel like I can use the Guqin Dao Law more smoothly now. Gao Chen exclaimed. Me too. Ziwei and Chong Sheng exclaimed. Old man, your Go skills can perfectly control the Go Dao Law. Our giant god, Wen Xiao, is perfect now. Gao Chen exclaimed. It should be Giant God Wen Xiao's golden dragon now. It represents the pinnacle of Wen Xiao, created by Mr. Tsang Jie. Old Man Guanqi's voice came from the golden dragon. What? You're controlling it? Ziwei exclaimed. My painting Dao Law is also being controlled by your Go Dao Law. Chong Sheng exclaimed. Me too. Ziwei and Gao Chen exclaimed. Heed my command. Battle the demons. Old Man Guanqi suddenly bellowed. The longevity star, the purple star, and the North Star felt bitter. There was nothing they could do about it. Old Mr. Guan Chi's Go skills were simply too strong. He managed to tie down the Zither Dao, Calligraphy Dao, and Painting Dao. At this moment, there was no need to discuss who would be controlling the giant god Wen Xiao. Old Man Guanqi was controlling everything. Roar! The giant god Wen Xiao soared into the sky. Chong Ming, leave Egg 3 to me. You guard against Egg 5. The giant god Wen Xiao roared. Boom! A loud sound came from the void. The god Wen Xiao immediately separated from Egg 3. He turned to look at the giant god Wen Xiao and nodded. Whoosh! In the distance, Egg 5 shot over. The god Wen Xiao rushed over. Egg 3 wanted to stop him, but the giant god Wen Xiao stood in front of him. Now your opponent is me. Boom! Boom! The giant god Wen Xiao and Egg 3 fought each other. The god Wen Xiao and Egg 5 fought each other. In the distance, Jiang Chun, who had transformed into a spirit god Wen Xiao, was in a deadlock with Egg 1. When he saw the egg beast blocking Egg 30, he heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1304. 30. Celestial Dome. Sun Wukong versus Egg 2. Jesus versus Egg 4. The great battle was ferocious. Heaven overflowing flames erupted in the void, just as everyone in the 30 Celestial Dome was worried. Boom! The third rainbow bridge instantly plunged into the celestial world. In the image, 30 in the distance spat out another giant egg, which shot toward 30 in the blink of an eye. When it shot over, the shell broke, and a man with golden light climbed out. He looked like a Vajra, and he emitted a fierce aura. Egg 6. Amitabha, I'll have to trouble you. Long Zhangguo looked at Amitabha. Amitabha, the master of the Pure Land of Bliss, died in the void in order to spread Buddhism to the Six Paths Celestial Dome. Later, because the disciples of the Six Paths Celestial Dome kept chanting Amitabha, he was reborn as the righteous Buddha and was saved by Guhai. Later, he was extradited by Shakyamuni. Good. Amitabha put his palms together and rushed into the sky. Amitabha, as the leader of all Buddhas in the world, recovered his former cultivation, and his strength was monstrous. He collided with Egg 6. Hong! Under the golden light, Amitabha and Egg 6 fought. Six Paths Celestial Dome. Spirit Cultivator Golden Dragon versus Egg 1. Literary Cultivator Golden Dragon versus Egg 3. God Cultivator Golden Dragon versus Egg 5. For a moment, the battle was difficult to distinguish. No one lost. Because Old Man Guanqi was in charge, the Literary Cultivator Golden Dragon's calculation ability was extremely strong. Although his strength was on par with Egg 3, he could predict the enemy's moves time and time again, and even slightly beat Egg 3, which made the people of the world cheer. The demons of the 3 rainbow bridges were all blocked. The people of the world were no longer afraid. At this moment, 30, who was in the void, seemed to have a trace of anger. After all, the two sides sent 3 children each, but they couldn't kill a single person. 30 flicked his fingers lightly. Wong. 30's fingertips seemed to emit rays of golden light, and an inexplicable information was calculated by 30. All of this was arranged by General Gu Hai. Good, good, good. Let's see how much Gu Hai's arrangements can take, 30 said coldly. As he spoke, 30 waved his hand lightly. Hurry up. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 loud booms rang out from the 6 paths immortal dome of the divine continent. Just these 3 loud sounds made almost everyone in the world jump in fright. The 4th rainbow bridge, the 5th rainbow bridge, the 6th rainbow bridge. All the living beings in the world were horrified. Just the fact that they had appeared one after another was already so terrifying. So how could they have doubled in an instant? 3 Bifrost bridges were added at once. How could this be blocked? It was the same for the 30 immortal arches. Suddenly, the 4th, 5th, and 6th rainbow bridges all fell into the immortal world. Many of the beings who saw the rainbow bridge revealed looks of horror. However, at this moment, Long Zhonghua and Fushi secretly sighed. 30 is starting to panic? That's good. Long Zhonghua's eyes lit up. It's the same as His Majesty's calculations, but after blocking 3 waves of attacks, 30 can no longer remain calm. Fushi's eyes also lit up. In the image, 30 started to vomit again. Bam, 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 bam. 6 giant eggs were spat out in a row, representing 30's impatience and anger. Egg 7, Egg 8, Egg 9, Egg 10, Egg 11, Egg 12, go and slaughter all living beings. I want everyone to die. 30's eyes were cold. Boom! 30 flicked his fingers. Egg 8, Egg 10, and Egg 12 rushed towards 30's immortal dome. Egg 7, Egg 9, and Egg 10 rushed towards the 6 paths immortal dome. Rumble. This time, the aura that rushed over was much stronger than before. At this moment, all living beings felt like they were about to be wiped out. Even though the first 3 waves were blocked, the last wave made them lose confidence. Ichu, accept the decree. Fushi shouted. Me? Master, you won't let me go, right? I don't want to die yet. Hichu's expression suddenly changed, and he was dumbfounded. Hichu mobilized the power of the hand and used the body of the golden dragon to fight the demons. Fushi read Gu Hai's decree. Cultivate the golden dragon? No, master, I don't dare. Hichu said in horror. The power of all living beings is gathered in your body. What's there to be afraid of? Do you want to die? Or do you want to fight? Fushi stared at him. Aye. Hichu's face was filled with grief. Why am I so unlucky? Accept the decree. Fushi shouted. Yes. Hichu took the decree. Boom! A beam of golden light shot into the Sea of Providence from the decree. Roar! In the Sea of Providence, thousands of dragons roared. The statue of Gu Hai, including the statues of the ministers, trembled slightly and turned into a golden dragon of Providence that surged in the Sea of Providence. Gu Hai's voice seemed to be sealed in the Sea of Providence. The world is in danger. Gu Hai, ask all living beings in the world, regardless of whether they are loyal to the Dahan Celestial Empire or not, as long as they are from the same immortal dome, please let go of all prejudices and contribute to ourselves and our descendants. Please raise your right hand and send your power into the Sea of Providence for Hichu to destroy the demons. Moreover, this time, the power of all living beings will be drained to the bone marrow, leaving only a trace of consciousness. All other powers will be drained. This time, the loss will be very great. If we survive this, it will take a long time to recover. However, if we don't, all living beings will die. Rather than die at the hands of the demons, it is better to give a try. Just this once, I ask that everyone join me and Hichu in resisting the evil demons. We will do our best, and we will not regret it even if we die. Boom! Gu Hai's voice was instantly transmitted to the ears of all living beings in the world. All living beings in the world were watching this scene. At this moment, no one hesitated. Without hesitation, they all raised their right hands. We will do our best, and we will not regret it even if we die. Use my power. I will give you all my power. Kill the demons. I don't want to die. I will give you all my power. All living beings cheered. At this moment, no matter who it was, they all raised their right hand. The moment they raised their right hand, they immediately fell to the ground. This time, the extraction was extremely deep. Everyone suddenly felt dizzy. If they hadn't retained a trace of consciousness, all living beings would have fallen into a deep sleep at this moment. The surging power was like the convergence of a river, rushing toward the eternal Een capital and the infinite celestial capital. The two seas of providence in the Yin and Yang realms carried the power from all over the world and surged toward Hichu. Ah, so much power! Hichu cried out in surprise. Hichu's physical body was refined by Goddess Hoodoo and the others for 800,000 years. It was a complete copy of Heaven's physical body in the past. Heaven's physical body. Providence was created by Heaven. In terms of the power to fuse Providence, even Gu Hai's physical body couldn't compare to Hichu's physical body. Rumble. The providence of the Yin and Yang realms all flowed toward Hichu. The power from all living beings in the world all entered Hichu's body. Amidst the rumbling, Hichu became 1,000,000 feet tall. As he swam, he seemed to be able to tear the void apart. What powerful power! What powerful power! Master, I feel that I can shatter everything. Hichu laughed loudly. Providence, Golden Dragon? Indeed, everything is destined. Fushi said with an emotional sigh. Master, who should I deal with? Hichu asked excitedly. The fourth rainbow bridge, Egg 7. Go. Fushi shouted. Yes. Hichu replied. Roar. With a dragon roar, Hichu instantly rushed out of the void. At this moment, all living beings in the world were lying on the ground without a trace of strength. However, they could see the scene in the sky clearly. In the scene, on the fourth rainbow bridge, Egg 7 also broke out of his shell and slowly turned into the appearance of a golden dragon. He was very similar to Hichu. Huh! He too and Egg 7 collided with a loud rumble, tearing at each other. In an instant, the battle became difficult to distinguish. In fact, Hichu was even stronger when he gathered the power of all living beings. All living beings were weak and their auras were weak. However, they all stared at the scene without blinking. When they saw Hichu defeating Egg 7, they were all excited as if they were the ones fighting. That was because Hichu was using the power of all living beings. Good. Many people shouted weakly and excitedly. Egg 7 blocked, but there was still Egg 9 and Egg 11. Wansho Taoism, receive the Imperial Edict. Zhang Sanfeng, Dugu Qiubai, Dongfang Bubi, Shimen Shueishua, lead the sword cultivators and resist Egg 11. Fushi shouted and took out an Imperial Edict. The Imperial Edict rushed to the south of the Divine Continent. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong suction force came over. It was Gu Hai's Imperial Edict that was instantly sucked into Dongfang Bubi's hand. Yes, the four great sword cultivators answered. Immortal slaying, immortal slaying, immortal trapping, immortal slaying. The four great sword cultivators all shouted. Four sword edges instantly rushed into the starry sky and attacked Egg 11. As for Fushi himself, he took a step forward and rushed into the sky. Fushi also made his move. Endless life, Tao, endless flowing light. Fushi shouted. Boom! 64 great Tao suddenly appeared, triggering the 3,000 great Tao and 6 paths of reincarnation. Then, they slowly rotated and seemed to condense a super huge altar of 64 trigrams, mobilizing the power of 3,000 great Tao. But when Shio's golden dragon has already been mobilized, if Fushi mobilizes it again, will it weaken when Shio's golden dragon? You revealed a trace of worry. At this moment, Egg 9 rushed over, but it was a huge white dragon. Behind it was a compass-like light wheel that seemed to have the ability to deduce everything. Boom! The compass-like light wheel collided with the altar of 64 trigrams, forming a strange barrier. Inside the barrier, it was blurry, and seven-colored light flowed and flickered. Fushi transformed into a golden dragon and fought with a huge white dragon. Understand the law of time. This is the power of the future of Shou-Xiu. Fushi mobilized the power of 3,000 Great Tao from another time period, which is not the same as the power of the 3,000 Great Tao that when Xiu mobilized. The Shou-Xiu golden dragon that Fushi transformed into his fighting with the white dragon in the future. You revealed a look of surprise. Rumble. The 6 rainbow bridges were all blocked. The Shou-Xiu divine text spirits each corresponded to a golden dragon and each blocked an egg beast. The last egg beast was blocked by the newly created sword cultivator. The 4 swords of slaying, killing, and trapping combined to form the immortal slaying sword formation, and its power was even more monstrous and invincible. Guhai's arrangements were all effective. A total of 6 rainbow bridges were all blocked. Chapter 1305. 6 Paths of Immortal Dome. Guhai had already used the lifespan divine text spirit and the 5 cultivators of true virtue to their limits. His strongest power finally blocked the 5 beast eggs. The last egg, Egg 11, was a sword-shaped golden dragon. On its back, there were barbed dragon scales that were like sharp swords. Its entire body emitted a monstrous sword chi that was incomparably ferocious. The 4 great sword cultivators were all experts of the sword path. All of them were as ferocious as the chi back then. Originally, even if they were as ferocious as the chi, they still wouldn't be able to block Egg 11. However, when the 4 of them appeared, they immediately arranged a super huge immortal slaying sword formation. They were like 4 giant swords that were millions of miles long, sealing the void in all directions. They formed a peerless sword formation. In the sword formation, there were thousands of slaying sword chi. For a moment, each sword seemed to be real. As for the figures of Zhang Sanfeng and the other 3, they instantly turned into hundreds of millions of figures. Each of them had a ferocious sword path, trapping the sword dragon in the center. Roar! The sword dragon roared, and the fierce swords around its body shot out in all directions. It was invulnerable and ferocious. The 4 great sword cultivators couldn't do anything for a moment. They could only trap the sword dragon. However, they were barely able to trap it. However, no matter what, the attacks of the 6 rainbow bridges were all blocked. All living beings in the world were lying on the ground, and they were immediately overjoyed. They're all blocked, they're all blocked. That's great, huh? All living beings were extremely excited. This was because everyone knew that there were only 6 rainbow bridges. Now that all the rainbow bridges were blocked, the world was safe. The 30 immortal domes. It was the same. Sun Wukong blocked Egg 2, Jesus blocked Egg 4, and Umabab blocked Egg 6. Another 3 rainbow bridges shot down. Lousy Shakyamuni, it's up to us now. Long Zhonghua said in a deep voice. All right, the 2 of them replied. Long Zhonghua rushed towards Egg 8. Shakyamuni rushed towards Egg 10. I rushed towards Egg 12. Boom, boom, boom. A loud sound rang out in the void. Under the terrifying impact, the 30 immortal domes and the 6 rainbow bridges were all blocked. Regardless of the outcome, at this moment, the 12 rainbow bridges had all been blocked. Under Guhai's planning, the 2 immortal firmament dominions had already used all their strength. All the eggs that 30 spat out were blocked. At this moment, the 2 sides seemed to be evenly matched. Far away, in the depths of the void, 30 narrowed his eyes. Longevity divine, rune spirit sword? Sun Wukong, Jesus, Amitabha, Long Zhonghua, Lousy Sakyamuni? Is this Guhai's arrangement? 30 stared coldly at the 2 celestial firmaments. The 12 rainbow bridges were all blocked. Naturally, the people of the 2 immortal heavens were overjoyed. Everyone thought that 30 was angry out of humiliation. However, 30 did not do so. Instead, he suddenly revealed a trace of a sinister smile. It was as if everything that had happened earlier had been arranged by him. You've done your best, haven't you? 30 sneered. All the cultivators in the 2 celestial domes had a bad premonition. I'm not the only child that can be sent to the Rainbow Bridge. 30 sneered. Laughing coldly, 30 suddenly opened his mouth. Rumble! There seemed to be a series of loud sounds coming from 30's mouth. Then, as the people stared in horror, he suddenly spat out a huge egg. Bang, 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 bang. After a series of spitting, 12 huge eggs appeared in front of everyone again. No! The people of the two celestial domes screamed at the same time. 12 more? How is that possible? Now that there were 12 of them, it was already enough for everyone to do their best. If another 12 were to come, then everything would be over. It's over. Everyone revealed a look of great fear. And this great fear was exactly what 30 needed. Because only a fearful soul would have the greatest soul power. Only by giving all living beings hope and then letting them fall into despair was the greatest fear. Fear was so deep that they did not have any strength left. It's over. Everything is over. Everyone revealed a deep sense of despair and fear. This was what 30 needed the most. This was the best moment to harvest the lives of the people. Ha 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 ha. 30 laughed loudly and flicked his finger. Bang! The 12 huge eggs followed the 12 rainbow bridges and rushed toward the two celestial domes. This time it was not the giant egg, nor the egg beast, but despair. Above the boundless celestial capital, at the entrance of the Lingxiao Palace of the Immortal World, many people revealed looks of despair. It was useless. No one could stop 30. Everyone was doomed, just as everyone was in despair. Boom! Suddenly, one of the flying eggs exploded. Boom, boom, boom. A series of booms rang out as the 12 eggs flew toward the two immortal domes, exploding into pieces. Even as they did, the eggs seemed to have yet to fully mature. They struggled in pain for a moment before being sucked in by the 12 black vortexes. Then, they were sucked into the vortexes, which stirred them up, causing them to vanish into nothingness. What? The people of the two celestial domes were shocked. The eggs broke? Even 30's eyes narrowed. His 12 eggs had all been destroyed. Who? Number 30 stood up and looked around coldly. 30 was looking for the monsters, and the people of the two celestial domes were also looking for the culprit. They did not know who had destroyed the 12 eggs. Whoosh! Suddenly, 30's figure paused, and he looked at the void not far away with a trace of surprise. There was a figure there? Everyone looked at that blurry figure, but when it got close to 30, that figure stopped. At this moment, the eyes of the people of the 6 celestial domes suddenly lit up, and the weak bodies lying there suddenly trembled. His Holiness, it's His Holiness. It's really His Holiness. His Holiness has already gone to the void. The 12 eggs just now were destroyed by His Holiness. So powerful. Dahan, His Holiness is invincible. Long live, long live, long live. A series of excited voices sounded throughout the 6 celestial domes. The sudden appearance of the skeleton Gu Hai gave the people of the 2 celestial domes a dose of excitement. Finally, someone stopped 30. 30 was no longer high up, no longer unreachable. At the very least, His Holiness could reach there. Fushi, Hichu, Chongming, Old Man Guanxi, Jiang Chun, the 4 sword cultivators, Laozi, Shakyamuni, Amitba, Jesus, Sun Wukong, and Long Zhonghua all had a trace of excitement on their faces. Gu Hai went. The final battle started. The skeleton Gu Hai stepped into the void and looked coldly at 30, who was not far away. How did you find me? 30 said coldly. I followed your rainbow bridge and just arrived. The skeleton Gu Hai said coldly. Impossible. How long has it been? In the void, the faster the speed, the stronger the force of the void. In such a short time, you should have been decomposed into nothingness. 30 showed a trace of disbelief. Even 30 himself had to set up a rainbow bridge to teleport the eggs. Otherwise, the eggs would have been decomposed into nothingness under the terrifying speed. But how did Gu Hai do it? Nothing is impossible. Gu Hai shook his head. However, 30 slowly calmed down. He carefully looked at Gu Hai and revealed a cold smile. Then he extended his hand and pointed at Gu Hai. Xiao! A golden light rushed towards Gu Hai. Bang! Gu Hai's body shook, turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared. The golden light flashed. It shot into nothingness. 30. Your aim doesn't seem to be good? Guhai showed a trace of a cold smile, condensed from another direction, and revealed himself. 30's strength was unquestionable. The skeleton Guhai was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he was testing 30's strength. Hiding the head but showing the tail. Guhai, aren't you here to stop me? Why are you hiding everywhere? 30 said coldly. I'm here to stop you. However, how I will stop you is not up to you to judge. Guhai said coldly. Oh, hiding everywhere is your way of stopping me? It seems that you are also a coward. 30 showed a trace of ridicule. I'm just a coward. Didn't I ruin your plan? Guhai smiled lightly. 30's face was cold. You're not qualified. Since you are here, then don't leave. As he spoke, 30 waved his hand. Boom! It was as if countless golden nets suddenly appeared in all directions, covering the sky and earth, wrapping up all the places Guhai escaped, instantly sealing all of Guhai's escape routes. Whoa! Guhai's body turned into a cloud of black smoke again, instantly dissipating into nothingness, strangely overflowing from the gaps of the golden net, and then reformed his body. Just SOSO. Guhai shook his head. Guhai's words were provoking 30, but Guhai knew in his heart that 30 was extremely dangerous. Your body is actually not within the laws of the two immortal firmament. Even the torch dragon golden net can't trap you. 30 said with a trace of coldness. 30 stared at Guhai, analyzing Guhai's purpose. It was obvious that Guhai did not dare to fight with him head-on, so he was testing him. However, Guhai was slippery at this moment. Standing in the distance, he could not catch him for a while. 30, your strength should be stronger than mine. You can come out and try to kill me, Guhai said with a faint smile. 30 narrowed his eyes. He did not chase after Guhai. Guhai also analyzed some information in an instant. You don't want to step out of that area, right? If you step out of that area, the Rainbow Bridge will be in danger, Guhai said with a smile. 30 stared at Guhai for a while, finally revealing a trace of a cold smile. Two immortal firmament commanders? Haha, that's fine. I want to see how capable you are as a commander. 30 was unwilling to step out of the area covered by the black and white light, but 30's means were not limited to this. Opening his mouth, 30 let out a roar. Bang! With a loud bang, a huge egg was spat out from 30's mouth. This time, it did not shoot towards the two immortal firmament commanders, but waited. Ka. From the huge egg, a thick, giant egg beast suddenly crawled out. The egg beast swallowed the eggshell, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Master, the giant egg beast knelt down and bowed to 30. Go kill him. 30 pointed at Guhai. Yes, the giant egg beast replied. Turning his head, the giant egg beast looked at Guhai murderously. Chapter 1306. In the depths of the void, the egg beast that number 30 spat out looked coldly at Guhai. Roar! The egg beast was ferocious. It instantly pounced toward Guhai. As it stretched out its hand, a huge axe appeared in its palm and chopped down at Guhai. The axe's ferocious power seemed to have the power to split the heavens and earth. Just looking at it made everyone in the world feel shocked. It was obvious that the egg beast's strength was on par with the two immortal firmament realms egg beasts. Guhai's eyes turned cold. He stretched out his hand and took out the Life Slayer saber. The Life Slayer saber collided with the huge axe. Although there were no spatial ripples in the void, there were still golden energy flames and red illusions that burst out. Boom! With a loud sound, Guhai's body was pushed back 1,000 feet before he stopped. However, the egg beast only stopped after retreating 1,000 feet. The outcome of the collision was obvious. Guhai's strength was actually stronger. In the distance, number 30 narrowed his eyes. A skeleton body? You are indeed stronger than your original body. It's enough to be stronger. Your egg beast is no match for me. Guhai sneered. As he spoke, his body dashed forward and the Life Slayer saber appeared. In an instant, the blood-red light enveloped everything. Rumble. The saber and the axe collided, releasing endless fierce light. Guhai's strength won the cheers of everyone because the egg beast was defeated by Guhai's life slayer saber. His holiness is invincible. Everyone in the Six Paths Immortal Firmament realm shouted anxiously. Seeing the egg beast retreating in defeat, 30 revealed a cold smile. You are stronger than this child of mine, but only by a little. I only have one child. What, there are 10 of you? Roar. Number 30 opened his mouth and roared. Bang, bang, bang. He spat out 9 huge eggs in succession. The huge eggs cracked quickly. After they cracked, some turned into giant dragons, while others turned into human figures. All of them looked ferocious and ferocious. Kill, number 30 said coldly. Roar. The 9 egg beasts instantly pounced towards Guhai. For a moment, what Guhai had to face were 10 peerless experts. The scales of victory instantly tilted towards the egg beasts. Rumble. After several collisions, Guhai was immediately sent flying by the 10 large egg beasts. Everyone was shocked to see Guhai retreating. Was his holiness going to lose? Only a few people's eyes suddenly lit up with joy. As Guhai was sent flying by the heavy blow, the tip of the Life Slayer saber in his hand emitted waves of black gas. The black gas rushed towards the 10 large egg beasts. Black gas? Everyone who knew about Skeleton Guhai's ability had their eyes lit up. As expected, there were small skulls mixed in with the black gas. Although Guhai had been knocked away just now, he had used the Life Slayer saber to cut open a wound on the 10 large egg beast bodies. As soon as the wound was opened, countless small skulls swarmed towards the wound. What? The group of egg beasts' faces changed. Guhai smiled coldly. At this moment, he was no longer fighting alone. He was accompanied by billions of small skulls. Ah, it hurts. What is this? Bastard, bastard, get lost. The 10 large egg beasts attacked the small skulls on their bodies while fighting against Guhai. Although the small skulls were not very powerful and did not bite much, the more wounds there were, the more skulls there would be. It was like a small flame falling on a dry grassland. Rumble. While Guhai was fighting, more and more skulls were biting the 10 large egg beasts. Ah, bastard, get lost. Ah. Not long after, all the egg beasts were completely drowned by the small skulls. The egg beasts were spat out by number 30. Their bodies were extremely strong and were only 1 grade lower than the torch dragon. With so much flesh being eaten by the small skulls, they immediately turned into rolling energy that surged into Guhai's body. Not only did Guhai not lose any energy, but he also seemed to be filled with energy. Rumble. Not long after, one of the egg beasts was cut in half by the Life Slayer saber. The remaining egg beasts were also defeated. Ah, it hurts. My skin is all gone. It's bitten into my bone marrow. Master, save me. Master, save me. Ah. Master. The group of egg beasts fled toward number 30 in fear. However, Guhai's Life Slayer saber blocked all of them. In an instant, Guhai was killing in all directions. Everyone's faces turned red when they saw this. His holiness is invincible. His holiness is invincible. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. Previously, one egg beast was already terrifying enough to destroy the world. Now there were 10 of them. How terrifying would that be? However, in front of his holiness, it was a one-sided slaughter. The change was too fast. When everyone looked at Guhai, they were ecstatic. Kill number 30. Kill the demon. His holiness is invincible. Countless people cheered. Only half of the group of egg beasts were left after being devoured. Only one of them paid the price of losing an arm to reach number 30. The rest were all killed by Guhai's Life Slayer saber and were continuously eaten. Number 30's face was gloomy. He grabbed the egg beast that escaped and squeezed it. A strange force rushed into the egg beast's body. Boom! All the little skulls were blasted away in an instant before disappearing into thin air. Huh. Guhai's expression changed. How could number 30 deal with these black fog skeletons? The black fog skeletons were dispersed, and the egg beast's shape was revealed. At this moment, its internal organs were exposed, and its bones were eerie. It was terrifying. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. The egg beast said with a trace of fear. You can't even deal with one Guhai. What a piece of trash. Number 30's eyes were cold. He pointed his finger. No. Bang. The egg beast screamed and exploded into countless pieces. He's your child. Guhai frowned and said in surprise. I don't have such a useless child. Number 30 said coldly. Guhai was shocked. This number 30 was really cold-blooded and heartless. Gather the power of Wuji. Haha. This is a supernatural power that the torch dragon comprehended when it was born. Back then, it gave it to Tsang, but it was unwilling to pass it to me until it died. I couldn't get it, so I sealed the power of Wuji in Tsang's body. I didn't expect that this power of Wuji would be obtained by you. Number 30 said coldly. Gather the power of Wuji? Guhai frowned. This black fog skeletons were called Gather the power of Wuji? Now I understand why you didn't get disintegrated by the Void Force despite your great speed. So it's because of the Infinite Force. Huh. The Torch Dragon was preparing to use it to restrain my ability. Alas, I'm no longer the same person I used to be. 30 said coldly. Is that so? You're no longer the same person? Then, do you dare to try my saber? Guhai said with a cold smile. Number looked at Guhai and smiled. Although I don't know how to use Gather the Power of Wuji, do you really think that I don't dare to step out of this extreme region? Guhai's face fell. Giving you my child will only make you stronger. I know that. However, this Gather the Power of Wuji can't hurt me. If you want to hurt me, you'll have to devour both immortal domes and destroy the heavens and earth. Number laughed coldly. You don't dare to come out, do you? Guhai continued to provoke him. Number 30's eyes turned cold. He stomped his feet and leaped forward. Whoosh! In an instant, number 30 flew out of the extreme region. With a speed that Guhai could not avoid, he appeared in front of Guhai. What? Guhai's face changed. Number 30 can leave that region. The two immortal domes were also shocked. Everything happened too quickly. In a flash, number 30 was already in front of Guhai. Guhai swung his Life Slayer saber, but could not keep up with number 30's speed. Number 30 moved, slamming his palm into Guhai's forehead. It was so fast that Guhai did not have time to react. Boom! A palm landed on Guhai's head. No! The two immortal domes cried out in agony. His holiness was going to be killed by number 30? That palm, without a doubt, had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. If that palm landed on Guhai's head, would Guhai still be alive? Indeed, the palm landed, and a destructive force filled Guhai's body. Boom! Guhai's head and Guhai's body exploded. Exploded? Everyone in the world held their breaths as they watched Guhai's crushing defeat in horror. Defeated in an instant? How terrifying was number 30's strength? Whoosh! Number 30 returned to the extreme region. Just now, the 12 rainbow bridges trembled, and number 30 returned, stabilizing them. Indeed, 30 could not leave this region. Suddenly killing Guhai could only do so for a short time. Gathering the power of Wuji. That's all you got. Number 30 sneered. The commander of the two immortal domes was killed just like that. Just as 30 revealed a satisfied expression, not far away, the shattered fog of the Gu Sea that had just exploded actually began to slowly reform. Wong. Guhai reappeared. The two immortal domes cheered. Gua did not die. Did not die. Everyone's eyes were filled with joy. Number 30 looked coldly at the reformed Guhai. Gathering the power of Wuji, there was a bruise on Guhai's forehead. Clearly, that earlier palm strike had inflicted a grievous injury on Guhai that was hard to recover from. However, Guhai managed to survive. The void is endless. My body is indestructible. Number 30, you can't kill me, Guhai said with a ferocious expression. Number 30 looked at Guhai's recovered body and said with a ferocious expression, gathering the power of Wuji? Torch Dragon, you old bastard, you didn't teach me such a sacred art, causing me to almost die in the void. That should be mine. Guhai stood far away from number 30. This time, Guhai did not charge forward. 30's earlier strike allowed Gu Hai to see its horrifying might. He managed to shatter Gu Hai with one palm strike. How strong was 30? The void is endless. My body is indestructible. This was what Gu Hai said. Even the creator of this sacred art, Torch Dragon, died. Would he not die because of this sacred art? Gu Hai did not want to experience that destructive attack a few more times. Number 30, you can't kill me. Similarly, these meatballs you spit out are not my match. I can't do anything to you now, but from now on, these meatballs you spit out can forget about entering the 2 immortal domes. Oomph. Gu Hai snorted. Chapter 1307. If 30 wanted to maintain the 12 rainbow bridges, he couldn't leave the extreme region for long periods of time. Although Gu Hai wasn't 30's match, he could kill the egg beasts and prevent them from teleporting to the 2 immortal dominions. 30 looked coldly at Gu Hai. You're waiting for your main body, aren't you? So what if I am? Gu Hai said coldly. Your main body wasn't as strong as you in the past. You want to stop me? What a joke. Moreover, the void is boundless. He doesn't have the power of infinity. How is he going to come here? 30 sneered. You don't have to worry about how he's going to come here. I only know that I've blocked all your plans. Gu Hai said coldly. Is it blocked? Do you think that's all I have? 30 sneered. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Look, 30 stretched out his hand. Wong. Suddenly, 2 images appeared not far away. One was the image of the 6 immortal dominions. It was the infinite celestial capital. The other was the image of 30 immortal dominions. It was the image of the immortal world's heavenly court. At this moment, the 2 immortal dominions were resisting the 12 egg beasts with all their might. They had used up all their strength and no longer had the strength to resist. However, at this moment, 3 men in golden robes suddenly appeared outside the infinite celestial capital. All 3 of them were surrounded by boundless golden light. A terrifying aura erupted from them. Similarly, 3 men in golden robes suddenly appeared outside the immortal world's heavenly court. All 3 of them shone with boundless golden light. Each of them carried with them a monstrous aura. They were incomparably ferocious. The infinite celestial capital and the immortal world's heavenly court were both important places in the immortal dominions. After the experts fought, those who stayed behind were their relatives. In the infinite celestial capital, they were the closest people to Gu Hai. The sudden appearance of these 3 golden-robed men caused everyone to be alarmed. Those are? Gu Hai's expression changed. Those are the people strengthened by my soul seed. As for their strength, although they are slightly weaker than my children, the 3 of them added together are equivalent to the strength of one of my children. 30 revealed a faint smile. 3 is equivalent to 1 egg beast? Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. As for the egg beasts, there was no need to talk about them. Although Gu Hai could kill them all, they were still too weak. However, no one in the 2 immortal firmament could compare to them. That powerful strength was simply the power to destroy the world. 30 was prepared? Soul guidance? Isn't your soul seed? Gu Hai said with an ugly expression. Wasn't he trapped by Fushi? Ha ha, who said I only have 1 soul seed? 30 sneered. Gu Hai clenched his fists anxiously. Oh right, in the infinite celestial capital, your wives and children are there, right? For empresses, their life and death are at stake. Do you want to help them? 30 looked at Gu Hai and smiled. Gu Hai's scalp went numb. Chun Xian, and the others were in danger? I can wait for you. How about it? They will make their move in 5 minutes. It is not too late for you to return now, 30 said with a smile as he looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. You don't believe me, right? 30 revealed a faint smile. However, they saw 3 golden-robed men on each side, and one of them attacked. In the infinite celestial capital, Ho Yi, Xing Tian, and Gu Han immediately rushed over. The 3 of them were at the peak of Heavenly Palace. Although they borrowed power from Hichu just now, they recovered quickly. This was the strongest strength in the infinite celestial capital. They instantly arrived in front of one of the golden-robed men. Boom! With a loud sound, one of the golden-robed men attacked first, and in an instant, the 3 were severely injured. Kaboom! The 3 were sent flying back, and a large number of buildings were blown away. The golden-robed men's strength was incomparably fierce. The three-peak of Heavenly Palace were actually not his match. Second brother, Hui, Xing Tian. The infinite celestial capital was in chaos, and the first person to attack had his hat blown off, revealing his face. Gu Ming? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Of the three golden-robed men, the one who attacked was actually Gu Ming? Unfilial son. Gu Hai's eyes also widened. The entire infinite celestial capital was shocked. The fourth prince? The fourth prince of the Dahan, celestial capital. Gu Ming? Soul guidance? Wasn't Gu Ming's soul guidance already erased? Gu Hai said angrily. Who said there's only one soul guidance? That Gu Ming has two soul guidance. You didn't know, right? Ha 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 ha. 30 looked at Gu Hai and laughed. 30 celestial capital. Takashi Ryushin entered the battle, but he was no match for the golden-robed men and was instantly defeated. The infinite celestial capital of the immortal world's heavenly court was in imminent danger. Gu Hai, do you want to watch your wife and children be killed, or do you want to save them? An incense stick's worth of time was very short. Choose for yourself, ha 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 ha. 30 suddenly laughed loudly. At this moment, Gu Hai was trembling all over. Infinite celestial capital. At first, everyone was cheering when they saw Gu Hai holding 30 back. But in the next moment, three golden-robed men appeared. As soon as the three of them appeared, an extremely terrifying aura erupted. The terrifying might made the entire limitless celestial capital shake incessantly. Who is it? Ho's expression changed. Chen Xian, Long Wanqing, Lin Wan, and Bingheim all looked into the distance with ugly expressions on their big bellies. This surging murderous aura was clearly not friendly. Gu Han, Ho Yi, and Xing Tian were the strongest in the infinite celestial capital, and the three of them charged forward without hesitation. The three golden-robed men seemed to want to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and all three moved at the same time. But the one in the middle moved the fastest, and he instantly snatched the opponent of the other two, fighting one against three. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the three were powerless in front of the golden-robed men, and they were sent flying backward, smashing into a large number of buildings. What? Everyone's expression changed. Three cultivators in the great fulfillment of Heavenly Palace were actually no match for him. Perhaps because the battle was too intense, the wind blew the golden-robed man's hat, revealing his face. Gu Ming? Fourth Crown Prince. Little Ming? Evil creature. Cries of surprise rang out in the infinite celestial capital. No one had expected that the deposed Crown Prince would return. Furthermore, this time, he was standing on the opposite side of the great Han Empire. He wanted to kill the Dahan. Bastard, Gu Ming, father spared your life, but you repaid kindness with enmity. Gu Ming, you traitor, traitor! Gu Tang glared and roared. Gu Tang was extremely regretful. Back then, he had followed his father's request and sent Gu Ming to the mortal world to hide. If he had known, he would have killed this traitor. Gu Ming looked at the people of the infinite celestial capital, and his eyelids twitched slightly, murderous intent radiating from his eyes. In the distance, the officials of Dahan looked at Gu Ming with hatred. Including Gu Qin, Gu Han, and Gu Tang, they were all furious and wanted to eat their own flesh and drink their own blood. Only Chen Xian, the empress of the Dahan, celestial capital, looked at him with disappointment in her eyes. There was no hatred, only a sense of loss, a kind of empty disappointment. The image above their head showed that 30 was forcing Gu Hai. Chen Xian looked up. She showed a hint of sadness. Husband, I don't know if you can hear my voice, but at this moment, please don't come back. Don't be forced by 30. Don't come back. Chen Xian shouted. 30 wanted to see Gu Hai's miserable state, so he used a great technique to transmit his voice. Go back, Gu Hai. 30 smiled slightly. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Not going back? Fine, then I won't wait. Go destroy the infinite celestial capital. 30 smiled faintly. In the distance, the three golden-robed people suddenly heard sound. Yes, the three of them responded. Ah, at this moment, the four empresses suddenly had a stomachache. Empress, what's wrong? Some of the maids asked anxiously. It hurts. I'm going to give birth. Chun Xian clutched her stomach. Me too, it hurts. Long Wan Qing, Lin Wan and Bingheim cried out in pain. The empress is going to give birth? Quick, quick. The officials were anxious. The four empresses entered the soaring palace hall, and the maids and female doctors quickly entered the hall. Giving birth? Ha, Guhai, you really don't want to go back? This isn't just your wife. There's also your son. There's also your 4 children. 30 laughed mockingly. Attack, 30 ordered. Yes. The 3 golden-robed people immediately flew towards the infinite celestial capital. Gu Ming, have you forgotten? Mother was so good to you back then. Gu Qin roared. If you want to kill Mother, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Gu Han flew over again. Ho Yi and Xing Tian also flew over and blocked the 3 golden-robed people. However, the 3 golden-robed people's strength was not something they could compare to. Gu Ming turned his head to look at the 2 golden-robed people next to him. The Heavenly Master's order is to kill without mercy, Gu Ming shouted. The 2 of you are just like me, chosen by the Heavenly Master to be loyal to him. Please use your full strength and don't hold back. Ha, Gu Ming, you used to be the crown prince of Dahan. Aren't you soft-hearted? One of the golden-robed people laughed. Soft-hearted? If we follow the Heavenly Master, we can create new worlds. What's there to soft-hearted about? The 2 of you don't fail. The Dahan is filled with traps to guard against danger. Gu Ming shouted. As Gu Ming spoke, he pulled out a longsword. Gu Ming, we were really blind. Gu Han Fei Lai yelled. Ho Yi, Xing Tian, and Gu Han each faced a golden-robed person. They knew they were no match for him, but they didn't hesitate to attack. You overestimate yourselves. Do you know that the Heavenly Master has bestowed us with power that you can't compare to? Die. The 2 golden-robed people immediately charged forward. They were all peak gods. Who could stop them? No one in the 6 Paths Immortal Dome could. The limitless heaven capital was on the verge of destruction. Guhai, you chose this, 30 said, laughing. You'll have to watch your wife and children die. Ha. Guhai was trembling from head to toe. Reason told him not to leave, but there were some things that were beyond reason. Just as Guhai was about to make his move. Die! A roar rang out from the 3 golden-robed people. Guhan's palm landed on Gu Ming, but Gu Ming didn't attack him. Instead, he stabbed his long sword into the body of one of the golden-robed people. Boom! The golden-robed person was in the middle of dealing with Ho Yi. How could he possibly expect a sneak attack from behind? You, the golden-robed person said, turning to look at Chang Ming in disbelief. Boom! The long sword slashed vertically, instantly cleaving the golden-robed person in half. Were the golden-robed people having internal strife? In an instant, everyone's eyes widened as they looked at this sudden scene in astonishment. How dare you? Suddenly, a furious roar resounded through the air. Chapter 1308. Gu Ming's sudden betrayal shocked everyone in an instant. Even Gu Han, who had just slapped Gu Ming, could not believe it. At this moment, the fate of the living beings was uncertain, while 30's side was at ease. Why did Gu Ming suddenly choose to betray 30? How dare you? 30's voice suddenly rang out. 30 was also shocked and furious. After the other golden-robed man slapped Xing Tian, he also looked at Gu Ming with a guarded expression. Gu Ming, you're crazy. The golden-robed man shouted in shock and anger. I'm not crazy. I know what I'm doing. You want to kill my mother and brother. Of course, I have to stop you. Gu Ming shouted. Gu Ming stood in front of the golden-robed man. Gu Ming's words made everyone in the limitless celestial capital feel ashamed. Just a moment ago, everyone was still cursing Gu Ming, but now they realized that they had misunderstood him. Gu Qin, Gu Han, and Gu Tang stared at Gu Ming, their hearts filled with joy and astonishment. Gu Ming, why did you betray me? 30's voice rang out from the end of the void. At this moment, even 30 did not understand why Gu Ming would betray him at the last minute. Gu Hai stood not far from 30 and also looked at Gu Ming in shock. Gu Ming raised his head and looked at the sky. The image in the sky showed Sa and Gu Hai in the distance. Looking at the two in the image, Gu Ming smiled bitterly. My unfilial son was deceived by a scoundrel in the past and tried to kill my father. I have no face to acknowledge my father. Today, I ask my father to bear witness that my unfilial son will use his blood to cleanse my sins. Boom! As he spoke, Gu Ming waved the long sword in his hand and stabbed at the other golden-robed man. How dare you? The golden-robed man shouted angrily. A long sword appeared in his hand and clashed with the golden-robed man. Rumble. The two of them began to fight. For a moment, the void was torn apart. Gu Ming fought with all his might, as if he was going to die together with his opponent. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were covered in wounds. You're crazy, you're crazy. Gu Hai is about to die, and you actually betrayed him. You're crazy. The golden-robed man shouted in shock. Why? Gu Ming, why are you doing this? 30 roared angrily. It was not that 30 cared too much about Gu Ming, but he could not imagine why he would change sides at this time. Why? He had given him so much power and even promised him that he would rule the world in the future. What right does he have to betray me? In the distance, Gu Ming's body was covered with wounds from the battle. Blood was spurting out continuously. However, at this moment, Gu Ming was filled with joy. Why? Although my father doesn't recognize me anymore in my heart, I will always be a member of the Gu family. This is because only my father and mother truly care about me. In their eyes, I am a human. As for following you for 30 years, I am just a dispensable tool that can be replaced at any time. I'd rather die than be a human. Gu Ming gritted his teeth and said. As he spoke, he charged towards the golden-robed man. Boom! Gu Ming risked losing an arm, but he still managed to cut off his opponent's arm. Both sides would suffer great losses and perish together. Gu Qin, Gu Han, and Gu Tang's eyes immediately turned red. Go! Gu Han roared. Ho Yi and Xing Tian immediately pounced forward. In the depths of the void, 30's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. You'd rather die than be a human? Ha ha ha. You want to be a human? Fine, then be a human. My power is returned. 30 shouted. As he shouted, the soul seed in Gu Ming's body suddenly trembled and released a ray of blue light. Under the blue light, Gu Ming's body instantly froze. Boom! The soul guide activated the power bestowed by 30 and exploded with a loud bang. A large hole instantly appeared in Gu Ming's chest. Pooh! Gu Ming screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was instantly sent flying. Fourth brother. Gu Han suddenly cried out in alarm as he pounced over. Many thanks, Heaven Master. The golden-robed man immediately understood everything and said gratefully. In his gratitude, he even grabbed his broken arm and connected it. How is Gu Ming? He asked anxiously. His meridians are all destroyed, and his 3 souls are shattered. Fourth brother. Gu Han's eyes were red. Gu Ming was crippled by 30. His whole body trembled as if he was experiencing terminal lucidity. Second brother, I'm sorry. Gu Ming said weakly, trembling. It's fine. It's fine. We will definitely save you. Gu Han shouted sorrowfully. Apologize to my mother on my behalf. This unfilial son is unfilial and unworthy of being a son. I've let down my mother who was so good to me in the past. This unfilial son is a scoundrel. My mother fainted in front of Buddha in the past for me. My mother ran hundreds of mountains to seek medicine for me and even broke her leg. Fourth brother. Gu Han cried as he continuously infused energy into Gu Ming's body. Although I'm no longer fit to call you that, please allow me to call you big brother, second brother, and third brother one last time. Take care. Gu Ming laughed bitterly as he vomited blood. Humph. After betraying the Heaven Master, you still want others to take care of you? The Heaven Master took back everything he gave you. That is because you deserve to die. Don't worry. All of them will be with you soon. The golden-robed man said with a ferocious expression after he connected his broken arm. With a ferocious expression, the golden-robed man threw a palm strike at Gu Ming. The golden-robed man also felt extremely resentful. The other golden-robed man that Gu Ming killed was his younger brother. Earlier, Gu Ming even chopped off one of his arms. Now, Gu Ming had lost all his energy. This was the best opportunity for him to take revenge. Roar! Ho Yi and Xing Tian immediately went over to block. If you want to die first, then accompany him. Die! The golden-robed man roared. The golden-robed man threw a palm strike with world-destroying might towards everyone. At this moment, no one could stop him. Before the palm strike arrived, the wind from the palm strike already made everyone's figures wobble. It looked like they would die under this gigantic palm strike. Hum! A loud sound resounded throughout the place. Gu Han, Ho Yi, and Xing Tian did not die. However, that golden-robed man suddenly exploded. The shock waves from the explosion did not diminish. A huge black hole appeared behind him. What? 30's face sank. Everyone revealed shocked expressions. That golden-robed man died? Who? However, they saw two figures standing in midair. They were Long Wanyu and Gu Hai's original body, who had just come out of the heavenly path reincarnation. Gu Hai's original body? His Holiness? It's His Holiness. Everyone in the boundless celestial capital suddenly exclaimed. His Holiness has come out of seclusion. Long live His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. The entire world was filled with cheers. His Holiness had returned. It was not the skeleton clone, but the original body. His Holiness's original body had returned. Many people revealed excited expressions. Only 30's eyes turned cold. Gu Hai appeared and smashed that golden-robed man into pieces with one palm strike. In the next moment, he arrived at Gu Han's location. Gu Han was carrying Gu Ming. Gu Ming had already reached the end of his life. When he saw Gu Hai's arrival, he trembled again. Blood kept spurting out his mouth. However, when he saw Gu Hai, he was inexplicably moved, and tears kept falling from his eyes. Father, this unfilial son is unfilial. Father, please punish me. Gu Ming's eyes were red as he trembled. Little Ming, although you did something wrong, if it weren't for you today, your mother and brother would have been killed. You saved them, Gu Hai said gently. Father, why you forgive me? Gu Ming was so moved that his whole body trembled. I have never blamed you. Little Ming, you will always be my son, the crown prince of the Dahan. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, I will always be a member of the Gu family. I am still a member of the Gu family. I am still. Gu Ming was so moved that tears kept falling. However, as Gu Ming spoke, he no longer made a sound. Father, save little four. Save little four, Gu Han said while crying. His soul is broken. Seal it for now. We will think of a way in the future. Gu Hai waved his hand. Buzz. Xiao Chan drove his Godao laws, and energy instantly sealed Gu Ming's corpse. How painful! How painful! In the distance, the pained sounds of the four queens giving birth came from the soaring palace hall. Gu Hai felt anxious. However, even though he was anxious, he could not go and check on them at this moment. Wanyu, help me take care of Xian, and the others, Gu Hai said as he looked at Long Wanyu. All right, Long Wanyu nodded. Then, she handed Gu Ming's corpse to Gu Han. Gu Hai looked up at the sky in that huge scene. He looked at 30 from an infinite distance. Gu Hai's sudden appearance. 30 did not expect this at all. Your main body's strength increased by so much. 30's expression changed. At this moment, 30's expression finally changed. Of course, with 30's confidence, he did not think much of Gu Hai's main body strength. The key was that the situation in the Six Paths Immortal Dome changed. Once Gu Hai joined the Battle of the Egg Beasts, his 6 egg beasts would most likely be doomed. At this moment, 30's eyes filled with rage. This was because Gu Hai's appearance broke the balance. 30's plan to kill all life in the 2 Immortal Dome would not succeed anytime soon. The Rainbow Bridge leading to the Six Paths Immortal Dome was also useless. All my arrangements were useless? 30 flew into a rage out of humiliation. It seemed like he wanted to give up on controlling the Rainbow Bridge and start a massacre. Gu Hai seemed to have guessed 30's thoughts. However, the 2 Gu Hai waved their hands at the same time. Boom! A passageway that looked like a rainbow bridge rushed to the Six Paths Immortal Dome. A hole in the void instantly appeared before Gu-Hai's main body. Huh? 30 revealed some surprise. Gu-Hai's main body stepped forward and entered the hole, instantly charging into the void. This is the path that you had Jiangchen refine? 30 narrowed his eyes. Whoosh. In the next moment, Gu-Hai's main body flashed and arrived in front of 30. Gu-Hai's main body and the skeleton, Gu-Hai's consciousness instantly resonated. They knew everything. Gu-Hai's main body did not participate in the Battle of the Eggs, because he did not want to lead 30 to the Six Paths Immortal Dome. Otherwise, the damage would be immeasurable. It might even shatter the Six Paths Immortal Dome. At that time, all his plans to protect all living beings would be ruined. Therefore, Gu-Hai's main body came here. At the same time, he prepared to fight 30 in the depths of the void. In the center of the void, the hearts of all living beings were pulled. Gu-Hai's two bodies faced 30. Chapter 1309. In the depths of the void, the two Gu-Hai stared coldly at 30. 30 narrowed his eyes as he looked at the two Gu-Hais. Gu-Hai did not participate in the Battle of the Eggs. Coming here meant that Gu-Hai wanted to fight with him. Fight with him? What a joke. Gu-Hai, what did you gain in the heavenly Tao reincarnation? Oh, right, there's a small pool of soul power in the colorless world. You didn't go in there, did you? 30 sneered. Thanks to you, I opened the door to the colorless world with my divine sense and soul guide. My luck is good. With my wife's help, the soul power will recognize me. Gu-Hai said, thanks to me? Hell, what do you mean by that? But what's the use of a pool of soul power? If I want to kill you, won't I kill you as I please? 30 sneered. As he spoke, 30 dashed forward with the same speed as when he smashed Gu-Hai. In an instant, he appeared in front of Gu-Hai and wanted to smash Gu-Hai into pieces. At this moment, Gu-Hai saw 30's figure and could still dodge. However, Gu-Hai did not dodge and faced it head-on. Courting death, 30 shouted coldly. Boom! With a loud bang, the two giant palms collided with each other. At this moment, the two immortal domes opened their eyes wide. They knew that this Gu-Hai was the last line of defense against 30. The two palms collided. Can he block it? At this moment, even Long Zhonghua, Laozi, Fushi, and the others stopped fighting and looked up. Everyone knew that if Gu-Hai could not block it, then all life would be finished. Rumble! The 12 rainbow bridges trembled, but no one cared. If the rainbow bridges were gone, 30 could build them again. If Gu-Hai lost, then everything would be over. Gu-Hai's face was ferocious. He did not dare to hide and used all his 9 sets of souls. Boom! With a loud bang, the two giant palms separated. 30 remained where he was, while Gu-Hai was sent flying backward for tens of thousands of miles before finally coming to a stop. In a single exchange, Gu-Hai had actually been defeated despite using his full strength. Retreat in defeat? All right, long live. Countless experts in the two immortal firmament dominions cheered. He had only retreated, he hadn't lost. Gu-Hai had actually withstood 30's furious palm strike. Although this tolerance wasn't enough, it gave the two immortal firmament great hope. One had to know that no one dared to face 30's true body head-on. But Gu-Hai did it? Your power? Why did it increase so much? How is that possible? There's only a single pool of soul energy in the heavenly Tao reincarnation cycle. Disbelief appeared in 30's eyes. Ever since Pangu's death, no matter who it was, as long as they were hit by his palm, they would die without a doubt. Even the skeleton Gu-Hai had shattered in an instant. If not for the infinite force, it would have vanished into thin air. But Gu-Hai's true body had actually withstood it? A pool of soul energy? That was before you left. Now it's not a pool of soul energy, but a sea of soul energy, Gu-Hai said in a deep voice. A sea? 30's eyes widened. That's right. 30, you're not invincible, right? Gu-Hai laughed excitedly. Before the palm strike, Gu-Hai was still a little nervous. After all, he didn't know if he could block 30. But now he had. With the gift of the Torch Dragon and the help of Pangu's will, he had absorbed a sea of soul energy. Now he could finally block 30. I'm not invincible? Do you know how much power I used just now? 30 sneered. Rumble. Not far away. The rainbow bridge trembled as if it was about to collapse, but 30 didn't care at all. How much did you use? Guhai asked in a deep voice. I just used Panga's power just now. 30 said indifferently. Panga's power? Guhai was slightly stunned. That's right, Panga's power in the past. Originally, I wanted you to die under Panga's power, but you took such a big advantage and survived. Well, today all of you are about to be destroyed. I want you to know what you're facing. 30 said coldly. As he spoke, 30 waved his sleeve. Boom! Immediately, 2 ice crystal coffins that were 10,000 feet tall flew out from his sleeves. The ice crystal was transparent, and 2 figures could be vaguely seen inside. In one of them, there was a huge, burly man lying inside. In the other coffin, there seemed to be a golden dragon lying in it. Release! 31 yelled. Boom! Crack! A thin crack appeared on the lid of the 2 coffins. Within the coffins, a terrifying aura surged out. That terrifying aura made the 2 Guhai's face sink. What is this? What a powerful aura. It's also a familiar aura. The coffin lid slowly opened. A man and a dragon were immediately exposed in front of everyone. Everyone in the Immortal Dome saw them. Pangu? Laozi suddenly exclaimed. That candle in the mouth of the golden dragon. It can't be a torch dragon, right? Long Wanyu was also shocked. The aura of a man and a dragon, although separated by an infinite distance, strangely transmitted to the 2 immortal dominions. Everyone in the 2 immortal dominions trembled. This is? Guhai frowned and looked at 30. I refined this Pangu torch dragon. 30 said. You refined it? Guhai's expression suddenly changed. 30 returned to the polar region and stabilized the 12 rainbow bridges again. At this time, the 2 coffins floated on the left and right. The aura of panic surged out crazily. Initially, I thought that no one would be qualified to meet them, but your appearance has given me a pleasant surprise. That's right, this is refined by me, and it's exactly the same as Pangu's and torch dragons. Even its strength is exactly the same. 30 sneered. Impossible, Pangu, torch dragon? How could you refine it? Guhai showed a trace of disbelief. Because my current achievements are higher than them, so naturally I can refine it. Of course, you're right, this isn't exactly Pangu and torch dragon, it's just their power. The power is exactly the same. So, Guhai, you better be prepared. 30 sneered. As he sneered, he lightly patted Panga's coffin. Wong. Pangu opened his eyes, and a soul-stirring aura rushed towards Guhai like 2 sharp swords. Boom! The powerful aura hit Guhai, causing Guhai's robes to flutter. Go, kill him. 30 pointed at Pangu. Pangu slowly stepped out of the coffin and looked at Guhai's body. Suddenly, his eyes turned completely red. Like a cannonball, he rushed towards Guhai. Guhai's expression changed, and he hurriedly punched out. Boom! Another loud sound rang out, and Guhai was sent thousands of miles away by Panga's fist. Pangu heaven-shattering fist? Is this really an imitation of Pangu? Laozi was shocked in the 30th level of the Immortal Dome. Guhai was sent flying with a single strike. Pangu did not give up, and he rushed towards Guhai again. This time, Guhai did not hide, and took out Panga's axe. Imitation of Pangu? It's always an imitation. How can a Pangu without Panga's axe have the power to split the world? Guhai glared and chopped with the axe. Slash! Boom! Guhai, who was holding Panga's axe, collided with the imitation Pangu. Under the collision, rolling power overflowed, like a golden sea of energy rippling in all directions. Under the huge impact, Guhai retreated hundreds of miles, but the imitation Pangu also retreated hundreds of miles. With Pangu's axe, Guhai and the imitation Pangu were evenly matched. Good. Cheers came from the 2 celestial domes. What's fake will always be fake. Pangu's ferocity lies in Panga's axe. Guhai said in a deep voice. The imitation Pangu in front of him was also very strong. Not only were they evenly matched, but Panga's axe did not leave a wound on his arms, which was the most serious thing about Guhai. However, 30 was not in a hurry, and he sneered. That trace of confidence made Guhai vigilant. Sure enough, in the next moment, the imitation Pangu waved his hand at his coffin. Buzz! The crystal coffin slowly changed shape, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into the shape of a heaven-splitting axe and fell into the imitation Pangu's hand. Heaven-splitting axe? Did the imitation Pangu also have a heaven-splitting axe? Guhai's face darkened. The imitation Pangu sneered and pounced at Guhai again. At this moment, all spells were useless. Under absolute power, a surge of power could break all spells. Guhai could only face force with force. Heaven-splitting earth. The imitation Pangu roared. Buzz! The heaven-splitting axe in the imitation Pangu's hand was not something Guhai could compare to. In the void, a heaven-like axe appeared and slashed down at Guhai. With just a glance at the heaven-like axe, one would feel like they were going to be destroyed. Moreover, it seemed to have sealed all directions of escape, leaving Guhai nowhere to run. Heaven-splitting earth. Guhai also shouted. With a ferocious expression, Guhai and the imitation Pangu's axe collided. Boom! There was a loud bang. Guhai's body was blasted thousands of miles away again. At this moment, Guhai also slashed at the imitation Pangu's back. The sneak attack was successful. Clang! The life-slaying saber slashed at the imitation Pangu's back, producing the sound of metal hitting stone. The imitation Pangu was not even moved from the spot by the saber. The huge impact actually sent Guhai flying backward. It was useless. There was not even a wound. No, there was not even a white mark on the imitation Pangu's body. This invincible physical body caused the people of the two immortal firmament realms to be shocked. The imitation Pangu was too strong. Guhai was so ferocious, but he was not a match for it. Not far away, 30 sneered, Guhai. Are you the commander of the two immortal domains who rebelled against me? You can't even reach Pangu's power, and you want to rebel against me? You've disappointed me. 30 stood in the polar region, but he looked at Guhai in the distance with a condescending look. The two Guhai represented the ultimate strength of all beings, but he could not even deal with the imitation Pangu, let alone 30. 30 sneered, but the imitation Pangu chased after Guhai again. Rumble. Guhai and the imitation Pangu fought fiercely in the void. However, the imitation Pangu had an overwhelming advantage and sent Guhai flying again and again. If Guhai's body was not invulnerable, he would have been blown to pieces. After fighting for a while, Guhai was still at his wit's end. 30 was also a little impatient. He sneered and gently patted the other coffin. Roar! In the coffin, the imitation torch dragon suddenly roared and opened its eyes. Go and help Pangu kill Guhai, 30 said indifferently. Roar! The imitation torch dragon swayed its body and rushed out. It could not even deal with one Pangu, and now there was another torch dragon? The beings of the two immortal domains were terrified. Chapter 13:10. The fake Pangu had already forced the two Guhai to retreat. Now there was another torch dragon? Everyone's eyes dimmed. The fake torch dragon roared with an aura that was no weaker than Pangu's. It opened its mouth and spat out a stream of cold air at Guhai. Boom! In the distance, Guhai and the fake Pangu clashed with their axes again. However, the fake Pangu was too strong. It was so strong that Guhai was almost instantly blown thousands of miles away. Thousands of miles away, the torch dragon spat out cold air. Its dragon claws were fierce, as if it could tear Guhai into pieces in an instant. Guhai was sent flying. His body shook, but it was still within his tolerance range. Seeing the torch dragon rushing over, Guhai did not hesitate and slashed at the torch dragon with his axe. Heaven and earth splitter. Guhai shouted. Honk! With a loud bang, everyone thought that Guhai was going to be blown away again. However, at this moment, a strange scene happened. Guhai was still standing in the same place. The torch dragon spat out cold air, and there was a hole in its dragon claw. Of course, it was only the tip of the dragon claw that was broken. It was not a big wound, but hundreds of scales on its body were broken. The torch dragon was forced back hundreds of miles by the huge axe. What? Everyone widened their eyes. Could it be that the torch dragon was a fake? How could it be weaker than Guhai? What? In the distance, 30 was also surprised. In 30's eyes, the torch dragon and Pangu were the same strength. How could Guhai be chased by the fake Pangu and break the torch dragon's defense with one blow? Guhai naturally noticed that something was wrong. His expression changed. He put away the Pangu axe and punched at the torch dragon. The torch dragon roared angrily and slammed its claw at Guhai's fist. Boom! With a loud bang, Guhai was instantly blown thousands of miles away like a cannonball. What's going on? Didn't Guhai defeat the fake torch dragon just now? Why is it so far away now? Laozi said anxiously in the distance. I know. Is it Pangu's axe? The Pangu axe has a restraining effect on the torch dragon. Guhai's eyes lit up. Guhai immediately grabbed the Pangu axe and chopped at the fake torch dragon. On the other side, the fake Pangu also swung his axe. Boom! Guhai was instantly sent flying away by the Pangu fake strike, but Torch Dragon was once again sent flying away by the golden light released from the Pangu axe. Pangu's axe is the bane of the Torch Dragon. 30 narrowed his eyes. The Torch Dragon roared. Immediately, its crystal coffin transformed into a huge purple gourd. Gourd? Is this Torch Dragon's Dharma treasure? It looks very similar to the heaven-filling gourd. The Pangu axe in his hand swung down again. Boom! Even though the fake Torch Dragon had the gourd, a large number of dragon scales were still shattered in the collision. The fake Torch Dragon was no match for Guhai's Pangu axe. I know. The Pangu axe is a pure yang treasure. Like our Immortal Dome is a pure yang treasure. It specializes in restraining otherworldly items. The Immortal Dome, where the Torch Dragon resides, is a pure Yin dome. It restrains Yin with yang. Laozi's eyes lit up. Humph! Even if you can restrain the Torch Dragon, there is still Pangu and Guhai. Let's see what you can do. 30 said coldly. Roar! At this moment, the fake Panga hacked at Guhai with the sky-splitting axe again. This time, Guhai did not use the Pangu axe. Instead, he waved his hand. Buzz! The purple sky-splitting gourd suddenly appeared. The sky-splitting gourd shot out a beam of purple light at the sky-splitting axe like a laser beam. Under the purple light, the sky-splitting axe was knocked away. Whoosh! The people in the two immortal domes cheered. This was the first time the fake Pangu was defeated. The sky-splitting gourd? Why do you have the sky-splitting gourd? No, you fused 5 gourds. I thought they were fake. How is it possible? How can it be the real sky-splitting gourd? 30 said in shock and anger. The sky-splitting gourd could restrain the fake Pangu? The sky-splitting gourd? A pure Yin treasure that can restrain yang objects? The sky-splitting gourd can restrain the fake Pangu. Laozi's eyes lit up. The battle on the screen suddenly underwent an earth-shattering change. Guhai, who was being chased and beaten just now had the Pangu axe in one hand and the sky-splitting gourd in the other. He suppressed the fake Pangu and the fake Torch Dragon to the point that they could not fight back. The fake Torch Dragon's scales kept shattering, and the fake Pangu's body was burned by the flowing light spat out by the sky-splitting gourd again and again. Injuries bloomed on the two of them. Why? Why does the fake Pangu also have the sky-splitting axe, and the fake Torch Dragon also have the gourd? Why are they restrained by Guhai? In the distance, Chi was stunned. Because the Pangu axe in my husband's hand is the real Panga axe, and the sky-splitting gourd in your hand is the real sky-splitting gourd. Long One, you explained. What's the difference? Chi frowned. Of course it's different. The Pangu axe is a Panga treasure, and the sky-splitting gourd is a Torch Dragon treasure. They were born together with the Immortal Dome. Our Immortal Dome is pure Yin, and the sky-splitting gourd has pure Yin effect. Although 30 copied the Pangu and the Torch Dragon, and even their magic treasures, he did not have the pure Yin or pure Yang effect. Although he was powerful, he lacked the attribute. Long Wan Yu said with excitement. She nodded. 30's Immortal Dome. Long Zhanghua's eyes also lit up. I see. No wonder my sky-splitting axe is always lacking something compared to the Pangu axe. In the void, the battle continued. Guhai turned the tables and defeated the fake Pangu and the fake torch dragon with the sky splitting gourd and the Pangu axe. 30 was in the distance, but his face was filled with anger. "Break!" Guhai shouted. Boom! The fake Pangu and the fake torch dragon were instantly sent flying. Under the fake torch dragon's dragon scales, a bloody wound that was 100 feet long bloomed. The fake Pangu's back was also shot by the purple light. Boom! At this moment, rolling black fog instantly surged toward the wound. It was Guhai who attacked at the same time. This wound also belonged to Guhai. Once the wound appeared, it meant that the infinite power could be used. The rolling little skulls instantly erupted and gnawed at it with all their might. Guhai revealed a look of great excitement. This was because this was the fake Pangu and the fake torch dragon. This was much more advanced than those eggs. It was created by 30 to completely copy the torch dragon and Pangu. The quality of its physical body could be said to be of the highest level. The skeleton Guhai's infinite power required him to devour higher-grade existences in order to become stronger and store more void power. If he devoured these two giant beasts, the strength of Guhai would definitely reach the strength of Guhai's original body, or even better. Again, Guhai's original body laughed and used the Pangu axe and the sky splitting gourd again. At this moment, there was no suspense in the battle. More and more wounds appeared on the little skeleton's body. Get lost! Although the fake Pangu and the fake torch dragon were unparalleled in strength, they couldn't drive the little skeleton away like 30. Of course, the two's physical bodies were also tyrannical and dense, and the little skeleton couldn't eat them all in a short time. The scales of victory tilted in Guhai's favor again. Not far away, 30's face was ugly. He didn't expect that Guhai could reverse the situation in such a situation. Guhai, 30 said coldly. Guhai's original body continued to inflict heavy damage on the torch dragon and Pangu, but Guhai didn't move. He only needed to send more little skeleton to deal with the situation. Guhai looked at 30 and sneered. 30, do you have other fake Pangu? Fake torch dragon? Take them all out. Fake Pangu and torch dragon? Do you think they're easy to refine? After countless years, he had only managed to refine these two. How could there be more? Guhai, your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations. I have an idea. 30 said solemnly. Oh, Guhai looked at 30. If you submit to me, I will give you everything. When the two immortal domes merge and give birth to a new immortal dome, I can even give you two. Solemnly, 30 invited. Are you trying to recruit me? Guhai suddenly revealed a smile. The two immortal domes revealed a trace of nervousness. You can say that. What do you want? In the future, I have everything. As long as you submit to me, I can give you everything. Solemnly, 30 said. 30, if I'm not crazy, then you're crazy. At this time, you want to recruit me? What a joke. Guhai revealed a cold smile and immediately rejected the offer. Ridiculous? What's so ridiculous about it? You can only restrain them because of Pangu's axe and heaven-filling gourd. I fought against them in the past. You're not my opponent. All life is about to die. Were you still reluctant to part with? 30 sneered. I haven't lost yet, and neither will all life. Guhai said solemnly. Won't? Look at the two immortal domes. Aren't all life about to lose? 30 pointed at the two immortal domes. First was 30's immortal dome. Laozi, Long Zhonghua, Jesus, Shakyamuni, and Amitabha each blocked an egg beast, but they were barely holding on. As for Sun Wukong, he had just reached the peak and was slightly weaker than the others. At this moment, he was repeatedly attacked by the egg beasts and was heavily injured. He was about to lose. At the immortal world's heavenly court, Takeshi Ryushin could not stop the three golden-robed men. The three golden-robed men with soul seeds were equivalent to one egg beast, and they began a massacre. It shattered the numinous sky palace. With each attack, countless immortal world experts were killed. Soon, countless lives were dying at their hands. Do you see that? 30's immortal dome is about to be destroyed. 30 sneered. Guhai looked at the image with a gloomy expression. On the image, all life was indeed retreating. The three golden-robed men were killing everywhere, destroying one planet after another. Boom, boom, boom. When the battle was about to reach a huge planet, Guhai's expression suddenly changed. Taiwa, Yulian, be careful. Oh, 30 also turned to look. At the center of the planet, there was a palace, and Taiwa and Zhang Yulian were standing at the entrance of the palace. The two women were waiting for the battle. They each took out their weapons. Oh, that's Taiwa and Zhang Yulian? I remember now. The last time I caught an Arhut, he said that you married two women here. So they are? So they are your wives? 30's eyes lit up. Capture the two of them alive. As for the rest, kill them. 31 ordered. Yes. The golden-robed men in the image responded. In the image, Taiwa and Zhang Yulian were guarding a palace, and they looked anxious. Don't let him hurt Taiwa. Taiwa said anxiously. Taiwa, hurry up and leave. Leave this place to me. Zhang Yulian was extremely anxious. No, Taiwa is in seclusion. He is your son, and also my son. If you want to hurt my son, you have to step over my dead body. Taiwa roared with red eyes. Chapter 13:11. 30 Immortal Skies. The three golden-robed men went on a killing spree, starting from the celestial court of the immortal world. Around the celestial court, there were several large stars, which were also the targets of the three golden-robed men's attention. When the three of them attacked, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The group of peerless experts led by Takashi Ryushin could not stop the three golden-robed men from wreaking havoc. In the blink of an eye, a golden-robed man charged onto a huge planet. A large number of experts were standing on this planet. However, it was very strange. The experts on this planet did not fight, nor did they flee. They only defended. At the center of the planet, the golden-robed man sought Taiwa and Zhang Yulian. Capture the two of them alive. As for the rest, kill them. 30's voice rang out. Yes, the golden-robed man replied. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Taiwa and Zhang Yulian. Heaven and earth giant cauldron formation. Taiwa shouted. Buzz! The surrounding experts quickly formed a formation, and a cyan formation was formed. At the center of the formation was a bronze cauldron that emitted a dazzling light. It was the source of the formation, providing endless energy to the formation. Zhang Yulian and Taiwa activated the formation with all their might. Boom! The giant palm slammed into the formation, causing it to tremble violently. That's all there is to it. I have the power bestowed upon me by the Heavenly Master. This little array. The golden-robed man sneered. The power in his palm suddenly increased. A loud noise suddenly rang out from the formation. Ka. Cracks began to appear on the formation. Even the bronze cauldron began to crack. Pooh. Under the recoil of the formation, the people who were controlling the formation coughed up blood one after another. He fell into a pool of blood. Zhang Yulian and Taiwa each spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, the golden-robed man was too strong. Even if everyone worked together, they were still no match for him. In the void, 30 coldly laughed as he looked at Guhai. Guhai, if you submit to me now, it's not too late. I can guarantee the safety of your wife and children. How about it? When Guhai saw this, his expression turned ugly. Break! With a loud bang, the huge bronze cauldron that presided over the formation suddenly exploded. Pooh! Taiwa and Zhang Yulian immediately vomited blood and were sent flying, heavily injured. The golden-robed man's huge palm did not give up, and in an instant, it reached in front of the two girls. It looked like he was about to grab them. The two women couldn't resist at all. At this moment, a palm surrounded by black and white energy suddenly rushed out from the main hall that the two women were guarding. The black and white palm collided with the golden palm. With a loud bang, the void was instantly torn apart. The golden-robed man actually staggered and retreated more than 100 meters. What? The golden-robed man exclaimed in surprise. 30's eyes also widened. Among the 30 immortals, there was actually someone who could block the golden-robed man's attack. Who? 30's face darkened. Bang! When the hall collapsed, Zhang Yulian and Taiwa fell to the ground. In the middle of the hall, a young man dressed in martial arts attire was exposed. Half of his hair was black, while the other half was white. At this moment, a thick Tai Chi aura was emitted from his body. The young man stood up from the cushion and immediately flew in front of Zhang Yulian and Taiwa. "Mom? Wake up, Mom." The young man hugged Zhang Yulian and said in fear. His hand pushed into Zhang Yulian's back. Zhang Yulian trembled slightly and woke up. The young man's other hand was behind Taiwa's back. "Mom, wake up. Mom, who beat you up like this, Mom?" The young man's entire body was emitting anger, and he continuously sent energy into Taiwa's body. "Whoa!" Taiwa trembled slightly and also woke up. "Tai Chi, I'm fine." Zhang Yulian vomited blood and said with a smile. "Tai Chi, be careful." Taiwa also vomited blood and said. The young man was Zhang Yulian and Gu Hai's son, Gu Taiji. At this moment, he had just woken up from his seclusion and saw his two mothers being beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Gu Taiji was instantly enraged. Mom, wait here. I'll avenge you. I'll avenge you." Gu Taiji carefully leaned the two women against a big rock. At the same time, he drew a barrier around the two women to protect them. Gu Taiji stood up and looked at the golden-robed man not far away with a ferocious expression. "You dare to hit my mom? You're courting death." Gu Taiji's expression was ferocious as he stomped his feet. Boom! Gu Taiji was like a cannonball and instantly arrived in front of the golden-robed man. "Little thing, I don't need you to tell me who I want to kill. You're courting death." The golden-robed man snorted coldly and hit Gu Taiji with his palm. A huge palm energy appeared. Gu Taiji collided with it with his body. Boom! The huge palm energy hit Gu Taiji's chest with a loud bang. However, Gu Taiji's body was extremely sturdy and only trembled slightly. He allowed the palm energy to hit him. Gu Taiji's hands grabbed the golden-robed man's index finger energy in one hand and the middle finger energy in the other. Roar! Gu Taiji roared and suddenly tore. Rip! The golden-robed man's huge palm energy was torn vertically from his palm. The tearing force was so strong that it went straight for the golden-robed man. What? The golden-robed man's expression changed. Boom! The golden-robed man's right arm was torn in half. It was not a cross-section, but a vertical section. The middle finger was torn all the way to the shoulder, and blood spurted out. "Ah, it hurts. Little thing, you're no match for me. I'm a gift from God." The golden-robed man was terrified. At this moment, Gu Taiji's eyes were red like a ferocious beast. "That was for my mother. Next, it's for my mother." Roar! Gu Taiji charged fiercely. The golden-robed man looked at Gu Taiji's ferocious face, and his expression changed. At this moment, the thought of running away suddenly appeared in his mind. He immediately turned around and retreated into the distance. "Where do you think you're going?" Gu Taiji roared and rushed over even faster. In the void, 30's expression changed as he looked at Gu Hai. "He's your son?" Gu Hai looked at Gu Taiji's state and revealed a trace of laughter. "Humph! The two of you captured Gu Hai's son for me," 30 shouted. In 30's immortal firmament, the other two golden-robed men were fighting on another planet. When they suddenly heard 30's voice, they immediately responded. From afar, they saw Gu Taiji chasing the golden-robed man with bloody arms and had already caught up. The two were entangled. Gu Taiji even grabbed the golden-robed man's leg with one hand. "Brat, how dare you? How dare you?" The two golden-robed men's expressions changed as they roared and rushed over. "Die!" Gu Taiji roared. "Oh no!" The golden-robed man with bloody arms screamed in agony as he saw Gu Taiji tear his legs apart vertically. Pung! In the two halves of his body, his 3 souls and 7 spirits exploded and blood splattered in all directions. The golden-robed man, who was fierce and invincible just a moment ago, was now torn apart by Gu Taiji. Gu Taiji had fought countless battles in the god space set up by Long Zhonghua. However, this had never made Gu Taiji so angry. Those were his 2 mothers, the people closest to him. They were beaten until they were covered in blood. Who could bear it if they were in his place? At this moment, Gu Taiji did not hold back and showed his violent side. Kill. He had to use the most ruthless method to make the bad guy pay the price. After killing one culprit, two more came. The two of them used all their strength from the beginning to kill Gu Taiji. Tai Chi circle. Gu Taiji waved his hand. Whoosh. The two giant palms strangely deviated from Gu Taiji and collided with each other. Boom. The void shattered into countless pieces. Did you learn Tai Chi from me? Zhang Yulian said with a smile. What? The two golden-robed men's expressions changed. They saw Gu Taiji staring at one of them and instantly approaching. Brat, you're courting death. The golden-robed man struck with his palm. Great sage equal to heaven fist. Gu Taiji punched fiercely on the golden-robed man's head. The fist was incomparably fierce and fell like a meteor. No! The golden-robed man screamed. Although his palm landed on Gu Taiji's body was impenetrable. Although the golden-robed man's palm trembled, Gu Taiji's fist landed on the golden-robed man's head. Boom! With a loud sound, the golden-robed man's head exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Although Sun Wukong was defeated by my husband, he taught me everything he knew about Tai Chi. Taiwa's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Earlier, it was Long Zhang's heaven-tearing hand that tore apart the first golden-robed man. Zhang Yulian exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, two golden-robed men died. The last golden-robed man revealed a horrified expression. In the blink of an eye, two of the three had died. Could he still defeat Sun Wukong? Gu Taiji would not show mercy. After killing the second golden-robed man, he instantly charged at the last golden-robed man. Brat, you're going against the heavenly master. You're dead meat. The golden-robed man shouted and turned to flee. Running? Oomph! Bloomed the Permitha flower, Buddha's golden body. Gu Taiji roared. Buzz! A white Permitha flower suddenly appeared in the direction the golden-robed man was fleeing. Within the Permitha flower, a golden Buddha wielding a spear stabbed into the golden-robed man's chest. What? The golden-robed man grimaced as he thrust out a palm. Hum! The spear exploded along with the Buddha. However, the moment it exploded, it turned into countless holy light angels that surrounded the golden-robed man from all directions. The golden-robed man couldn't tell where he was from. Gu Taiji immediately rushed into the area covered by the angels of sacred light. God's sacred flame explosion. A roar came from within. No. Honk. With a boom, the area covered by the angels of sacred light suddenly exploded. As it exploded, many pieces of the golden-robed man were burned away by the sacred flame. Gu Taiji walked out of the angels of sacred light and flew toward Zhang Yulian and Taiwa. Jesus, Amitabha, and Shakyamuni have also taught Taiji to me. Taiwa chuckled. Mom, how are you? Gu Taiji anxiously rushed to the two women's side. Energy flowed into Gu Taiji's body. Taiji, haven't you always wanted to see your father? Zhang Yulian suddenly smiled. Father? Gu Taiji was taken aback. Excitement flashed through his eyes. Your father is up there. Look. Taiwa pointed at the image above the immortal world. In the image, Gu Hai was in the middle of a confrontation. Gu Taiji raised his head and immediately saw the image in the distance. Chapter 13:12. Gu Taiji looked up and saw the scene in the sky above the immortal world. In the scene, there were two Gu Hai. One Gu Hai was fighting the fake Pangu and the fake torch dragon with the Pangu axe and the heaven-filling gourd. The other Gu Hai was currently facing off against 30. Gu Taiji had seen Gu Hai's portrait and recognized him at a glance. Father? Is that his father? Gu Taiji, go and help Sun Wukong fight against the egg. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. Gu Taiji shouted excitedly. Gu Taiji immediately looked at Zhang Yulian and Taiwa. Go, your father is fighting 30. All living beings in the immortal dome listened to his orders. Go quickly. Taiwa said, don't worry about us. We are very safe. Go quickly. Zhang Yulian also shouted. Gu Taiji, we will protect your two mothers. Takeshi Ryushin and the rest of the Heavenly Court people immediately flew over. Okay. Gu Taiji responded and rushed towards Sun Wukong in the distance. Sun Wukong was fighting Egg 2. Even though his body was invulnerable, he was now covered in blood and extremely weak. Die! Egg 2 punched Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong immediately punched back. Boom! Sun Wukong immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Master! Gu Taiji shouted and immediately hugged Sun Wukong. Bang! Oh! Another one came to die. Egg 2 stared at him. Taiji, you came out of seclusion? Sun Wukong opened his eyes wide and looked at Gu Taiji in surprise. Yes, disciple has comprehended Master's 10 perfection mysterious technique. Gu Taiji said anxiously. Comprehended? Good. Master can't do it anymore. You go and help me deal with this monster. Sun Wukong said. Master, your body, how? Gu Taiji exclaimed. Sun Wukong wasn't a match for Egg 2, but he was holding back the anger in his heart. Even if he was heavily injured, he still had to block Egg 2. Now, Gu Taiji had appeared. Sun Wukong knew that he could relax now. The breath in his heart was released, and he immediately softened, unable to move. I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest. You go. All right, take this. Your father asked me to bring this back. Keep it with you and wait for Gu Hai's orders. I can't do it anymore. You go for me. Don't lose my prestige. Old son, don't want to fail in front of your father. Even if you replace me, you're not allowed to drop the ball. Sun Wukong grimaced. Gu Taiji took a small ball from Sun Wukong's hand and nodded solemnly. Catch my master, I'm going to fight. Gu Taiji shouted into the distance. In the distance, Erlang immediately rushed over and caught Sun Wukong. Roar! Gu Taiji carried a monstrous aura as he rushed toward Egg 2. Boom, boom, boom. Egg 2's strength wasn't something that the golden-robed man could compare to. Even if Gu Taiji was incomparably fierce, he could only temporarily suppress it. The battle of the 30 Immortal firmament seemed to have entered a state of equilibrium again. This made 30, who was in the void, gloomy. Your son? Hee, Gu Hai. Even if your son is here, this immortal firmament is only a draw. 30 said coldly. It's not a draw. Look, Gu Hai sneered. In the 30 immortal firmament, the Long Zhonghua, who was in the middle of the battle, took a deep breath and said, Order all the revolutionary army to inform all living beings to destroy the 30 demons. Boom! Long Zhonghua's voice instantly spread throughout the universe. At the same time, all kinds of starry sky loudspeakers continuously broadcast Long Zhonghua's voice in all directions. On the major planets, there was a group of people who resisted the surveillance of the flying saucers and formed countless revolutionary armies. After receiving Long Zhonghua's order, they quickly spread the news through loudspeakers. In the universe, countless Amitabha believers put their hands together and shouted, Amitabha Buddha! Wong. This group of people who were chanting Amitabha Buddha's name instantly lost their strength and rushed toward the immortal world's heavenly court. In the immortal world's heavenly court, there were patches of golden clouds like the golden dragon of providence of the six paths immortal firmament, absorbing countless amounts of energy from the depths of the universe. Rumble. The energy from the believers of Amitabha instantly surged into Amitabha's body. Amen. Countless believers of Jesus immediately shouted. Billowing energy immediately left their bodies and entered the immortal world's golden clouds, and then all of it entered Jesus' body. Long live, long live, long live. Countless believers of the Jade Emperor quickly sent their energy into Long Zhonghua's body. Shakyamuni Buddha. Countless Buddhist disciples and lay Buddhists also sent their energy into Shakyamuni's body. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord. All the people who were chanting Immeasurable Heavenly Lord quickly sent their energy into Laozi's body. Battling Sacred Buddha. Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. Countless amounts of energy rushed to the immortal world and then to Sun Wukong. By my order, my disciple Gu Taiji go. Sun Wukong shouted. Rumble. The billowing energy immediately rushed into Gu Taiji's body. In an instant, all the people in the 30 Paths immortal firmament had a name. Under the guidance of countless revolutionary soldiers, the power of all living beings quickly surged toward the 6 overlords in battle. The situation of the 30 Paths immortal firmament changed drastically in an instant. Although the power of all living beings was only equivalent to the power of one egg, the sudden increase of 1/6 in battle was still extremely terrifying. In particular, Gu Taiji was already suppressing Egg 2. Now, with this part of the power, it instantly exceeded what Egg 2 could withstand. After blocking Egg 2's punch with his chest, Gu Taiji slashed Egg 2's arm. Boom! With a super loud sound, Egg 2's right arm was broken by Gu Taiji. Egg 2 cried out in pain. Splitting heaven and earth, Long Zhongguo's roar came from afar. Home! With a loud sound, half of the head of the egg beast that Long Zhongguo was fighting exploded. Roar! Cheers came from the 30 Paths immortal firmament. Laozi, Jesus, Shakyamuni, and Amitabha were the same. They were all heavily injured by the egg beast. The egg beast cried out miserably. The battle had already shown a clear trend. On the side of the egg beast, it was defeated. In the depths of the void, 30's face was gloomy. 30, you saw it too. The power of all living beings is endless. No matter which immortal firmament it is, when their power is combined, no one will be their opponent. Guhai said in a low voice. The immortal firmament here is just one more variable, Gu Taiji. Combined? So what if it's combined? If I spit out a few more egg beasts, can I stop it? 30 revealed a cold smile. With me here, you can't spit it out. Guhai revealed a cold smile. You? 30 said coldly. Moreover, do you really think that it's useful to have more egg beasts? Your egg beast army has already been routed 1,000 miles. Guhai said with a cold smile. 1,000 miles of collapse? Ha ha ha. Guhai, are you confused by your son? With Gu Taiji here, the battle situation has indeed changed. But what about the immortal firmament over there? What's the use of gathering all the power and still being in a disadvantageous situation? There's no more power over there to borrow. 30 pointed at the 6 Paths immortal firmament. In the 6 Paths immortal firmament, the 5 cultivators each blocked an egg beast. However, Egg 11 suppressed the 4 great sword cultivators. Just like Sun Wukong of the 30 Paths immortal firmament, the 4 of them formed the immortal slaying sword formation, but still couldn't trap Egg 11. Egg 11's ferocity in his sword Dao was 30 sword Dao, the number 1 sword Dao in the world. 30 dominated the 2 great immortal firmament. What he gave Egg 11 was his own sword Dao. Its power was tyrannical, and even the 4 great sword cultivators were slightly inferior. At this moment, all the sword chi clones in the immortal slaying sword formation were crushed. It seemed that the 4 great sword cultivators were about to die under Egg 11's sword. Once the 4 great sword cultivators were defeated, the 6 Paths immortal firmament was completely lost. After all, the living beings of the 6 Paths immortal firmament had already lent all their power to Hichu. Was the 6 Paths immortal firmament about to be destroyed? Die! Egg 11 roared. For golden sword lights appeared on the dragon's body and instantly pierced towards the faces of Zhang Sanfeng, Invincible Dongfeng, Dugu Qiubai, and Shimen Shuexiue. The 4 of them were about to be destroyed. Xing, in the land of the South Sea, where the sword pavilion was located, a sword edge instantly soared into the sky. Boom! The cyan sword pierced out and immediately shattered Egg 11's 4 sword lights. What? Egg 11's expression changed. At this moment, there was an additional green sword lotus in the immortal slaying sword formation. On the sword lotus was the master of Wanshou Taoism, Qi. Master, you've recovered? Invincible Dongfeng's eyes lit up. I've recovered and even fused our sword cultivation. I was wrong. Our sword Dao is not the pinnacle. The sword has no limits. As long as we develop, we can always be stronger. Qi stared. Xing. He waved the bronze sword in his hand. Boom! In the immortal slaying sword formation, hundreds of millions of green sword lotuses instantly appeared. Together with Chi, they instantly slashed towards Egg 11. You're courting death. The sword-shaped dragon scales on Egg 11's back stood up as he slammed over. Boom! Hundreds of millions of sword lotuses exploded, instantly causing Egg 11 to be heavily injured. Impossible! My sword Dao is Master's sword Dao. No one can compare to it. Egg 11 said in shock and anger. 30 sword Dao is indeed powerful, but you're not 30 after all, Chi said with a cold expression. Boom! With Chi as the center, a storm of sword Chi instantly drowned everything in the surroundings. Kill! Kill! Trap! Exterminate! The roars of the 4 great sword cultivators came from the storm of sword Chi. Dao! Chi shouted. No! Egg 11's desperate roar came from the storm of sword Chi. Then, the entire storm of sword Chi exploded with a loud bang. Honk! The explosion tore apart the boundless void. Everyone stared with wide eyes. When the broken sword Chi in the surroundings dissipated, everyone could see the inside clearly. Egg 11's huge sword-shaped dragon body had already been split into countless pieces. The 5 great sword cultivators stood in the black hole, their bodies trembling. Master, just now, was it the sword Dao? Zhang Sanfeng said with a trace of excitement. That's right. We've succeeded. Using the sword to create cultivation, using the sword to achieve the Dao. This is just the beginning. We still have a lot of paths to walk in the future. Now, follow me and help the others kill the demons. Chi shouted. Yes. The 4 great sword cultivators responded. The 6 Paths Immortal Dome's battle situation changed drastically. With the addition of the 5 great sword cultivators, the entire battle situation was one-sided. The 5 of them were the first to rush towards Jiangchun. In just a short while, they killed Egg 1. Jiangchun was freed. The entire situation had changed drastically. Jiangchun went to help Chongming. The 5 great sword cultivators went to help Hichu. After a fierce battle, boom, 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 another 4 loud sounds rang out. The remaining 4 egg beasts all exploded at almost the same time. Fushi destroyed an egg beast. Old Man Guanxi destroyed an egg beast. Jiangchun and Chongming destroyed an egg beast. The 5 great sword cultivators and Hichu also destroyed an egg beast. The entire 6 Paths Immortal Dome's egg beasts were all cleared. Boom, 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 boom. After the addition of the power of all living beings, a series of loud sounds also came from the 30 immortal dominions. The egg beasts exploded one after another. The 30 immortal dominions were all wiped out. Chapter 13:13. Under the 12 rainbow bridges, the 12 spawn beasts were all annihilated. All the living beings cheered, but 30 revealed an icy expression. Did you see that? 30, you will not win if you go against everyone. You were once one of them, so it's not too late to turn back now. Nangong advised. Aha, turn back. 30 revealed a disdainful sneer. Guhai looked at 30 coldly. Turn back? Guhai, do you know how laughable your words are? I was once one of them. How can a sparrow know the ambitions of a swan? Other than me, you all only know how to sit and wait for death. You live your entire lives, and then you die. Is that enough? 30 sneered. Life and death is the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Guhai said solemnly. The cycle of the heavenly Tao. Why do you want to cultivate to increase your lifespan? Laughable, extremely laughable. The immortal firmament also has a lifespan. When the immortal firmament reaches the end of its lifespan, it will be destroyed. You all don't have the ability to live forever, but I do. 30 said coldly. Your eternal life is built on the basis of destroying all life. Although all life's cultivation and status are not as good as yours, as the essence of life, there is no difference between the noble and the lowly. What right do you have to decide the fate of all life? To destroy all life for your immortality plan? Guhai said coldly. Right? My strength is my right. Torch Dragon told me that back then, but didn't he still die in my hands? Guhai, you want to use Torch Dragon's words to teach me a lesson? You're not qualified. 30 said coldly. Speaking of Torch Dragon, Haha, I only found out recently that you were created by Torch Dragon. Torch Dragon was your parent, but you killed him. Talking about human nature with you is like playing the lute to a cow. Guhai said darkly. I killed him because he didn't listen to me. He said that I was his pride, that he would teach me everything. He went back on his words. He didn't mean what he said. Since he didn't mean what he said, I can only do it myself. I've already obtained everything in Torch Dragon. All that's left is this infinite force. 30 said coldly. As he spoke, 30 moved. He extended his hand and clawed at Guhai. Under the immense power, 30 suddenly sealed off all directions, and a huge claw shot toward Skeleton Guhai. Skeleton Guhai's expression changed as it retreated. Dodge? There was simply no way to avoid it, because right now, 30 was the most invincible existence. Boom! With a loud bang, the skeleton Guhai instantly exploded. He was no match for 30. Let's see how many times you can reincarnate. 30's expression turned cold. Creation of heaven and earth. A thunderous roar came from the spot where Guhai exploded. It was Guhai himself, who had freed himself from the imposter Pangu and imposter Torch Dragon, hacking at 30 with his axe. With a cold snort, 31 clenched his hand into a claw and transformed it into a fist energy that struck forward. Hong! With the two of them as the center, a huge sea of energy spread out in all directions. The fist energy and Pangu's axe collided. Guhai's body struck 30's fist energy. This time, the fist energy and Pangu's axe were in a deadlock. Waves of energy spread out in all directions. On the other side, a cloud of black energy gathered, and Skeleton Guhai was resurrected. However, this time, there were some injuries on his body. The resurrected Guhai immediately blocked the imposter Pangu and imposter Torch Dragon. At this moment, the two of them were surrounded by countless small skeletons. Their combat strength was greatly reduced as they painfully tore at the small skeletons. With Guhai's body, it was easy for him to stop the two of them. Guhai held back the imposter Pangu and imposter Torch Dragon, giving Guhai some space to fight with 30. Using Pangu's axe has increased my strength by a lot, but this is still not enough. 30 sneered. Light of destruction. Guhai shouted again. Buzz! A beam of purple light shot out of the sky, filling gourd toward 30. With a cold snort, 31 brazenly struck down with his other fist. Huh! The other fist collided with the light of destruction from the sky, filling gourd. Another wave of energy spread out in all directions. Guhai pushed Pangu's axe and the sky, filling gourd to their limits. However, the power of these two artifacts was still unable to injure 30. In fact, 30 even looked at Guhai with ease. That's all? Haha, using Pangu's axe and the sky, filling gourd at the same time barely matches Pangu's strength. However, I've long surpassed Pangu. Don't you know? 30 sneered. As he sneered, a ferocious expression appeared on 30's face as he exerted strength in his fists. The two forces slammed into Guhai. Puff! Guhai spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. What was more dangerous was that a crack suddenly appeared on Pangu's axe. Crack! The crack slowly expanded. One crack became two cracks became 16, and more cracks appeared. It wasn't just Pangu's axe. A crack suddenly appeared on the sky-filling gourd as well. Crack! 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 The cracks spread rapidly, and more cracks appeared. In the blink of an eye, Pangu's axe and the sky-filling gourd had shattered into countless pieces. At this moment, all the living beings in the two immortal domes were terrified. Once Guhai was defeated, all living beings in the two immortal domes would be finished. Crack! Crack! Cracks covered the two artifacts. 30 sneered, Guhai, you've lost. Not yet. Guhai still didn't back down. Buzz! Then the Pangu axe and the heaven-sealing gourd suddenly turned liquid, looking like white and black liquid as they slowly flowed into Guhai's body. As the black and white energy flowed into Guhai's body, Guhai's aura increased again. Behind Guhai, two huge phantoms slowly appeared. Pangu and Torch Dragon? There's a trace of Pangu's willpower in Pangu's axe. There's a trace of Torch Dragon's willpower in the sky-filling gourd. Pangu's axe and the sky-filling gourd completely recognize you as their master. Merge with you? 30's expression changed. Boom. 30 gritted his teeth and exerted force, sending Gu Hai flying into the distance. So what if they merge? Earlier, when the Pangu axe and the heaven-storing gourd were in perfect condition, they were not a match for me. Now, the Pangu axe and the heaven-storing gourd are destroyed. You want to fight me with just a strand of your wills? Pangu's axe and the sky-filling gourd can only strengthen your body at most. Gu Hai, you've already lost Dojan's artifact. Your end is here. 30 revealed a cold expression. This time, 30 took the initiative to attack. He stretched out his hand and retracted it. Above the retracted fist, there was a black and a white power wrapped around it. I've already refined everything of Pangu and Torch Dragon. Gu Hai, this punch will definitely kill you. 30 said coldly. As he said that, he threw a punch. The fist moved very slowly. However, this very slow fist gave off an irresistible feeling. After locking on to Gu Hai, the fist smashed over brazenly. This was 30's full strength. This time, he wanted to completely destroy Gu Hai. Without Pangu's axe and the sky-filling gourd, Gu Hai would definitely die. Without Pangu's axe and the sky-filling gourd, Gu Hai still had the life-extinguishing saber. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out the purple life-extinguishing saber. Pangu's axe belonged to Pangu. The sky-filling gourd belonged to Torch Dragon. The life-extinguishing saber was Gu Hai's artifact. It was also Gu Hai's most powerful artifact. Gu Hai's most powerful technique could only be executed by the life-extinguishing saber. 11th Zhou, Gu Hai shouted. Whiz. With Gu Hai as the center, an invincible energy saber appeared in the void around him. The energy saber was black and white. It carried the profundity of Go as it slashed toward 30's fist. The might of the 11th Zhou was no weaker than Pangu's axe. It instantly collided with 30's fist. Boom! The energy saber collided with the fist. However, 30's might was too strong. Even the 11th Zhou was not enough. However, Gu Hai raised his life-extinguishing saber. The energy saber was still blocking the fist. The energy saber that left the saber-stunned 30. 11th Heavenly Cycle. Gu Hai shouted again. Boom! The second black and white energy saber collided with 30's fist. To 11th Zhou, 30 was slightly taken aback. This was the might of two heaven-splitting axes. 2. No, Gu Hai had 9. The cycle saber technique was related to Go power as well as the Go soul. Right now, Gu Hai had 9 Go souls. When he used the energy of each Go soul, he could send out 11 cycles. 11th cycle, 11th cycle, 11th cycle, 11th cycle. Boom, boom, boom. He unleashed a series of cycle saber techniques. The power of 9/11th Zhou collided with 30's fist. Finally, he managed to block 30's fist. 30's fist was unable to advance even an inch further. Impossible. You think you can stop me? How can your body withstand my attack? 30 said in shock and anger. Crack. A crack appeared on Gu Hai's shoulder because of the terrifying power. Whiz. However, the Torch Dragon and Pangu silhouettes behind him merged into the crack and helped Gu Hai's body recover. 9 cycles of Heavenly Cycle 10 was equivalent to 9 Pangu's axes chopping down. Right now, the power of Gu Hai was rippling out like a gigantic tsunami. Gu Hai blocked 30's attack with one life-ending saber. 30's face darkened. He did not believe it. However, at this moment, 30's fist was indeed unable to advance even an inch further. 30, is this your limit? However, I don't have one yet. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. What did you say? 30's eyes widened. Heaven's suppressing divine imperial seal. Gu Hai shouted. Whiz. The imperial seal flew out of Gu Hai's glabella. Gu Hai's imperial seal flew out, suppressing 11 heavenly cycles. Gu Hai shouted. Whiz. The black heavenly go chess on the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal shone with a dazzling black light. In an instant, it formed a boundless chessboard that shot toward the 9 energy sabers. Rumble. Under the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, the 9 energy sabers slowly merged into one. Boom! The energy sabers instantly enlarged by more than 100 times. Under the terrifying power, 30 was forced to take a step back. Merging 9 into 1, 30's eyes widened. This is called 12th Zhou. Guhai's eyes widened. Chapter 13-14. Cycle 12. The terrifying energy saber seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Even 30 was forced to retreat. As he retreated, the golden robe on 30's body slowly burst apart under the ferocious shockwave of power. Of course, no one noticed that cracks had appeared on Guhai's back because the energy was too terrifying. Guhai himself had to bear the brunt of the energy. If Panga's axe and the sky-filling gourd had not merged with Guhai's body, Guhai would not have been able to bear the violent energy. Guhai forced 30 to retreat step by step. At this moment, the people in the 2 immortal firmaments cheered because the invincible 30 was finally showing signs of weakness. It was not the army of eggs, but 30 himself. He was slowly being forced back by Guhai. 30 looked at Guhai with a ferocious expression. However, he could not stop Guhai at this moment. His arm trembled slightly. 30 knew that as soon as the energy in his arm collapsed, Guhai's energy saber would cut him in half. The illusory figures of Pangu and the torch dragon stood behind Guhai. As Guhai stepped forward step by step, the ferocious look in his eyes made it seem like the 2 dragons were here for revenge. 30, this time you've lost. Guhai's expression was ferocious. Guhai could feel that as long as 30 showed the slightest sign of weakness, he would be able to kill him. The scales of victory were completely tilted in Guhai's favor. I've lost. I won't lose. I've killed the torch dragon and Pangu. You? Guhai. 30's expression was ferocious. In the midst of his ferocious expression, 30's body suddenly swelled. Rumble. 30's fist turned into a dragon's claw, and his body swelled into the shape of a huge golden dragon. The 3-headed golden dragon exuded a violent aura. 30 revealed his true form. The middle head was golden, while the left and right heads were white and black, representing Pangu's power and Torch Dragon's power. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The powers of Pangu and Torch Dragon merged, reaching a new height. The 3 dragons roared at the same time. Their heads collided with the energy sabers. 30 of their powers erupted. Ka-ka-ka. The manifested saber gave off a buzzing sound as it blocked Guhai's life-punishing saber. Balance was once again achieved. Guhai, no one has ever forced me to do this before. Why? Why did Torch Dragon and Pangu give you everything they have? Why did they give you everything they had? All of them are mine. 30 roared ferociously. Guhai's face darkened. After 12 cycles, he was unable to advance any further. When 30 returned to his original form, his power was actually on par with him. 30 was also extremely depressed at this moment. How many years had it taken him to get to where he was today? And yet, Guhai had achieved it in just a few short decades. 30 unleashed his power as he roared. The 3 dragon heads spat out laser-like energy. However, the energy sabers of 12 heavenly cycles sealed off everything and blocked all of 30 heavenly cycles' power. Guhai, you've got some tricks up your sleeve. You're right, I can't do anything to you, but you've also reached your limit. Let's see who can outlast who. 30 said with a ferocious expression. Limit? That's right, I've reached my limit, but not everyone. You're making an enemy out of everyone. I'm not the only one fighting you. Guhai said with a ferocious expression. Everyone, can they come here? 30 said ferociously. How do you know they can't? Guhai said with a sneer. Open the passage. Lend me your power. Guhai shouted. At this moment, 30's powerhouses who had just defeated the eggs took out a small ball. Buzz, Long Zhonghua, Laozi, Shakyamuni, Amitabha, and Jesus raised a small ball. Gu Taiji was slightly taken aback. He did not know what they were doing. Taiji, quick, learn from them. The weakened Sun Wukong said anxiously. Earlier, Sun Wukong had given a small ball to Gu Taiji. Gu Taiji immediately took it out. At the same time, in the Six Paths Immortal Dome, the 5 golden dragons of the life, fortune, and divine prose each took out a small ball. Zhang Sanfeng took out a small ball as well. 30's expression changed when he saw the small ball on the screen. That's the path you wanted Jiangshun to refine for you? Exclaimed 30, his expression changing. That's right. That's the path. Guhai said solemnly. Crush the barrier and give me all your strength. Guhai shouted. Boom! Boom! Smack! 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 Everyone quickly crushed the small balls. In an instant, a hole appeared in front of everyone. In an instant, 12 faintly discernible holes appeared on Guhai's back. My power go. Long Zhanghua faced the hole and suddenly urged his power. His palms seemed to have crossed an endless distance and reached Guhai's back, pressing on Guhai's back. Boom! Long Zhanghua's power was the first to enter Guhai's body. My power go. Laozi, Jesus, Shakyamuni, Amitba, Gu Taiji, and the 5 dragons of the life, fortune, and divine prose, the 5 greatsword cultivators, immediately passed through the passage and pressed their power on Guhai's back. Guhai's back clothes were torn, revealing the appearance of a golden dragon on his back. The appearance of the golden dragon was carved with the help of Long Wanyu. This was the mark of the golden dragon of luck, which could absorb the power of all living beings. However, this golden dragon mark did not need to absorb the power of all living beings. It only needed to absorb the power on its body. Rumble. The power of Long Zhanghua and the others immediately surged into Guhai's body. In an instant, Long Zhanghua's body went limp and fell to the ground. Long Zhanghua had transferred all of his power to Guhai. The power of the others was also transferred to Guhai. Boom! Waves after waves of shock waves spread out, instantly shattering the 12 paths. The 12 entrances also disappeared abruptly. At this moment, Guhai had gathered all the power of the 2 celestial domes. Although omniscient strength was still inferior to 30 when it was applied to Guhai, it instantly allowed Guhai to suppress 30. Rumble. With a series of loud noises, the life extinguisher saber moved again. A huge energy saber slashed at the 3 dragons. No, no, no. 30 opened his eyes wide and roared. At this moment, 30 had already used all his strength. However, he was still no match for Guhai's life extinguisher saber. The outcome was already decided. 30 looked at Guhai in horror. Guhai's eyes were burning with flames at this moment. Energy flowed out of his body like a huge sun spewing endless heat. What 30 did not see was that spiderweb-like cracks had appeared on Guhai's back. Even Guhai himself could not withstand this power. When the other beings saw this, they all looked anxious and worried. Husband, you must be fine. Taiwa and Zhang Yulian prayed anxiously. 30 today is the day you die. Guhai pushed toward 30 with all his might. The energy saber of the life extinguisher saber had already reached 30's golden head. It looked like 30's head would be cut off soon. Am I going to lose? A look of despair appeared on 30's face. He looked at Guhai as though he was no longer alone. The silhouettes of Pangu and the torch dragon stood behind Guhai. In fact, 30 even saw 2 beings from the Immortal Dome standing behind Guhai. Guhai alone had mobilized the power of all living beings. He carried the hatred of all living beings. It seemed like he would kill 30 at any moment. No, you bunch of short-sighted ants. I'm going to create eternal life. Without me, all of you will still die. 30 roared in despair. 30, you've lost. Guhai said coldly. Rumble. The energy saber landed on the golden dragon head. In an instant, a cut appeared on the dragon head's scalp. The energy saber went from the scalp to the depths of the dragon head. Death? In the next moment. However, 30 was unwilling. He was extremely unwilling. Guhai, I didn't lose to you. I lost to all living beings. If you didn't mobilize all living beings, you wouldn't be a match for me. I'm the strongest. A look of despair appeared on 30's face. Boom. At this moment, another blood-red saber landed on 30's back. What? 30's expression changed. It was the skeleton Guhai. He had just finished devouring the fake Pangu and fake torch dragon. Guhai's strength instantly reached the level of his original body. He slashed out with the 11 strokes of heavenly cycle. The boundless power of the void instantly cut through 30's back. Rumble. The terrifying power of the void was strangling 30's body. A look of horror appeared on 30's face. How did you break through my defense? How did you do that? Your original body can only do that by mobilizing the power of all living beings. How did you do that? 30's 3 heads were filled with disbelief. Gathering the power of the infinite gives me unlimited possibilities. After devouring the imitation Pangu and the imitation torch dragon, I can reach their heights. I can already break through your physical body. Now, I can still devour you. Skeleton Guhai sneered. The rolling skulls instantly rushed into 30's body through the hole made by the life-slaying saber. Rumble. Guhai was able to severely injure 30. In an instant, he looked at Guhai's main body in front of him. Ha 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 ha. 30 revealed a mournful expression. Guhai's original body had surpassed him. 30 could still be attributed to the power of all living beings, but now, the skeleton Guhai had also reached this height. 30 had no more strength to win. At this moment, 30 suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Defeated? I lost. You don't know, but I killed all living things to save the 2 immortal firmaments. The immortal firmaments are the foundation of everything. In another 1,000,000 years, the immortal firmaments will run out of lifespan. You don't know. If the yin-yang immortal dome could not merge, everything would be annihilated and turned into nothingness. It's all gone. 30 looked at Guhai with hatred in his eyes. The Life Slayer saber slowly cut into 30's glabella. 30's head was about to be split in half. Although 30 was about to lose, the hatred in his eyes did not diminish. However, at this moment, behind Guhai, the torch dragon's phantom trembled slightly. 30, all things are predestined. Guhai's expression suddenly changed. The phantom spoke. I am a remnant of the torch dragon's will in the sky-sealing gourd. I was already scattered, but your power allowed me to reform a trace. 30, you fear nothingness. Do you think that everything will come to an end if the immortal dome is destroyed? No, fate comes and goes. The destruction of one immortal dome is just the beginning of another. The torch dragon's phantom said, You lied to me. 30 stared at the torch dragon's phantom and roared. Nothingness is infinite, and the immortal dome is Taiji. Infinite gives birth to Taiji. When the immortal dome is gone, and there is only nothingness left in the nothingness, a new immortal dome will be born. The torch dragon's phantom sighed. How long will that take? Torch dragon, how long will it take to rebirth the immortal dome from the nothingness? It will take too long. By then, all living beings will be completely destroyed. What's the difference between that and being killed by me? At the very least, I can make the immortal dome grow and multiply endlessly. 30 glared. That's why I created the power of infinite. It can allow people to live in the nothingness. The torch dragon's phantom sighed. The power of infinite. 30's expression changed. This is a backup plan I left for all living beings. I was going to teach it to you, or even to everyone, so that all living beings can escape the destruction of the immortal dome and wait for the next birth of the immortal dome, so that all of you can live in the nothingness. However, your ambition scared me, so I didn't pass it on to you. The torch dragon's phantom sighed. My ambition? 30's eyelids twitched. Yes, your ambition. You were my pride, but I didn't expect your ambition to be so great. You want to rule everything. You don't just want to protect the immortal dome, you want to rule it. All living beings are equal. Although they are weak, they are also children of the Tao, children born of the immortal dome. Just like me, you want to control their destiny, so I didn't pass on the power of infinite to you. 30. You have only yourself to blame for this. The torch dragon's phantom trembled slightly. You were the one who refused to pass it on to me. It was you. 30 stared at the torch dragon's phantom and roared. However, the torch dragon's phantom trembled, and the remnant will that had just condensed dissipated again. Come out, and explain yourself. 30 roared. However, the torch dragon's remnant will had already dissipated, and no one answered him. A just cause attracts much support, while an unjust cause finds little support. 30. All you want is to rule forever. You only want rights, not obligations. That's why you lost. Don't use protecting the immortal dome as an excuse. That's not your excuse. All living beings don't need you. The immortal dome doesn't need you. No one needs you. Guhai shouted. Rumble. The life slayer saber slashed into his head again, reaching his neck. The life slayer saber also made a huge cut on his back, which Little Skull gnawed on madly. Both Guhai's real body and the skeleton Guhai could kill 30 on their own now. 30 had lost, and it was a crushing defeat. The battle was over, and 30 could no longer resist. Roar! Long live His Holiness! Kill the demon! Kill! The two immortal domes were filled with cheers. 30's death was right in front of them. 30 trembled all over. His dragon claws and dragon head were sealed by the life slayer saber, and he was about to be destroyed. Ha ha ha, Guhai, I lost, but you didn't win either. I want you to get nothing. All living beings? Even if I die, I want all of you to die with me. 30 snarled. With a ferocious expression, 30's body suddenly emitted golden flames. Oh no, he's activating all his potential. He's going to self-destruct. Husband, be careful. Long Wanyu shouted in the infinite celestial capital. What? Guhai's expression changed. If we're going to die, we'll die together. 30's body was burning in golden flames, and a terrifying force exploded in all directions. Bastard! The two Guhai shouted at the same time. Hum! A super explosion sounded, and endless flames burst out. 30 self-destructed, and the force of the explosion blew the two Guhai apart. However, it did not hurt Guhai, and the two Guhai were shocked and angry. Bastard, 30, what did you do? The two Guhai shouted and rushed over. However, it was too late. 30 had exploded, and two forces entered Guhai's body. However, the other explosive force entered the 12 rainbow bridges. It followed the 12 rainbow bridges and rushed to the two immortal domes. Be careful, Guhai shouted. Everyone knew it was bad. However, it was too late. This time, 30's self-destruction was too strong and too fast. It reached the two immortal domes in an instant. Honk! Honk! Almost at the same time, the two immortal domes let out a loud sound that surpassed everything. Countless people were instantly knocked unconscious. Looking from afar, the two spherical immortal domes were torn into pieces. The power of 30's self-destruction was too strong, so strong that the immortal domes could not withstand it. In an instant, endless void power surged toward the two immortal domes. The immortal domes were shattered, and there was no longer the protection of the primordial chaos. The entire world was about to be destroyed. If you want to die, die together. 30's voice seemed to echo in the two immortal domes. No. Countless desperate voices came from the two immortal domes. The immortal domes were shattered, and the foundation of all existence was gone. Everyone was finished, and they were about to be finished. All living beings fought for everything. In the end, were they going to be buried with 30? Wanyu, use the ancient immortal domes I gave you quickly. Guhai shouted. Wong. His voice spread to the 6 immortal domes. Long Wanyu was knocked unconscious by the loud sound just now. However, when Guhai shouted, she immediately woke up. Ancient immortal domes. Ancient immortal domes? Long Wanyu quickly took out the ancient immortal domes. Long Wanyu reached out and threw it into the sky. Collect, collect, collect. Guhai shouted. Rumble. The entire 6 immortal domes fragment was merging into the ancient immortal domes. The ancient immortal domes, 3,000 great Daos, were already complete. If it was not complete, it would not be able to withstand such a huge volume of the 6 immortal domes. All living beings were knocked unconscious and killed. However, as long as they were alive or awake, they were excited when they saw the ancient immortal domes crazily devouring the 6 immortal domes fragment. Because the ancient immortal domes seemed to be the last refuge, the last glimmer of hope. Rumble. The two Guhai did not hesitate and instantly rushed in the direction of 30's immortal domes. Although there was no rainbow bridge, the skeleton Guhai had the power of Wuji and could find the direction. It protected the main body along the way and was incomparably smooth. Rumble. With extreme speed, the two Guhai arrived at 30's immortal domes in a short time. The skeleton Guhai kept absorbing the void power that was pouring into 30's immortal domes. Although it could not block everything, it could block a little bit. Lousy, your lesser immortal domes. Hurry up and save as many people as you can. Give it to me. Guhai roared. Lesser immortal domes? It was indeed a little like the immortal domes of the past that could only hold people. Everyone quickly took out 3,000. Guhai quickly activated it and absorbed countless planets. However, the immortal domes of this immortal domes were not big and could not hold too many. Long Zhanghua, the road to the 6 immortal domes. Guhai shouted. That road was the one that Guqin and Mo Yike had told Long Zhanghua about. It was also the road that Guhai had taken to the 2 immortal domes. Long Zhanghua quickly took out a white chessboard. Wong. Guhai slightly activated it. However, there was no reaction from the other side. Guhai waited anxiously. Without the rainbow bridge, Guhai could no longer find the 6 immortal domes. He could not even go back. He could only rely on this road. Finally, after 3 days, buzz, the other side of the road opened. Husband, we have absorbed all of it. Long Wanyu shouted from the other side. Old man Guanxi was hosting the heavenly go chess. Guqin and Mo Yike pointed out the direction and found the intersection. Come here quickly. Guhai shouted. Okay. Long Wanyu said excitedly. Everyone else entered the bubble in Long Wanyu's palm. Long Wanyu rushed over. Who? Long Wanyu came over. This path also disappeared in an instant. Husband here. Long Wanyu immediately handed over the immortal dome of the ancients. Withdraw. Guhai shouted. Rumble. The 30 fragments of the immortal dome were quickly absorbed into the immortal dome of the ancients. The ancient immortal dome's devouring speed was incomparably fast. It took Guhai 3 days and 3 nights to completely absorb the entire universe. When everyone was sucked in, the immortal dome of the ancients turned black and white, as if it was a fusion of yin and yang. The two Guhai glanced at each other. The immortal dome of the ancients is a combination of the fragments of the 6 Daos immortal dome and the 30 immortal dome. I wonder if it can exist in the void. Guhai said worriedly. The two Guhai glanced at each other. In the end, they tried to carefully place him into nothingness. Buzz! The surging power of nothingness instantly impacted the immortal dome of the ancients. However, inside the immortal dome of the ancients, waves of power surged out, resisting the power of nothingness. Rumble. The immortal dome of the ancients slowly expanded, gradually reaching the original size of the 30 immortal dome. Then, it expanded again until it reached the size of 330 immortal domes before stopping. The immortal dome of the ancients stopped in the void and was not shattered by the power of nothingness. Success, success? Guhai's eyes lit up. That was close, that was close. Fortunately, in the heavenly Tao reincarnation, the 3,000 great Tao were replenished. Otherwise, the immortal dome of the ancients wouldn't be able to withstand the fusion of 2 immortal domes. Guhai sighed. The two Guhai stepped into it. Buzz. As soon as he entered, he immediately saw a vast world. The fusion of the 6 Daos immortal dome and the 30 immortal dome. The fusion of yin and yang. The entire earth was like the divine continent of the 6 Daos immortal dome, while the starry sky was the cosmic space of the 30 immortal dome. As soon as Guhai stepped in, countless people immediately noticed him. His holiness is back, his holiness is back. Long live, long live, long live. Many people cheered. Countless experts of the two immortal domes all gathered in the infinite celestial capital. Wah wah wah. The cries of a group of babies were exceptionally bright and pleasing to the ears. It was Chun Xian Long Wanqing, Bingheim, and Lin Wana, each holding a crying baby, accompanying the others as they waited for Gu Hai's arrival. Taiwa's and Zhang Yulian's eyes were red, full of excitement. Gu Taiji looked at his father's return with a trace of worship. When Gu Hai flew over, everyone revealed excited smiles. Roar! In the sky above the infinite celestial capital, endless fate energy surged. The surging fate energy was even more than that of the 6 immortal domes. Gu Hai killed 30 and saved 2 immortal domes. At this moment, all living beings bowed to Gu Hai and willingly admitted that they were Dahan's subjects. His holiness was the sky, and fate energy was like the sea. The instant Gu Hai landed in the infinite celestial capital, countless golden dragons on the sea of fate energy instantly rushed to the various cities in the world and floated above them. The Dahan celestial empire was no longer as simple as a celestial empire. Standing in the infinite celestial capital, Gu Hai seemed to be able to sense everything in the world. Congratulations, Immortal, for conquering the world, Laozi said with a smile. Greetings, Immortal. Greetings, Immortal. May you live forever. Greetings, Immortal. May you live forever. The voices seemed to spread from the infinite celestial capital to the entire world. Everyone bowed to Gu Hai's return. This immortal domes belonged to Gu Hai. Immortal? No, I'll never be an immortal. Gu Hai shook his head. Oh, everyone revealed a curious expression. The world belongs to all living beings. No one can rule over anyone. Gu Hai shook his head, but everyone frowned. The ancient immortal domes can exist in the void for now. Although 30 is dead, no one knows how long the ancient immortal domes can exist. We haven't completely passed the danger yet. Gu Hai shook his head. But now, all living beings in the world love and respect you. Shakyamuni said with a smile. The world shouldn't belong to me alone. However, since everyone must make a distinction, how about I set up a holy court in the heavenly court? Gu Hai said solemnly. Holy court? Everyone was stunned. Since it's a holy court, then you're the holy king. The Dahan holy court will enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens. Fushi suddenly said. The Dahan holy court will enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens. Long live the holy king. Long live the holy king. Gu Hai was loved and respected by all living beings and established the Dahan holy court. 3 years later, the ancient immortal domes suddenly trembled. In the center of the universe, there was a place where blue light gathered. Gu Hai led everyone to check it out. They saw that there seemed to be great Tao condensing in the blue light area. What's this? Father, do you want me to open it? Gu Taiji asked anxiously. No, wait a little longer. Gu Hai frowned slightly. The blue light area was spherical and slowly approached the edge of the immortal domes. Slowly, it flew out of the immortal domes. Rumble. After flying out of the immortal domes, it suddenly expanded in the void and gradually turned into an immortal dome that was one size smaller than the immortal dome. The so-called smaller immortal dome was not that small. It was about the size of the 6 Paths immortal dome. This is a new immortal dome? Gu Taiji revealed a look of surprise. Let's go. Gu Hai led everyone into the new immortal dome. In the new immortal dome, there was chaos. Long Zhanghua took out the sky-splitting axe and slashed fiercely. Boom! The chaos suddenly split into 2. Clear chi rose and turbid chi sank. Slowly, a new world was revealed. There are 3,000 great Tao here. Laozi revealed a look of surprise. This is an existence similar to the 6 Paths immortal dome. Is this a new immortal dome? Fushi widened his eyes in surprise. 30's immortal dome is pure yang, while the 6 Paths immortal dome is pure yin. Yin and yang fuse and multiply endlessly. This is a child born in the ancient immortal dome? Gu Taiji said in surprise. 30's idea is correct. Jesus frowned in surprise. Yes, the combination of yin and yang can multiply and multiply. His idea is correct, but his method is wrong. Laozi solemnly said. Everyone nodded. This is the first. In the future, there will be a second, third, and fourth. Guhai's eyes lit up. Everyone's eyes lit up slightly. Long Zhanghua, this immortal dome of chaos was created by you. This immortal dome is yours. You migrated some living beings and dead spirits from the immortal dome of chaos to this place. This place will be yours in the future. Guhai said. Long Zhangua's eyes lit up and he nodded.